Not because it's evil, not because it's twisted or broken or wrong, but because you've spent your entire life making sure no one, including yourself, ever sees it. Carl Jung discovered that this hidden self holds the key to everything you've been searching for. Your creativity, your power, your purpose, your peace, everything you want, is locked inside the part of yourself you've been running from. Imagine standing in front of a mirror, but only half your face is lit. The other half disappears into shadow. You can see your smile, your eyes, the face you show the world. But the other side, pure darkness. Most people spend their entire lives looking only at the lit side. They perfect it, polish it, make it acceptable, beautiful, safe. They never turn to face what's hidden in the dark. But here's what Jung understood. The darkness isn't empty. It's not nothing. It's you, the rest of you, the half you forgot, the half you rejected, the half you were told wasn't allowed to exist. And that half has been waiting, patient, silent, powerful, growing, in the dark. By the end of this journey, you'll understand why the parts of yourself you've rejected, the qualities you've denied, the emotions you've buried, are actually your gateway to becoming whole. Not perfect, not fixed, whole. There's a difference, and Jung spent his entire life trying to show us that difference, because he knew something that most people never discover. You're not broken. You've never been broken. You're just incomplete. And the missing pieces, they're closer than you think. But before we can understand what the shadow is, before we can talk about integration or transformation or becoming whole, we need to understand something crucial. We need to understand why you created it in the first place, because you did create it, not consciously, not deliberately, but you created it nonetheless, and it started earlier than you think. Every child is born whole. Watch a toddler for 5 minutes and you'll see it. They cry when they're sad. They laugh when they're happy. They scream when they're angry. They dance when they feel joy. There's no filter, no performance, no mask. They express everything, feel everything, are everything. A child doesn't say, "I shouldn't feel this." They just feel it, fully, completely, without shame. But then something happens. The world starts teaching them which parts of themselves are acceptable and which parts are dangerous. Stop crying. Big boys don't cry. Don't be so loud. Good. Girls are quiet. Stop being so sensitive. Why can't you be more like your sister? You're too much. You're not enough. Every single one of these messages, delivered by parents who often love their children deeply, by teachers who think they're helping, by a culture that has its own ideas about who you should be. Every single one of these messages creates a split, a fracture in the self. The child learns, this part of me is loved, this part of me is rejected, this part is safe, this part is dangerous, this part I can show, this part I must hide. And so the hiding begins, not as a conscious decision. Children don't sit down and think, I'm going to repress my authentic self now. It happens naturally, automatically, as a survival mechanism, because to a child, rejection from caregivers feels like death. Their survival depends on connection, on belonging, on being loved. So when a part of them threatens that connection, when expressing anger gets them punished, when showing fear makes them weak, when being too happy annoys the adults, that part gets pushed down, locked away, hidden in a place where it can't cause problems. Jung called this place the shadow. But think of it like this. Imagine you're a child and you have a basement in your inner house. Every time you express something that gets rejected, something that causes pain or punishment or disconnection, you take that part of yourself and you put it in the basement. You thought you were cleaning up, becoming better, more acceptable, more lovable, but really, you were creating a prisoner. The angry child who gets punished for tantrums learns to lock anger in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who can't set boundaries, who lets people walk all over them, who swallows rage until it turns into depression. The sensitive child who gets mocked for crying learns to lock vulnerability in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who can't connect, who feels nothing, who everyone describes as cold. The creative child who gets told to stop daydreaming and focus on real work learns to lock imagination in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who feels dead inside, who traded their soul for a salary, who can't remember the last time they felt truly alive. The wild child who gets told to sit still, be quiet, stop causing trouble, locks their authentic energy in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who's always exhausted, always performing, always pretending to be someone they're not. And here's the thing that breaks your heart. Once you see it, you didn't choose any of this. You were just a child, trying to survive in a world that couldn't hold all of you. You weren't bad for hiding parts of yourself. You were smart. You were adapting. You were doing exactly what you needed to do to stay safe. But what worked then is destroying you now, because those parts didn't disappear. The anger you locked away, still there. The sadness you buried, still there. The creativity you abandoned, the wildness you tamed, the power you denied, all still there, living in the basement of your psyche, growing in the dark. And Jung discovered something that changes everything about how we understand ourselves. He discovered that the shadow isn't just made of the bad stuff. It's not a garbage dump of our worst qualities. It's a vault, a treasure chest, a locked room full of gold. Because when you were a child, you didn't just hide your rage and your fear and your shame. You hid your gifts, too. Think about it. The child who was told they were too loud, they didn't just lock away noise, they locked away their voice, their leadership, their ability to take up space and command attention. The child who was told they were too sensitive, they didn't just lock away tears. They locked away empathy, intuition, the ability to feel deeply and connect authentically. The child who was told to stop being so creative and get serious, they didn't just lock away daydreams, they locked away genius, innovation, the capacity to see what others can't see, every quality you were shamed for, every trait you were told to hide, every part of yourself you learned was unacceptable. Those weren't flaws, they were powers, and you've been living without them for years, maybe decades. Half a person looking in the mirror, seeing only the acceptable side, wondering why life feels so empty. so exhausting, so not quite right. It's because you're trying to live a full life with half of yourself, and the other half, it's been waiting in the darkness, not patiently anymore, because the shadow doesn't just sit there. It doesn't just wait quietly in the basement while you go about your acceptable life. Akshung said that we don't have a shadow. We are shadowed by what we won't acknowledge. And that shadow, it's been running your life from the darkness. Every time you meet someone and instantly dislike them for no clear reason, that's your shadow. You're seeing in them what you've denied in yourself. Every time you have an inexplicable emotional reaction that seems too big for the situation, that's your shadow. The feelings you locked away are leaking out. Every time you sabotage yourself right before success. Every time you pick the same toxic partner with a different face. Every time you make a choice that goes against everything you claim to want, that's your shadow. Operating the controls, making decisions, steering your life, and you're just rationalizing, making up stories about why you do what you do, never seeing the real puppet master pulling the strings from the basement. But here's the crucial thing. Jung understood. The shadow isn't your enemy. It's not some demon that needs to be slayed. Not some darkness that needs to be eliminated. It's you, the parts of you that you abandoned, the child you locked away, the gifts you rejected, the power you denied, and it's been trying to get your attention for years, through dreams, through symptoms, through the same painful patterns repeating over and over again. It's not punishing you. It's calling to you. Come back. Come home. Remember me. Reclaim me. Become whole. Most people never hear this call, or they hear it and they run. They distract. They numb. They build the persona even stronger, create an even more acceptable mask, hide the shadow even deeper. But you're here. You're listening, and that means something is ready to change, because Jung discovered that there comes a moment in some people's lives, a moment when the persona cracks, when the mask slips, when the basement door flies open and everything you've been hiding comes flooding out. It usually happens during crisis, loss, breakdown, the ending of something you thought defined you. And in that moment, you have a choice. You can run. Try to stuff everything back in the basement. Rebuild the mask. Go back to the half-life. Or you can turn. You can face what's been in the darkness. You can finally look at the other half of your face in the mirror. And when you do that, when you choose to see what you've been hiding, everything changes. Not because you become someone different, but because you become someone complete. You stop running from half of yourself. You stop using all your energy to maintain the mask, to keep the basement locked, to pretend you're only the acceptable parts. And suddenly, that energy, it's available for actually living, for creating, for loving, for becoming who you actually are instead of who you thought you had to be. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, because before you can integrate the shadow, before you can reclaim what you've lost, before you can become whole, you have to understand what's actually in that basement. You have to see how deep it goes, how much you've hidden, how long it's been controlling you without your knowledge. And you have to understand something that Jung knew would shock most people. The shadow isn't just personal. It's not just your individual rejected parts. It goes deeper, much deeper, into your family, your culture, your species, the basement of your psyche. It connects to basements you didn't even know existed. Your grandmother's unexpressed rage, your father's buried grief, your culture's collective denial, your species' forgotten instincts, all of it living in the shadow, all of it trying to get your attention, all of it waiting to be seen. But first you have to see your own, the personal shadow, the parts of you that you rejected, the child who learned to hide. And you'd have to ask yourself a question that Jung believed was the most important question of your life. Who would I be if I stopped hiding? Not who should I be? Not who do others want me to be? Not who is it safe to be. Who would I be? If I was whole. If the angry part came home. If the sensitive part was welcomed. If the creative part was celebrated. If the wild part was freed. Who would I be if I stopped fragmenting myself to fit into boxes that were never meant to hold me? That question, that's where the journey begins. Not with answers, with questions, with curiosity, with the courage to look at what you've been afraid to see. And Jung knew something else, something crucial. You can't think your way into wholeness. You can't analyze your shadow from a safe distance and expect transformation. You have to feel it, meet it, dialogue with it, bring it into the light, not to destroy it, but to integrate it, to say, you're not my enemy, you're me, the part of me I forgot, the part I rejected, the part I need. Come home. But what does that actually look like? How do you meet something that's been hidden for so long? How do you integrate what you've spent your whole life running from? And more importantly, what happens when you do? What happens when the basement door opens? When the rejected parts come flooding back? When you finally see the whole face in the mirror, light and dark together? Jung discovered that this moment, this meeting with the shadow, it changes everything. Not just who you are, but what becomes possible. The life you can live, the relationships you can have, the work you can create, the peace you can feel. All of it locked behind one simple act. Turning to face the darkness and discovering it was never darkness at all. It was just you, waiting in the shadows, waiting to be seen, waiting to come home. There's a story Jung loved to tell about alchemy. Ancient alchemists spent their lives trying to turn lead into gold. They worked in darkness with fire and strange substances, chasing transformation. Most people thought they were fools, chasing an impossible dream. But Jung understood what they were really doing. They weren't trying to transform metal. They were trying to transform themselves. The lead was the rejected self. The heavy, dark, worthless parts they carried in shame. The gold. That was what those parts could become. What they always were. What they'd been all along. Hidden under layers of judgment and fear. And here's the secret that changes everything about how you understand your shadow. What you locked in the basement wasn't garbage. It was gold, disguised as lead. Rejected as worthless, hidden in shame, but gold nonetheless. Let me show you what I mean. Think about the people you admire most in the world. Not celebrities, not distant figures, but the people in your actual life who captivate you. who seem to possess some quality that draws you in. Maybe it's someone's confidence, the way they walk into a room and everyone notices, the way they speak their truth without apology. Maybe it's someone's creativity, the way they see possibilities everywhere, the way they turn ordinary moments into art. Maybe it's someone's passion, the way they commit fully to what they love, the way they burn bright instead of playing it safe. Maybe it's someone's vulnerability, the way they're real, raw, undefended, and somehow that makes them stronger, not weaker. Whatever quality it is, write it down in your mind right now, because Jung discovered something that will blow your mind. Every quality you deeply admire in someone else ... is a quality that lives in your shadow. Read that again. If you weren't capable of that quality, you wouldn't recognize it. You wouldn't be drawn to it. You wouldn't feel that magnetic pull. You see it in them because it exists in you, but you buried it. You were told it was wrong, too much, not appropriate, not you, so you locked it away. And now you project it onto others. You see in them what you've denied in yourself. The quiet person who admires the bold speaker, they have boldness in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told to be silent, to not make waves, to shrink. The serious person who's drawn to playful, spontaneous people, they have playfulness in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told to grow up, be responsible, stop being childish. The logical person who's fascinated by emotional, intuitive people, they have emotional depth in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told feelings were weak, irrational, dangerous. Dangerous, this is what Jung called the golden shadow, not the darkness you fear, not the rage or the shame or the pain, but the light, the power, the gifts, all the qualities you needed to survive. You had to hide, and now you're living half a life, admiring in others what you won't claim in yourself. But here's where it gets even more interesting, because the shadow doesn't just contain individual qualities. It contains entire selves, entire ways of being that you abandoned to become acceptable. Jung called these the anima and animus, the feminine in men, the masculine in women. But it goes deeper than gender. It's about the parts of your psyche you rejected to fit into the box society gave you. The man who was told real men don't cry, don't create, don't nurture, don't feel. He locked away his anima, his receptivity, his creativity, his emotional intelligence, his capacity for deep relationship. And now he's successful, powerful, respected, and completely dead inside, because he's living with half of his humanity. The acceptable half, the masculine half, the half that produces and achieves and controls, but the other half, the half that feels and connects and creates meaning, locked in the basement. He sees it in women and calls it weakness, or he idealizes it, puts women on pedestals, expects them to carry all the emotional depth he won't access in himself. Either way, he's not whole. The woman who is told real women are soft, agreeable, nice, supportive, she locked away her animus, her assertiveness, her ambition, her healthy aggression, her capacity to take up space and claim power, and now she's loved, needed, everyone calls her kind, and she's exhausted, resentful, invisible, because she's living with half of her humanity, the acceptable half, the nurturing half, The half that gives and supports and accommodates, but the other half, the half that claims and demands and refuses to shrink. Locked in the basement. She sees it in men and calls it toxic. Or she's drawn to powerful men, expects them to carry all the strength she won't access in herself. Either way, she's not whole. This is the trap, the split, the lie that our culture tells us, that you have to choose, masculine or feminine, strong or soft, logical or emotional, wild or civilized. But Jung knew the truth. You're not one or the other. You're both. You've always been both, and the half you rejected, it's not gone. It's in the basement, waiting to be reclaimed. But let's go deeper, because the golden shadow isn't just about big archetypal qualities. It's in the small things too. The everyday ways you've diminished yourself, the person who always plays. It's safe. They have risk-taking in their shadow. It was locked away when they were punished for making mistakes, for being too adventurous, for coloring outside the lines. The person who's always busy, always productive, they have rest in their shadow. It was locked away when they learned that their worth came from doing, not being. The person who gives endlessly to others, they have healthy selfishness in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told that wanting things for themselves was bad, that good people sacrifice. The person who's always rational, always controlled, they have wildness in their shadow. It was locked away when they learned that losing control meant losing love. See the pattern? Every strength taken too far becomes a prison. Every virtue becomes a cage. And on the other side of that cage, the quality that would set you free. The people pleaser needs healthy anger. The controller needs surrender. The analyzer needs to feel. The feeler needs to think. But they can't access these things because they're in the shadow, labeled as bad, dangerous, not me, and so they stay trapped, half themselves, exhausted from maintaining the acceptable version, never knowing that freedom is right there, in the basement, in the qualities they've spent their whole life rejecting. Jung saw this pattern everywhere, in his patients, in himself, in culture, and he started to understand something radical. What if mental illness wasn't just about having too much of something bad? What if it was about having too little of something good? The depressed person doesn't just need to eliminate negative thoughts. They need to reclaim the anger they buried. The healthy aggression that says no, that sets boundaries, that fights for their life. The anxious person doesn't just need to calm down. They need to reclaim the trust they lost, the ability to surrender control, to let life happen, to stop trying, to micromanage everything. The addicted person doesn't just need to stop using. They need to reclaim the wildness they're trying to find in substances. The ecstasy, the transcendence, the feeling of being fully alive. The numb person doesn't just need better coping strategies. They need to reclaim the feelings they shut down, the grief, the rage, the joy they couldn't safely feel. Every symptom pointing to a part of the self that's been locked away. Every dysfunction revealing a gift that's been rejected. Every pattern of suffering a map to the gold in the basement. This is why Jung said that neurosis is always a substitute for legitimate suffering. You're suffering anyway, through symptoms, through patterns, through the exhaustion of being half yourself, but it substitutes suffering. Suffering that doesn't transform you, suffering that just keeps you stuck, the legitimate suffering. That's the pain of facing what you've hidden, of reclaiming what you've rejected, of becoming whole. And most people will do anything to avoid it. They'll suffer for decades through depression, anxiety, addiction, numbness, anything except the one thing that would actually set them free. Turning to face the shadow, opening the basement door, reclaiming the gold. But here's what makes this so hard. The qualities in your shadow don't feel like gold. They feel like lead. They feel dangerous, wrong, shameful, because that's what you were taught. That's the conditioning. That's why you locked them away in the first place. So when you start to sense them, when they start to emerge, you're whole. System screams, no, the people pleaser who starts to feel anger, terrified, convinced they're becoming a bad person, the controller who starts to surrender, panicking, convinced they're losing themselves, the rational person who starts to feel deeply overwhelmed, convinced they're going crazy, the nice person who starts to claim their power, guilty, convinced they're being selfish, and so they stuff it back down. Lock the door again. Go back to the familiar prison, because at least in the prison they know who they are. They know the rules. They know how to survive. Out there, with all of themselves. That's unknown territory, and the unknown is terrifying. But Jung knew something that changes the whole game. He knew that you can't integrate the shadow by willpower, by forcing it, by trying to become someone you're not. You integrate it by recognizing it, by seeing it clearly, by understanding that what you thought was darkness, was actually light all along. You integrate it by shifting the story from this is bad and I need to eliminate it, to this is me and I need to reclaim it, from I'm broken and these parts prove it, to I'm incomplete and these parts complete me, from this is my weakness, to this is my power and I've been living without it. That shift, that's everything. Because once you see the gold for what it is, once you understand that what you locked away wasn't garbage but treasure, the whole journey changes. You're not going into the basement to fight demons. You're going in to rescue the parts of yourself you abandoned. You're not integrating darkness. You're reclaiming light. And that makes all the difference. Because the shadow stops being something to fear and becomes something to welcome. Not all at once, not easily, but inevitably. Think about the artist who became an accountant, locked their creativity away because they were told art wasn't practical, wasn't real work, wasn't going to pay the bills, and now they're successful, stable, safe, and something inside them is dying. They see creative people and feel what? Envy, dismissiveness, fascination, resentment, all signs of projection, all signs of shadow. What they locked away is calling to them through every artist they meet, through every museum they can't help but visit, through every moment they feel dead inside, but they can't hear it, because they're convinced creativity is for other people, not for them. They made their choice. They're not an artist. Except they are. They always were. They just locked that self in the basement, and the accountant self they're living. It's not wrong. It's just incomplete. What would happen if they reclaimed the artist? Not by quitting their job and starving, but by integrating the creative self into their life, by making space for both numbers and paint, logic and imagination, structure and flow. That's wholeness, not choosing, including or think. About the warrior who became passive, locked their healthy aggression away because they were told fighting was bad, standing up for yourself was mean, protecting your boundaries was selfish, and now they're kind, agreeable, everyone likes them, and everyone walks all over them. They see assertive people and feel what? Judgment, fear, secret admiration, disgust, all signs of projection, all signs of shadow. What they locked away is calling to them. Through every boundary violation, through every moment they say yes when they mean no, through every relationship where they give and give until they're empty, but they can't access it, because they're convinced aggression is toxic, fighting is bad. They're not that kind of person, except they could be, if they reclaimed the warrior, not the toxic version they were warned about, but the healthy version, the part that says no, that defends, that fights for what matters, that stands their ground. That's not violence, that's vitality, and without it, they're not peaceful, they're just exhausted. This is what Jung meant by the golden shadow. Everything you need is already inside you. You just forgot, or you were taught to forget, and now you're living like a millionaire who thinks they're broke, like someone with a vault full of treasure who's convinced they have nothing. The key is right there in your pocket. It's always been there. You just have to turn it, open the door, walk into the basement, and see what's really there. Not monsters, not demons, not the darkness you feared, but you, the parts of you that you rejected, the qualities you denied, the self you abandoned, waiting, patient, powerful, ready to come home. And when you bring them home, when you integrate what you've projected, when you reclaim what you've rejected, that's when the real transformation begins. Not because you become someone different, but because you become someone whole. You stop admiring in others what you won't claim in yourself. You stop projecting your gold onto people and then resenting them for having what you don't. You stop fragmenting your energy between maintaining the persona and suppressing the shadow, and suddenly, all that energy, it's available for creating, for living, for becoming. But we're still just scratching the surface, because the golden shadow is only part of the story. There's another part, a darker part, the part that isn't gold disguised as lead. It's the part that actually is lead. The rage, the shame, the parts you locked away not because they were gifts, but because they were dangerous. And those parts, they're not waiting patiently in the basement. They're active. They're running the show. They're controlling your life from the shadows. And until you see them, until you face them, until you understand how they've been pulling the strings, ... you're not free. You're a puppet, and the shadow is the puppet master, and it's time to cut the strings. You think you're in control of your life. You think the choices you make are yours, the relationships you choose, the patterns you repeat, the way you react when someone pushes your buttons. You think it's you, making conscious decisions, steering your life in the direction you want to go. But Jung discovered something terrifying. Most of what you do, most of what you choose, most of who you think you are, isn't coming from you at all. It's coming from the basement, from the parts you locked away, the emotions you buried, the wounds you never healed, the aspects of yourself you refuse to acknowledge. They didn't disappear when you hid them. They didn't fade away because you stopped looking. They grew. They organized. They learned to operate in the dark. And now, they're running the show. You're not the director of your life. You're the puppet and the shadow. The shadow is pulling the strings. Let me show you how this works. Think about the last time someone really triggered you. Someone said something, did something, and you had a reaction that was way bigger than the situation called for. Maybe someone criticized you and you spiraled for days. Maybe someone didn't text back and you felt abandoned. Maybe someone succeeded, where you failed and you felt rage disguised as judgment. In the moment, it felt justified. They were wrong. They hurt you. They deserved your reaction. But here's what Jung understood. If the reaction is bigger than the situation, it's not about the situation. It's about the shadow. Something in what happened touched something you buried. Something you won't look at. Something you've been running from. And the shadow reacted. Not you. The shadow. The part of you that's still 5 years old and desperate for approval. The part that's still 13 and terrified of rejection. The part that's still 17 and convinced you're not good enough. That part doesn't live in the past. It lives in your shadow, and it's active right now, making decisions, controlling reactions, running patterns without your conscious awareness. This is what Jung meant when he said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. You think it's fate that you keep choosing the same kind of partner, the one who abandons you, the one who criticizes you, the one who needs saving. It's not fate, it's the shadow. Recreating the original wound, trying to resolve it, failing, and trying again. You think it's fate that you sabotage yourself right before success, that you get sick right before the big opportunity, that you blow up the relationship right when it gets good. It's not fate, it's the shadow. The part that learned you're not worthy, that doesn't believe you deserve it, that feels safer in familiar pain than unknown joy. You think it's fate that you're stuck in patterns you can see but can't change, that you know what you should do, but you can't do it, that you understand yourself intellectually but nothing transforms. It's not fate. It's the shadow. Understanding doesn't change the shadow. You can't think your way out of what you won't feel your way through. And the shadow, it communicates through feeling, through body, through compulsion, through the things you do that make no logical sense, but feel utterly necessary in the moment. Jung called these autonomous complexes, parts of your psyche that split off, developed their own agendas, their own logic, their own power. They're not you. But they're not you either. They're fragments, younger versions, wounded parts, exiled selves, and they have more control than you want to admit. Think about it like this. You're not one unified self. You're a collection of selves, and most of them you disowned. There's the part that wants to be loved, the part that's terrified of being hurt, the part that wants to succeed, the part that's convinced you'll fail, the part that wants connection, the part that pushes everyone away. In a healthy psyche, these parts talk to each other, they integrate, they work together under the guidance of a mature self. But in most people, these parts are at war, and the parts you rejected, the ones in the shadow, they're saboteurs, not because they're evil, but because they're trying to protect you using strategies that worked when you were 7, but destroy you now. The part that learned love equals pain is still protecting you by making sure you never get close enough to be hurt, by choosing unavailable people, by leaving before they can leave you. It thinks it's keeping you safe. It's actually keeping you alone. The part that learned your worth comes from achievement. It's still protecting you by driving you harder, never letting you rest, convincing you that if you stop, you'll be worthless. It thinks it's keeping you valuable. It's actually killing you. The part that learned conflict equals danger. It's still protecting you by making you agreeable, compliant, invisible. It thinks it's keeping you safe. It's actually erasing you. See the pattern? Every shadow part has a positive intention, a protective function, a reason it exists, but it's operating with outdated information, child logic, survival strategies that don't work anymore, and you can't negotiate with it. You can't convince it. You can't outsmart it, because it's not listening to your conscious mind. It's running on automatic, deep in the basement, pulling the strings. This is why therapy fails for so many people. Why self-help doesn't work. Why you can read every book, attend every workshop, understand yourself perfectly, and still not change. Because you're trying to change from the conscious mind, and the conscious mind isn't in charge. The shadow is, and the shadow doesn't respond to logic. It responds to recognition, to being seen, to being felt. But most people won't do that, won't go there, won't feel what they've been avoiding, so they stay stuck, and they blame themselves, call themselves weak, broken, unfixable. They're not. They're just trying to change the wrong part. You can't fix the shadow. You can only integrate it. Bring it into the light. Let it speak. Let it be seen, and that requires something most people aren't willing to do. It requires you to stop identifying as the conscious self and start admitting that you're more than that, bigger than that, more complex than the story you tell about who you are. It requires you to say, I am not just the good person. I am also the part that rages. I am not just the strong person. I am also the part that's terrified. I am not just the rational person. I am also the part that's wild. I am all of it. And right now, I'm being run by the parts I won't admit exist. Jung saw this most clearly in projection. Projection is the shadow's favorite tool, its primary operating system. You see in others what you won't see in yourself, the person who constantly criticizes others for being fake. They're projecting. There's a part of them that feels inauthentic, that wears masks, that they won't acknowledge. The person who's obsessed with calling out narcissists, they're projecting. There's a part of them that's self-centered, that wants attention, that they've deemed unacceptable. The person who judges others for being weak, too sensitive, too emotional, They're projecting. There's a vulnerable part of themselves they've rejected, and they attack it in others. This is how the shadow controls you without you knowing. It takes what you can't own and puts it on someone else. And then you react to them with an intensity that has nothing to do with them and everything to do with you. You're not seeing them. You're seeing your shadow, externalized, walking around outside you, and you're attacking it out there because you won't integrate it in here, Jung said. Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. But most people don't want to understand. They want to be right. They want the other person to be the problem. Because if the problem is out there, you don't have to look in here. You don't have to face what you've been running from. But here's the thing. The people who trigger you, they're mirrors, showing you what you won't see, and you'll keep attracting them, keep encountering them, keep having the same conflicts with different people until you get it, until you stop looking at the mirror and start looking at what the mirror is showing you, your shadow, operating, controlling, running the show. And it's not just individuals. It's whole cultures, whole societies. Jung saw this most clearly in Germany, in the rise of fascism, in the collective possession by shadow material, a whole culture that prided itself on order, rationality, civilization, had locked away the violent, tribal, irrational parts of themselves, and those parts didn't disappear. They grew in the collective basement. They organized, they waited, and then they erupted through a leader who embodied everything they'd rejected, who gave voice to the shadow, who channeled the collective darkness, and millions of people, good people, rational people, civilized people, followed, because the shadow, when it's denied long enough, doesn't whisper. It screams, it doesn't suggest. It possesses, and what you won't integrate consciously, you'll act out unconsciously, individually, collectively. It doesn't matter. The mechanism is the same. Deny the darkness, and it doesn't go away. It waits, it gathers power, and then it takes over. This is why Jung was so urgent about shadow work, why he saw it as not just personal healing, but collective necessity, because a world full of people who don't know their own darkness, who project it onto others, who are being run by unconscious forces they won't acknowledge. That world is dangerous. That world goes to war, scapegoats minorities, demonizes the other, destroys itself. All because individuals won't do the one thing that would change everything. Turn around, face the darkness, own it, integrate it, not because it's noble, but because it's necessary for your own liberation and for everyone around you. But let's bring this back to you, to your life, to the puppet strings you can't see. How do you know when the shadow is running you? Jung gave us clues, symptoms, patterns to watch for. Repetition. When you keep having the same experience with different people, that's the shadow. Same abandonment, same betrayal, same feeling of not being enough. The people change. The pattern doesn't, because the pattern isn't about them. It's about the shadow part that's orchestrating the whole thing. Disproportionate emotion. When your reaction is bigger than the situation, that's the shadow. When someone's small comment ruins your week. When a minor rejection feels like annihilation. when success feels dangerous instead of joyful. That's not about what's happening, that's about what happened. The old wound activated, the shadow part triggered, the past playing out in the present, compulsion, when you know you shouldn't do something but you do it anyway. When you watch yourself make the choice that will hurt you and you can't stop, that's not weakness, that's the shadow, operating below consciousness, following its own logic, protecting you in ways that destroy you. Addiction to substances, to behaviors, to people, when you can't stop even though you want to. When the thing that's killing you is the thing you can't live without. That's the shadow, trying to fill the void, trying to numb the pain, trying to give you what you won't give yourself. Dreams, especially the recurring ones, the ones where you're being chased, falling, showing up unprepared, losing something precious. Those aren't random, they're messages from the shadow, trying to show you what you won't see while you're awake. And projection, always projection. When you have strong reactions to people, when you judge them intensely, when you're fascinated or repulsed, ... that single quote's the shadow, showing itself to you, in them. So what do? When you realize you're being run by forces you can't see, when you understand that the conscious you is not in charge, most people panic, try to assert more control, work harder at being good, strengthen the persona, lock the basement door tighter. But that doesn't work. That's what created the problem in the first place. The answer isn't more control. It's less, or rather, a different kind. Not controlling what's in the shadow, but consciously relating to it. Not fighting the puppet master, but turning to face it and asking, who are you? What do you want? What are you trying to protect me from? Because the shadow, when you actually meet it, is never what you expected. It's not a monster. It's not evil. It's not your enemy. It's a part of you, usually a young part, a hurt part, a part that's been in the dark so long it forgot there was any other way to be, and it's been pulling the strings not to hurt you, but because it doesn't know what else to do. It's trying to keep you safe using the only strategies it knows. Strategies that made sense once, in your childhood, in the moment of wounding, but don't make sense now, and it can't update, can't evolve, can't change, because it's been locked in the basement, frozen in time, operating in darkness, the only way. It changes, as if you bring it light, not by eliminating it, but by seeing it, acknowledging it, dialoguing with it, by saying, I see you. I know you're trying to help, but there's another way now, and I need you to trust me. That's integration. That's how the puppet becomes a person again, not by cutting the strings, but by taking them consciously in your own hands, by becoming aware of what was unconscious, by making visible what was invisible, by bringing into relationship what was exiled. And when you do that, when you stop being run by the shadow and start consciously working with it, everything changes. The patterns break, the compulsions loosen, the triggers lose their power, not because the shadow disappears, but because it's no longer operating in the dark. It's part of you, integrated, conscious, working with you instead of against you. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Because before integration can happen, before the shadow can be brought into the light, there has to be a moment, a crisis, a breaking point, a moment when the puppet strings become visible, when the basement door flies open, when you can no longer deny what's been controlling you. Jung called this the confrontation with the shadow, and it's not gentle, it's sour, it's not easy, it's not something you can do halfway, it's a death of the persona, of the illusion of control, of everything you thought you were. And most people, when that moment comes, when the crisis hits, they run. They rebuild the walls. They relock the door. They go back to the familiar prison, because the alternative, facing what's in the darkness, that feels like annihilation, but it's not. It's liberation. And a few who are brave enough to stay, to turn, to face what they've been fleeing, they discover something that changes everything. The darkness was never trying to destroy them. It was trying to free them. Asterisk, there comes a moment in some people's lives when everything they've built collapses. Not slowly, not gradually, but all at once. The marriage ends. The job disappears. The diagnosis comes. The betrayal is revealed. The addiction can't be hidden anymore. Or sometimes it's quieter. No external crisis. Just an internal knowing that you can't ignore anymore. You wake up one day and you don't recognize your life. Or worse, you don't recognize yourself. And something inside you whispers, this isn't working. This has never been working. And I can't pretend anymore. Jung called this the confrontation with the shadow. It's the moment when the persona cracks. When the mask you've been wearing your whole life finally shatters. When the basement door you've kept locked flies open, and everything you've been hiding comes flooding out, and you have a choice. Run, rebuild the walls, go back to sleep, or stay, turn, face what's coming, and let it destroy you. Not literally, but the you that you thought you were, the you that was acceptable, the you that was safe, the you has to die, so the real you can finally be born. This moment doesn't announce itself. It doesn't send a warning. It comes disguised as the worst day of your life. You lose the person you thought you couldn't live without. And suddenly you're forced to discover who you are without them, without the role you played, without the identity you borrowed from the relationship. You lose the career you built your whole sense of worth around. And suddenly you're forced to face the question, if I'm not my achievements, who am I? You lose your health, your certainty, your control. And suddenly you're forced to surrender the illusion that you were ever in control to begin with. Or the crisis is internal, a depression that won't lift, an anxiety that won't quiet, a numbness that won't break, an emptiness that success can't fill. Something is wrong, has been wrong, and all your strategies for fixing it, managing it, ignoring it, they're not working anymore. The shadow is rising, breaking through, demanding to be seen. And you can't push it back down this time. Jung knew this moment intimately, because he lived it. At the height of his career, respected, successful, married, stable, he had a complete psychological breakdown. Everything he thought he knew collapsed. His mentor Freud rejected him. His theories were Instead of rebuilding the persona, instead of going back to what was safe, he descended, deliberately, into his own darkness. He started what he later called active imagination, dialoguing with the figures in his psyche, the parts he'd rejected, the selves he'd denied. He painted, he sculpted, he wrote in what would become the Red Book, a record of his journey into the underworld, of his own mind. His colleagues thought he was having a psychotic break. His wife worried he'd never return, but Jung knew something they didn't. He knew that the breakdown was actually a breakthrough, that the crisis was an invitation, that the darkness wasn't trying to destroy him, it was trying to initiate him into wholeness, into truth, into the self he'd always been but had forgotten how to be, and he emerged transformed, not fixed, not healed in the conventional sense, but whole, integrated, alive in a way he'd never been before, because he did the one thing most people won't do. He met his shadow, and he let it change him. So what does this moment actually feel like, when the shadow rises and you can't avoid it anymore? It feels like death. Everything you thought was solid becomes liquid. Everything you were certain about becomes questionable. Everything you built your identity on crumbles. You look in the mirror and you don't recognize the person looking back. Or worse, you recognize them for the first time. And you're horrified, because you see it now. The anger you've been denying, the neediness you've been hiding, the jealousy you've been projecting, the shame you've been carrying. You see how you've hurt people while convincing yourself you were helping, how you've manipulated while telling yourself you were loving, how you've controlled while pretending you were supporting. You see the ways you've betrayed yourself, the dreams you abandoned, the truths you silenced, the parts of yourself you killed to be acceptable. And the grief is unbearable, not just for what you lost, but for what you never allowed yourself to have, for who you could have been. If you hadn't spent your whole life hiding, this is what Jung meant when he said the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. It's a privilege. But first, it's a death. The death of who you pretended to be. Most people, when they reach this moment, they turn back. The pain is too much. The uncertainty is too terrifying. The loss of identity is too destabilizing. So they rebuild. Faster this time, stronger this time. They find a new relationship to distract from the old wound, a new achievement to prove their worth, a new belief system to make sense of the chaos. You don't fight them. You don't try to eliminate them. You do something that changes everything. You listen to them. You ask, "What are you trying to tell me? What do you need? What are you protecting me from?" And they answer, not in words necessarily, but in images, in feelings, in body sensations, in memories that flood back, and you start to understand. The rage isn't irrational. It's the healthy anger you weren't allowed to feel when you were violated, when your boundaries were crossed, when you were told your no didn't matter. The fear isn't weakness. It's the terror you had to suppress when you weren't safe, when the adults who should have protected you didn't. When you learned that survival meant not showing fear. The neediness isn't pathetic. It's the unfulfilled longing for connection, for being seen, for mattering to someone, for being loved, not for what you do, but for who you are. The shame isn't truth. It's the internalized message that you were wrong, bad, too much, not enough, unworthy of love. All of it makes sense when you finally see where it came from, when you understand it's not random, not a defect, not proof that you're broken. It's your psyche's intelligent response to what happened, to what you experienced, to what you needed but didn't get. And that changes everything. Jung developed a practice for this moment, for when you meet the shadow and it starts to speak. He called it active. They go to therapy and learn to manage their symptoms without ever touching the source. They read self-help books that teach them to think differently without ever teaching them to feel. They do everything, except the one thing that would actually transform them. They won't stay with the death. They won't let the old self die, and so they stay stuck, in more sophisticated ways, with better language, with more awareness, but stuck nonetheless, because you can't be reborn. If you won't die first, you can't integrate the shadow if you won't. Face it, you can't become whole if you keep clinging to the fragment. But the ones who stay, the ones who are brave enough, desperate enough, or broken enough to not run, ... they discover something miraculous. The shadow, when you finally meet it, is not what you expected. You thought it would be a monster, something evil, something that would consume you. But it's not. It's a child, your child. The part of you that got left behind, still angry about what happened, still hurt, still waiting for someone to come back and get them. And they've been running your life from the basement, making sure you never get hurt like that again, protecting you in the only ways they know how, by pushing people away before they can leave, by sabotaging success before it can be taken, by numbing feelings before they can overwhelm. They're not trying to destroy you, they're trying to save you, but they're using strategies from childhood, and those strategies are killing the adult. You're trying to become so when you meet them, when you finally turn and face them in the darkness. ... Imagination. It's deceptively simple. You create space, quiet, stillness, and you invite the shadow to appear, not to analyze it, not to fix it, not to make it go away, just to meet it, to see it, to let it show you what it needs to show you. For Jung, it appeared as figures, wise old men, mysterious women, animals, children, archetypal beings from the collective unconscious. He would dialogue with them, draw them, sculpt them, write their words. And through this process, he learned things his conscious mind couldn't have known. He accessed wisdom his ego couldn't have accessed. He integrated parts of himself his persona couldn't have accepted. For others, the shadow appears differently, in dreams that won't stop recurring, in body symptoms that won't resolve, in creative work that pours out unbidden, in synchronicities that feel like messages from the universe. The form doesn't matter. What matters is the willingness to engage, to not run, to stay with what's arising, even when it's terrifying, even when it feels like madness, even when everything in you screams to stop. Because this is the initiation. This is the passage. This is the death that must happen before the rebirth can begin. And it's not a one-time event. It's a process, a unfolding, a gradual revelation. You meet one part of the shadow and you think you're done. And then another part emerges, and another, and another. Because the shadow isn't a single thing. It's layers, dimensions, a whole underworld of exiled selves. And each one needs to be met, seen, heard, integrated, not all at once, but over time, through patience, through compassion, through the willingness to keep facing what you'd rather avoid. But here's what nobody tells you about this process. Meeting the shadow doesn't make you feel better. Not at first. It makes you feel worse, because now you see things you can't unsee. You know things you can't unknow. You feel things you can't unfeel. You see how you've hurt people, how your unconscious patterns have damaged relationships, how your shadow has been acting out while you thought you were being good. You see the years you wasted, the opportunities you missed, the life you could have lived if you'd been brave enough to be yourself. You see your parents clearly for the first time, not as heroes or villains, but as wounded people who did their best and also hurt you deeply, and you have to hold both truths at once. You see the culture you live in, the systems of oppression, the collective shadow playing out on the world stage. And you can't just consume entertainment and ignore it anymore. You see everything, and it's overwhelming. This is what Jung called the dark night of the soul, the descent into the underworld, the necessary suffering that transformation requires. And most people, when they hit this phase, they think they're doing it wrong. They think something's broken. They want to go back, but you can't go back. You can only go through, because this is the fire. This is the crucible. This is where the old self burns away, so the new self can emerge. And if you run from the fire, you stay half-cooked, half-transformed, half-dash alive. But if you stay in it, if you let it burn what needs to burn, if you trust the process, even when it feels like destruction, you don't just survive, you're reborn, not as someone different, as someone more yourself than you've ever been. There's a moment Jung described, a moment in the alchemical process called the nigredo, the blackening dot. Everything turns to ash, everything dissolves, everything dies, and there's nothing you can do except witness it, endure it, trust that on the other side of this death, there's life, new life, real life. Your life, not the life you were told to live. Not the life that looked good on paper. Not the life that made others comfortable, but the life that's actually yours, that only you can live, that you came here to live. And that life, it can't begin until the false life ends. So when the crisis comes, when the shadow reases, when everything falls apart, don't run, don't rebuild, don't go back to sleep. Stay, witness, feel, grieve, rage, break, let the death happen. Let the old you die, because on the other side of this, death is not nothing. On the other side is everything. Everything you've been searching for, everything you've been longing for, everything you forgot was possible. Wholeness, authenticity, freedom, peace, not the peace of avoiding conflict, but the peace of being integrated, of not being at war with yourself anymore, not the freedom of doing whatever you want, but the freedom of being who you are without apology, not the authenticity of performing realness, but the authenticity of flaw, the authenticity of flaw, not performing at all, of just being. And Jung knew that this moment, this confrontation with the shadow, is the gateway. The only gateway. There's no other way through. You can't think your way to wholeness. You can't analyze your way to integration. You can't transcend what you won't descend into. You have to go down, into the darkness, into the basement, into the shadow. You have to meet what you've been fleeing, face what you've been denying, feel what you've been avoiding. And you have to do it consciously, not because the crisis forces you, but because you choose it. Because you understand that the only way out is through. The only way to light is through darkness. The only way to life is through death. So what happens after the confrontation? After you've met the shadow and it's shown you everything? You might expect relief, resolution, the sense that it's over. And now you can move on. But that's not what happens. What happens is, you're different, and you can't go back. You see yourself differently. You see the world differently. You see other people differently. The things that used to matter don't matter anymore. The things you used to want don't appeal anymore. The person you used to be feels like a stranger, and you're in between. Between the old life that's died and the new life that hasn't fully formed yet. Jung called this liminality, the threshold, the space between worlds, and it's disorienting, uncomfortable, sometimes excruciating, because you don't know who you are anymore. The old identity is gone, but the new one isn't clear yet. You don't know what you want. The old desires are meaningless. But the new ones haven't emerged yet. You don't know where you belong. The old world feels false, but the new world hasn't revealed itself yet. And you have to live in that uncertainty, that not knowing, that space of becoming. Most people can't stand it. They rush to create a new identity, a new story, a new sense of certainty. But Jung knew that this space, as uncomfortable as it is sacred, because it's in this space that transformation actually happens. It's in the uncertainty that new possibilities emerge. It's in the not knowing that true wisdom is born. So you wait. You stay with the discomfort. You resist the urge to rush to conclusions. You let yourself be remade, slowly, organically, from the inside out, and gradually, something new begins to emerge. Not a new persona, not a new mask, not a new version of the acceptable self, but the true self, the self that was always there, buried under conditioning, hidden under wounds, waiting to be discovered. And when that self emerges, when you start to live from that place, everything you thought was lost in the confrontation with the shadow, you discover it was never lost at all. It was just hidden, waiting for you to be ready to claim it. And now you're ready. Now the real work begins. You've met your shadow. You've seen what you've been running from. You've felt what you've been avoiding. You've faced the parts of yourself you've locked away. And now you're standing at a crossroads. Behind you is the old life, the persona, the mask, the acceptable self. It's familiar, it's safe, and it's dead. Ahead of you is the unknown, integration, wholeness, the self you've never been. It's terrifying, it's uncertain, and it's the only way forward. Most people get to this crossroads and they freeze, because they don't know how to move forward. They don't know what integration actually means or how to do it, so they stay stuck. Aware of their shadow, but not integrate with it. Conscious of their patterns, but still controlled by them. Knowing, but not transforming. And Jung understood why. Because integration isn't something you do once. It's not a technique you apply and then you're done. It's a conversation, an ongoing dialogue. A relationship you develop with the parts of yourself you've been at war with. Unlike any relationship, it requires presence, patience, honesty, and the willingness to listen even when you don't like what you're hearing. This is the work, the real work, the work that changes everything, not the crisis, not the confrontation, not the breakdown, but what comes after. The slow, difficult, sacred work of bringing the shadow home. Jung discovered that the psyche speaks in images, in symbols, in stories, not in concepts, not in analysis, not in intellectual understanding. Your conscious mind speaks in words. Your shadow speaks in dreams. And if you want to integrate the shadow, you have to learn its language. This is why therapy often fails. Why understanding yourself doesn't change you. Why you can analyze your patterns perfectly and still repeat them. Because you're speaking the wrong language. You're trying to think your way into wholeness. But the shadow doesn't think. It feels. It images, it moves. Through your body and your dreams and your creative expression. And if you want to reach it, if you want to dialogue with it, you have to meet it where it lives. Not in your head, but in your depths. Jung called this active imagination. And it's one of the most powerful tools for shadow integration that exists. Here's how it works. You create space. You quiet the mind. You drop beneath the noise of thought into the stillness beneath. And you wait. You wait for an image to arise. A figure, a scene, a feeling, something from the unconscious. And when it comes, you don't analyze it. You don't interpret it. You don't try to figure out what it means. You engage with it. You dialogue with it. You let it speak. Maybe it's a child, sitting alone, and you approach them, and you ask, "Who are you? What do you need?" Maybe it's an animal, wild, dangerous, and you don't run. You stand your ground, and you ask, "What are you protecting? What are you guarding?" Maybe it's a dark figure, threatening, and instead of fighting, you ask, "What do you want from me? Why are you here?" And they answer, not always in words, sometimes in images, sometimes in sensations, sometimes in an overwhelming flood of emotion, and you listen, you witness, you let them show you what they need to show you. This is not imagination in the casual sense. It's not making things up. It's not fantasy. It's accessing a deeper level of psyche, a level that's wiser than your conscious mind, a level that knows things you don't know, that sees things you can't see. Jung did this for years, especially during his breakdown, and the figures he met, the conversations he had. They transformed him, not because he understood them intellectually, but because he related to them. He honored them. He let them teach him. And slowly, gradually, they integrated, became part of him, not separate, not exiled, but woven into the fabric of his being. But active imagination isn't the only path, because people are different. Psyches are different. Some people meet their shadow through art, through painting what they can't say, through sculpting what they can't express, through creating images that bypass the conscious mind and speak directly from the depths. You don't have to be an artist to do this. You don't have to be good at it. You just have to be willing to let your hand move without knowing what it's creating. To use color and form and texture to give the shadow a voice. Jung painted mandalas, circular images, containers for chaos, symbols of wholeness. He didn't plan them. He didn't think about what they should look like. He just painted, and in the painting, something integrated, something that couldn't have integrated through words alone. Others meet their shadow through the body, through movement, through dance, through letting the body express what the mind won't allow, because the shadow lives in the body, in the tension you carry, in the chronic pain that won't resolve, in the posture you hold, in the breath you restrict. And when you move, when you let the body speak, when you dance the rage or the grief or the fear, something releases, something shifts, something comes home. Others meet their shadow through writing, not analyzing, not journaling about feelings, but writing as the shadow, giving it a voice, letting it speak without censorship. Dear younger me, dear rejected part, dear anger I've been avoiding ... and letting it respond in its own words, with its own truth. And what emerges is often shocking, often painful, often exactly what you needed to hear but couldn't hear any other way. The method doesn't matter. What matters is the willingness to engage, to create a space where the shadow can speak, and to listen without judgment. But here's what makes this so hard, and why most people start this work and then stop. When the shadow speaks, it doesn't say what you want to hear. It doesn't tell you you're doing great. It doesn't validate your story about yourself. It doesn't make you feel good. It tells you the truth, the uncomfortable, inconvenient, ego-destroying truth. It tells you that you've been lying to yourself, that the story you tell about who you are is a fiction, that the good person persona is a mask hiding someone more complex, more flawed, more human. It tells you that you're not the victim you think you are, that you've had more power than you admitted, that you've made choices that hurt people while convincing yourself you had no choice. It tells you that what you thought was love was sometimes control. What you thought was helping was sometimes manipulation. What you thought was strength was sometimes rigidity. And it hurts. God, it hurts. Because your ego wants to be right. It wants to be good. It wants to maintain the image. But the shadow doesn't care about the image. It cares about truth, about wholeness, about integrating what's been denied. So when you engage with it, when you open that dialogue, you have to be prepared for what it might say, and you have to be willing to hear it without defending, without rationalizing, without shutting it down. You have to sit with the discomfort of seeing yourself clearly, all of yourself, not just the acceptable parts. And that requires a kind of courage most people don't have. Jung noticed something else, something crucial about this process. The shadow doesn't integrate all at once. It integrates in layers. You meet one aspect, you integrate it, you think you're done, and then something happens, a trigger, a reaction, a pattern, and you realize there's another layer, another part you haven't seen yet, another wound you haven't healed yet, another aspect you haven't integrated yet, and you have to go back down, back into the darkness, back into the conversation, again and again and again. This is what he meant when he said individuation. The process of becoming whole is the work of a lifetime. It's not a destination you arrive at. It's a practice you engage in, a relationship you maintain, a dialogue you continue. Every time you get triggered, that's the shadow speaking, showing you where you're not integrated yet, where you're still fragmented, where there's still work to do. Every time you project onto someone, judging them intensely, that's the shadow showing you what you haven't owned in yourself yet. Every time you feel stuck in a pattern you can't break, that's the shadow inviting you into another layer of dialogue, another round of integration. And if you see this as failure, as proof that you're not doing it right, you'll despair. But if you see it as a process, as exactly how it's supposed to work, you'll relax into it. You'll stop expecting to be done. You'll stop trying to arrive at some final healed state, and you'll start engaging with the shadow as a lifelong companion, a teacher, a guide into deeper and deeper levels of self-understanding. There's a practice Jung developed that few people talk about, but it's essential. He called it holding the tension of opposites. Here's what he meant. You are not one thing. You are many things. Often contradictory things. You are strong and vulnerable, independent and needy, generous and selfish, loving and hateful, and the ego hates this. It wants to be one thing, consistently, predictably. Simply so it picks a side. I'm strong, not vulnerable. I'm generous, not selfish. I'm loving, not hateful. And it exiles the opposite into the shadow. But those opposites don't disappear. They create tension, internal conflict, a war within yourself. And that war exhausts you. It fragments you. It keeps you from being whole. Jung said that transformation doesn't come from choosing a side. It comes from holding both sides, consciously, without collapsing into either one. Yes, I am strong. And yes, I am vulnerable. And I can be both, in different moments, in different ways. Yes, I am generous. And yes, I am selfish. And both are part of being human. Yes, I love. And yes, I hate. And I can acknowledge both without being consumed by either. This is the tension, the paradox, the both and instead of either or. And when you can hold that tension, when you can stand in the middle without collapsing to one side or the other, ... something alchemical happens. A third thing emerges. Jung called it the transcendent function. It's not strong or vulnerable. It's integrated strength. Strength that can also be soft. It's not generous or selfish. It's healthy boundaries. Giving without depleting. Receiving without guilt. It's not love or hate. It's mature relationship, able to hold complexity, able to be honest even when it's hard. This is what integration actually produces, not the elimination of one side, but the inclusion of both sides, in service of something larger, the whole self, the individuated self, the self that doesn't have to fragment to survive. But let's be practical, because this can all sound abstract, theoretical, like something that happens in Jung's study, but not in your actual life. So what does this look like day to day? When you're trying to integrate the shadow while also living your life? It looks like noticing, constantly noticing. When you have a strong reaction to someone, instead of justifying it, you pause. You ask, what in me is this touching? What part of my shadow is being activated? When you feel a compulsion, an urge to do something you know isn't good for you, instead of either giving in or white-knuckling against it, you pause. You ask, what is this part trying to give me? What need is it trying to meet? When you have a dream that disturbs you, instead of ignoring it or analyzing it intellectually, you pause. You engage with it. You ask the figures in the dream, who are you? What are you showing me? When you feel numb, disconnected, like you're going through the motions, instead of pushing through, you pause. You ask, what feeling am I avoiding? What part of me am I shutting down? This is the practice. This constant turning toward instead of turning away. This willingness to meet what's arising instead of managing it, or avoiding it, or transcending it. And it's hard, because life is busy. Distractions are endless. And your ego will give you 1,000 reasons to skip the pause. Avoid the conversation, stay on the surface. But every time you pause, every time you turn toward, every time you engage with the shadow instead of running from it, you integrate a little more. You become a little more whole. You live a little more from truth instead of from persona. And over time, those small moments add up. They compound, they transform you, not dramatically, not overnight, but steadily, surely, inevitably. There's something else Jung discovered about this process, something that changed how he understood the human psyche. He discovered that the shadow isn't just personal. It's not just your individual rejected parts. There's a layer beneath the personal shadow, a deeper layer. Jung called it the collective unconscious, the archetypal level, the patterns and images that all humans share. And accessing this level changes everything, because you start to see that your pain isn't just yours, your patterns aren't just yours, your shadow isn't just yours. You're carrying patterns from your ancestors, wounds from your lineage, archetypal themes that humanity has been wrestling with for millennia. The abandoned child you meet in active imagination. That's not just you at age 5. That's the archetypal orphan. Every child who's ever felt unwanted. Every human who's ever known loneliness. The inner critic that won't stop judging. That's not just your parents' voice. That's the archetypal judge. The collective superego. The cultural conditioning of what's acceptable. The wild part you've suppressed. That's not just your personal rebellion. That's the archetypal wildness, the instinctual self that civilization has been trying to tame for thousands of years. When you see this, when you recognize the archetypal dimension, it changes the conversation. You're not just healing yourself. You're engaging with patterns larger than yourself. Transforming not just your psyche, but contributing to the transformation of the collective. And there's something profound about that. Something that makes the work feel less isolating, less personal, more purposeful. You're not just fixing yourself. You're participating in the evolution of consciousness itself. But Jung also warned about something dangerous that happens when people start shiter work. They can become identified with the shadow. Flip from identifying with the persona to identifying with the darkness. The nice person discovers their anger and becomes the angry person. The passive person discovers their power and becomes domineering. The spiritual person discovers their ego and becomes cynical. This is what Jung called enantiodromia, the swing to the opposite, and it's not integration. It's just trading one fragment for another, one mask for another, one prison for another. Real integration means you don't become the shadow. You include it. You don't stop being kind when you access your anger. You become kind with boundaries, kind with discernment, kind without doormat energy. You don't stop being thoughtful when you access your wildness. You become thoughtful with spontaneity, structured with flow, responsible with joy. You don't reject the persona when you integrate the shadow. You hold it more lightly, wear it more consciously, use it as a tool instead of being used by it. This is the art, the balance, the ongoing practice, not swinging between opposites, but holding the center, not collapsing into either pole, but standing in the creative tension between them. And that's where the magic happens. That's where transformation lives, in the middle, in the paradox, in the both dash. And so where does this leave you, right now, in this moment, with your shadow that's been rising, your patterns that keep repeating, your fragments that long to be whole? It leaves you with a choice. You can keep managing symptoms. You can keep understanding without transforming. You can keep being aware of your shadow without actually integrating it. Or you can begin the conversation, the real conversation, the difficult, ongoing, sacred conversation with the parts of yourself you've exiled, not through thinking about it, but through engaging with it. Through active imagination or art or writing or movement or whatever form allows your shadow to speak. And you can commit to the practice, not as a project with an endpoint, but as a relationship with no finish line. Because your shadow isn't something to fix and be done with. It's someone to be in relationship with, for life. And when you approach it that way, when you stop trying to conquer it and start trying to understand it, everything changes. The war inside you starts to ease. The fragments start to come together. The energy you've been using to suppress parts of yourself becomes available for actually living, and you start to discover something that Jung knew was the greatest gift of this work. You start to become real, authentic, whole, not perfect, not healed in some final way, not without struggle or pain or complexity, but integrated, honest, alive, living from the truth of who you actually are instead of the story of who you think you should be. And that's everything. That's what makes this work worth it. What makes the descent into darkness necessary? What makes the conversation with the shadow sacred? Because on the other side of that conversation isn't just personal transformation. It's the life you came here to live, the self you came here to be, the wholeness you've been searching for. And it was never out there. It was always in here, in the darkness, in the shadow, in the parts you rejected, waiting for you to turn around, to come home, to finally become whole. Something shifts when you stop running from your shadow and start running toward it. It's subtle at first, so subtle you might not even notice, but one day you realize you didn't react the way you normally would. Someone criticized you, and instead of spiraling. You just noticed it, felt it, let it pass. Or you set a boundary and didn't feel guilty. Or you felt your anger and it didn't terrify you. Or you sat with your sadness instead of numbing it. Small moments, barely perceptible shifts, but they're not small at all. They're evidence of something profound. You're changing, not becoming someone different, becoming more yourself, the you that was always there, beneath the conditioning, beneath the wounds, beneath the persona you built to survive. That you is starting to emerge. And when it does, when you start living from that integrated place, everything changes, not all at once. Not in some dramatic transformation where you wake up enlightened, but gradually, steadily, in ways that compound over time until one day you look back and you don't recognize the person you used to be, because you're not fragmented anymore. You're not at war with yourself. You're not using all your energy to maintain a mask and suppress a shadow. You're whole, and wholeness changes everything. The ancient alchemists had a word for this process. They called it the magnum opus, the great work. They spoke of taking base, metal, lead, and through a series of transformations, turning it into gold. Most people thought they were talking about literal metal, about getting rich, about some magical formula for material wealth. But Jung understood what they were really describing. They were describing the transformation of the psyche, the integration of the shadow, the process of becoming whole. The lead was the rejected self, the heavy, dark, shameful parts. The shadow, the gold, was what those parts became when they were integrated, when they were brought into consciousness, when they were no longer rejected but included. And the process, the heating, the dissolving, the recombining, that was the psychological work, the descent, the confrontation, the dialogue, the integration. It wasn't easy. It wasn't quick. It required fire. It required patience. It required the willingness to let the old form dissolve so a new form could emerge. But when it worked, when the process completed, what emerged was precious, incorruptible, real, not the persona, not the mask, not the acceptable self, but the true self, the whole self, the gold that was always there, hidden under layers of lead. So what actually changes when you integrate the shadow? What does wholeness look like in practice? First, you stop being so reactive. Think about how much energy you've spent reacting to things, to people who trigger you, to situations that activate old wounds, to your own emotions that you're trying to control. All that reactivity, it's the shadow, operating unconsciously, making you dance to patterns you didn't choose. But when you integrate it, when you bring it into consciousness, something remarkable happens. You still feel the feelings, you still notice the triggers, but there's space now. Between stimulus and response, someone says something critical and you feel it, but you're not consumed by it. You don't spend 3 days ruminating. You don't create stories about what it means about your worth. You just feel it, notice it, let it move through you, and then you respond from choice instead of from compulsion. That space, that's freedom. That's what integration gives you, not the absence of difficult feelings, but the capacity to be with them without being controlled by them. And that changes how you move through the world. You're no longer a puppet being, jerked around by your unconscious. You're a person, making conscious choices, even when those choices are hard, even when they go against old patterns, even when they require you to be different than you've always been. Second, your relationships transform, not because other people change, but because you change when you're fragmented, when you're at war with your shadow. You need other people to play roles in your internal drama. You need someone to be the strong one so you can be the weak one. Or you need someone to be the weak one so you can be the strong one. You need someone to carry your anger for you, or your sadness, or your vulnerability. You need someone to be perfect so you can project your golden shadow onto them. Or you need someone to be flawed so you can project your dark shadow onto them. Your relationships aren't really relationships. They're projection screens. And you're not really seeing the other person. You're seeing your unconscious playing out through them. But when you integrate, when you reclaim your projections, when you own all the parts of yourself instead of exiling them or giving them away, you stop needing people to complete you, because you're already complete. You stop needing people to be something they're not, because you're being what you are, and suddenly actual relationship becomes possible with actual people, not with the versions of them you created in your mind. You can see them, really see them, without needing them to be different, without needing them to fix you or save you or validate you. And they can see you, really see you, not the persona you perform, but the whole you, light and dark, integrated. And that kind of intimacy, that kind of connection, it's what you've been searching for your whole life. Not the fantasy relationship where someone completes you, but the real relationship where two whole people choose each other. That's only possible after shadow integration. Before that, you're too fragmented to truly connect. Third, your work changes. Not necessarily what you do, but how you do it. And why? When you're living from the persona, your work is about proving you're good enough, smart enough, successful enough, worthy enough. You're driven by fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of being exposed as a fraud. And it works for a while. That fear drives you, pushes you, makes you achieve, but it also exhausts you, because you're never enough. The goalpost keeps moving. The validation never lasts. And underneath the achievements, you feel empty, because the work isn't actually yours. It's what you think you should do, what will make others impressed, what proves your worth. But when you integrate the shadow, when you stop living for validation and start living from truth, your work becomes authentic. It comes from you, from what you actually care about, from what you're genuinely called to create. And it might be the same work, same job, same industry, but you do it differently. Not from fear, from purpose, not to prove, to express, not to be enough, to create something meaningful. And the strange thing, you often become more successful, not because you're trying harder, but because you're no longer sabotaging yourself, the shadow part that was afraid of success, that was convinced you didn't deserve it, that would sabotage you right before breakthrough. It's integrated now, so you can actually receive what you are. Create. Actually let yourself succeed. actually allow good things without unconsciously destroying them. And your creativity. It explodes, because creativity doesn't come from the persona. It comes from the depths, from the unconscious, from the parts of yourself you've been rejecting. When you integrate those parts, when you give them voice, when you let them contribute, your creative capacity multiplies, ideas flow, connections happen. Work that used to feel like struggle becomes play. Not because it's easy, but because you're no longer fighting yourself while you're doing it. Fourth, your body changes. This one surprises people, but Jung knew it. The body and psyche aren't separate. They're one system. When you're at war with your shadow, your body holds that war. In tension, in pain, in illness, in exhaustion, the anger you won't feel becomes tight shoulders. The grief you won't cry becomes a heavy chest. The fear you won't acknowledge becomes a clenched stomach. Your body is literally holding the shadow you won't integrate, and no amount of massage or medication or exercise will fully resolve it. Because the source isn't physical, it's psychological. But when you integrate, when you let yourself feel what you've been avoiding, when you bring the shadow into consciousness, the body releases, tension dissolves, chronic pain eases, energy returns. Not magically, not overnight, but noticeably, steadily. People report that they can breathe more deeply, sleep more soundly, feel more alive in their skin, because they're not using their body as a storage unit for ejected emotions anymore, and their physical health often improves. Mysterious symptoms resolve. Illnesses that wouldn't heal start healing. Jung believed that many physical ailments have psychological components, that the body gets sick when the psyche is fragmented. And while he wasn't saying all illness is psychological, he was saying that wholeness supports health in ways we don't fully understand. When you stop being at war with yourself, you're immune. System stops being at war with you when you integrate what's been rejected. Your body can finally relax, and relaxation is the foundation of healing. Fifth, and this is the most profound ... you discover peace. Not the peace of having no problems, not the peace of life going the way you want, not the peace of controlling everything, but the peace of not being divided against yourself anymore, the peace of accepting all of who you are. The light and the dark, the strength and the vulnerability, the wisdom and the foolishness, the peace of not having to pretend, not having to perform, not having to maintain an image. You can just be, fully, completely, without apology. And that ... that is what you've been searching for beneath all the searching. Not success, not love, not achievement, not even happiness. Peace, the peace of wholeness, the peace of coming home to yourself. And once you have that, once you know what it feels like to be integrated, ... everything else becomes secondary. You still want things, you still have goals, you still engage with life, but you're not desperately seeking something outside yourself to complete you, because you're already complete. You're not trying to fill a void, because you've integrated the void, made space for it. Let it be part of the wholeness instead of something to run from, and from that place, from that integrated, whole, peaceful place, life becomes so much richer, so much deeper, so much more real, because you're finally here, finally present, finally alive in a way you've never been before. But Jung was careful to emphasize something crucial. Integration doesn't make you perfect. It doesn't eliminate suffering. It doesn't mean you never struggle again. In fact, in some ways, life becomes harder after integration, because you can't hide anymore. You can't numb. You can't avoid. You can't pretend. You feel more, see more, know more, and that can be overwhelming, especially when you look at the world, at the collective shadow playing out everywhere, at the suffering, at the systems built on unconsciousness. You can't just consume and ignore anymore. You can't just go along with things you know are wrong. Your integrity won't let you. Your wholeness demands truth, even when truth is uncomfortable. So integration brings responsibility. The responsibility to live consciously, to act with awareness, to contribute, to collective healing. But here's what makes it bearable. What makes it worthwhile? Do you have capacity now? Real capacity. Not the fragile kind that comes from avoiding hard things, but the deep kind that comes from having faced your own darkness, from having integrated your own shadow, from having survived your own death and rebirth. So you can hold complexity. You can sit with paradox. You can be with suffering without being destroyed by it. You can feel deeply and not be overwhelmed. You can care intensely and not burn out. You can engage with difficulty and not fragment, because you're not fighting yourself anymore. All that energy you were using for internal warfare, it's available now for actually living, for actually engaging, for actually contributing. And that's the gift. That's what wholeness gives you. Not a perfect life, but a real one. Not the absence of pain, but the capacity to metabolize it. Not the elimination of difficulty, but the strength to meet it. There's a moment Jung described, a moment in the integration process when something clicks. He called it the Koningsio, the sacred marriage, the union of opposites. It's when the conscious and unconscious come together, when the persona and shadow integrate, when light and dark merge into wholeness. And in that moment, something new is born. Jung called it the self, capital S, not the ego self, not the persona self, but the true self, the totality of who you are, conscious and unconscious, light and shadow, individual and collective, all of it, held together, integrated, whole. And when you access that self, even for a moment, everything changes. You realize you're not just your story, not just your wounds, not just your patterns. You're something vast. Something that includes all of that, but isn't limited by it. You're connected to something larger, to the collective unconscious, to the archetypal realm, to life itself. And that connection, that sense of being part of something infinite, it gives meaning to everything, even the suffering. Especially the suffering, because you understand now that your pain wasn't random. Your struggles weren't pointless. Your shadow wasn't a mistake. It was all part of the process. The process of becoming who you actually are, and who you are. When you're whole, when you're integrated, you're extraordinary. Not better than others, but fully yourself. And that's extraordinary, because most people never get there. Most people live and die having never met their shadow, having never integrated their darkness. Having never become whole, they stay fragmented, divided, at war with themselves until the end. But you're doing the work. You're having the conversations. You're integrating what you once rejected. And that makes you rare. That makes you powerful. Not power over others, but power to transform, to heal, to become dot, and that power, it ripples out. Because here's what Jung discovered that changes everything about how we understand this work. When you integrate your shadow, you don't just change yourself. You change the field around you. Your family feels it, even if they don't understand. Something in the system shifts when you stop playing your old role. Your relationships reorganize. The people who were feeding on your unconsciousness fall away. The people who can meet your wholeness appear. Your work transforms. Opportunities that match your integrated self start showing up. Doors you didn't know existed start opening. Even strangers respond to you differently, because you're not projecting anymore. You're not unconsciously asking them to carry parts of you. You're whole, and wholeness is magnetic, not in a manipulative way, but in an authentic way. People feel safe around integrated people, real. Seeing that because when you're not at war with yourself, you're not at war with them either. You can meet them where they are without needing them to be different. You can hold space for their process without trying to fix them. You can be present without agenda. And that presence, it's healing. For everyone around you, this is what Jung meant when he said the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. It's not just a privilege for you, it's a gift to everyone whose life you touch, because the world needs whole people, desperately needs them. People who aren't projecting their shadow onto others, people who aren't acting out their unconscious patterns, people who can hold complexity and paradox, people who can be strong and vulnerable, wise and humble, powerful and gentle, people who have done the work, who have faced their darkness, who have integrated their shadow. Those people, they change the world, not through grand gestures, but through presence, through being, through wholeness. So where are you in this process, right now? In this moment, maybe you're just beginning to see your shadow, just starting to recognize the patterns, just beginning to question who you think you are. Or maybe you're in the middle of it, in the fire, in the dissolution, in the painful process of letting the old self die. Or maybe you've been doing this work for years, integrating layer after layer, discovering depth after depth. Wherever you are, it's exactly where you need to be, because this process doesn't happen on your timeline. It happens on its own timeline, the psyche's timeline. You can't force it, you can't rush it, you can only participate in it, show up for it, trust it, and if you do that, if you keep showing up, keep facing what arises, keep integrating what you once rejected, you will transform. Not might, will, because that's what this process does. It transforms, it alchemizes, it turns lead into gold, not the lead of your shadow into the gold of perfection, but the lead of your fragmentation into the gold of your wholeness. And when that happens, when you become whole, When you integrate what you rejected, you discover something that Jung spent his whole life trying to communicate. You discover that you were never broken. You were never flawed. You were never wrong. You were always whole. You just forgot. You just believed the lies. You just locked away the parts that didn't fit. But they're still there. They've always been there, waiting in the darkness, waiting to come home. And now you know how to bring them home, through dialogue, through practice, through the courage to keep facing what you'd rather avoid, through the sacred work of becoming whole. And that work, it's not a burden, it's not a chore, it's the most important thing you'll ever do, the most meaningful thing, the most sacred thing, because it's not just about you, it's about what becomes possible when you're whole, the relationships you can have, the work you can create, the presence you can offer, the healing you can contribute. All of that waits on the other side of integration, on the other side of wholeness, and you're on your way there, right now. Even if it doesn't feel like it, even if you're still in the fire, you're on your way, and that's everything. You thought the shadow was just yours, your personal wounds, your individual patterns, your specific childhood experiences that created your specific defenses. And it is all of that, but it's also more, much more, because the basement of your psyche doesn't end with your personal history. It goes deeper into your family's history, your culture's history, your species' history. There are patterns in your shadow that you didn't create, that were there before you were born, that have been passed down through generations like invisible inheritance. Your grandmother's unexpressed rage, your grandfather's ungrieved losses, your ancestors' unhealed trauma, all of it living in your psyche, all of it influencing your choices, all of it waiting to be seen. Jung called this the collective unconscious, and understanding it changes everything about shadow work, because you're not just integrating your personal darkness, you are participating in the healing of patterns much larger than yourself, patterns that have shaped families, cultures, civilizations. And when you do your work, when you integrate what your ancestors see, OULDN, single quotes, T, ... you break chains that have held your lineage for generations. Think about your family for a moment, not the story they tell about themselves, not the image they present, but the patterns underneath, the things nobody talks about, the feelings that are forbidden, the truths that stay buried. Every family has them, secrets, shames, unspoken rules about what's acceptable and what must never be acknowledged. And those secrets, those shames, they don't stay buried. They leak out. They get passed down, not through words, through energy, through behavior, through unconscious transmission from one generation to the next. The father who never cried teaches his son that vulnerability is dangerous, not by saying it, by never showing it, by treating emotion as weakness. And that son grows up with vulnerability in his shadow, and he passes it to his children, who pass it to theirs. 3 generations later, nobody remembers why the men in this family can't cry. They just know they can't. It's who they are. It's in their blood. Except it's not in their blood. It's in their collective shadow, or the mother who learned that anger meant abandonment, who saw her mother raged at and left, who internalized, "Never be angry or you'll be alone." And she teaches her daughter, wordlessly, that anger is unacceptable, that good women don't get angry, that rage must be suppressed, and that daughter grows up unable to set boundaries, unable to protect herself, unable to access the healthy aggression that every human needs, and she passes it to her children, who pass it to theirs. Generations of women who can't access their power, who think it's just who they are, who don't realize they're carrying their great-great-grandmother's wound. This is how family systems work. Trauma doesn't just affect the person who experienced it. It affects everyone downstream, until someone wakes up, until someone turns around, until someone says, "This pattern stops with me." Jung saw this most clearly in his own life. His grandfather was a pastor, respected, proper, everything appropriate on the surface and underneath. Affairs, secrets, shadow material that was never integrated. Jung's father inherited that split, became a pastor too, maintained the proper image, but something was dead inside him, something he couldn't access, couldn't express, couldn't heal, and Jung felt it, felt the weight of that unintegrated material, felt the call to do what his father and grandfather couldn't do, descend into the darkness, face what they avoided, integrate what they rejected. He didn't just heal himself, he healed a pattern in his lineage. He broke a cycle that had been running for generations. And when he did that, when he integrated what they couldn't, he didn't just free himself, he freed everyone downstream, his children, his grandchildren, everyone who came after, because integrated patterns don't get passed down. Only unintegrated ones do. This is the sacred responsibility of shadow work. You're not just doing it for yourself, you're doing it for everyone who came before you and couldn't. And everyone who comes after you and won't have to. But it's not just family patterns. It's cultural patterns to dot. Every culture has a collective shadow. Things the culture rejects, values it denies, truths it won't acknowledge. And just like personal shadow, the cultural shadow doesn't disappear because it's denied. It gets projected. It gets acted out. It erupts. Jung saw this in Germany, a culture that prided itself on order, rationality, civilization. And what did they reject? What went into the collective shadow? Chaos, irrationality, wildness, tribal instinct, the primal drives that civilization tried to transcend. And for a while, it worked. They built impressive systems, advanced science, created culture, but the shadow was growing, gathering power in the collective unconscious. And then it erupted, through fascism, through a leader who embodied everything they'd rejected, who channeled the collective darkness, and millions of people, good people, rational people, civilized people, followed him. Because when the collective shadow possesses a culture, individual consciousness doesn't matter. People act out patterns they don't understand. They do things they would have said were impossible. They scapegoat minorities. They dehumanize the other. They commit atrocities while convincing themselves they're doing good. All because the collective shadow wasn't integrated. It was denied. And denial doesn't eliminate darkness. It empowers it. Jung watched this happen. And he understood that it could happen anywhere, to any culture, any group. Whenever people deny their collective shadow, whenever they project it onto others, whenever they refuse to look at their own darkness, ... they become dangerous. Not intentionally, but inevitably. Look at any culture and you'll see it. The patterns. They reject collectively. American culture rejects vulnerability, worships strength, independence, self-reliance, and what's in the shadow? Neediness, dependence, the human reality that we need each other. So Americans struggle with intimacy, with asking for help, with admitting they're not okay, and they project their shadow onto anyone who seems weak. Judge them, dismiss them, tell them to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, all while carrying massive amounts of unacknowledged pain, loneliness, disconnection, because the shadow doesn't go away just because you refuse to look at it or take. Cultures that worship rationality, logic, the mind over the body, thought over feeling, what's in their shadow? Emotion, intuition, the body's wisdom, the non-rational ways of knowing. So they create systems that ignore feeling, that treat the body as a machine, that dismiss anything that can't be measured or proven. And they wonder why people are anxious, depressed, disconnected from themselves. Because you can't reject half of human experience without creating massive shadow material. Or cultures that emphasize the collective over the individual, that value harmony over authenticity, conformity over expression. What's in their shadow? Individual desire, personal truth, the need to be seen as unique. So people in those cultures struggle with identity, with knowing who they are separate from the group, with expressing what they truly want, and the shadow emerges in subtle rebellion, in depression, in the parts of themselves they can only access in private. Every culture creates its own shadow based on what it values, and then suffers from what it rejects. And the only solution, the same as personal shadow work, turn and face it. Acknowledge what's been denied. Integrate what's been rejected, not by abandoning cultural values, but by including what's been by holding the paradox. You can be strong and vulnerable, independent and connected, rational and intuitive, individual and collective. But most cultures won't do it. They double down on their values, reject the shadow even harder, and the suffering increases. There's an even deeper layer, beneath personal shadow, beneath family shadow, beneath cultural shadow. Jung called it the archetypal layer, the collective unconscious that all humans share, patterns that don't belong to you or your family or your culture. They belong to the species, to humanity itself. The shadow at this level isn't personal anymore. It's mythological, archetypal, universal. It's the parts of being human that civilization has been trying to transcend for thousands of years. The animal self, the wild self, the instinctual self that doesn't care about social rules or moral codes. That self wants what it wants. It's driven by hunger, by desire, by survival instinct, by territorial impulse. And civilization said, no, we're beyond that. We're rational, moral, evolved. And so the archetypal wildness went into the collective shadow, but it didn't disappear. It couldn't disappear, because it's part of being human, part of being animal, part of being alive. So it erupts in violence. That makes no sense. In compulsions we can't control. In moments when civilized people do uncivilized things, or it gets projected onto others, onto indigenous peoples who are still connected to the earth, onto anyone who seems more instinctual, more physical, more wild, we other them, fear them, try to civilize them, all while denying that we carry the same wildness in our own shadow. Jung knew that this archetypal shadow couldn't be eliminated, shouldn't be eliminated, because the instincts aren't bad. They're necessary. They keep us alive. They connect us to life force, to vitality, to being fully embodied. The task isn't to transcend them, it's to integrate them, to bring them into consciousness, to relate to them instead of being possessed by them, to say, yes, I am an animal, and yes, I am conscious, and I can be both. I can honor my instincts while also making choices. I can feel my wildness while also living in civilization. That integration, that's what creates a whole human, not the civilized human who's disconnected from nature, not the wild human who's disconnected from consciousness, but the integrated human who contains both. This is where shadow work gets truly profound and truly necessary, because we're living in a time when the collective shadow is erupting everywhere. Politically, we're seeing projection run rampant. People demonizing the other side, convinced that all evil is out there, never looking at their own darkness. Environmentally, we're destroying the earth, treating nature as something separate from us, rejecting our animal selves so completely that we're killing the ecosystem we depend on. Socially, we're more divided than ever, by race, by class, by ideology, each group projecting their shadow onto the others, each group convinced they're right and the others are wrong. And the solution? It's the same at every level: personal, family, cultural, collective. Stop projecting, turn inward, face your own darkness, integrate your own shadow, because every person who does their own work contributes to the healing of the collective. Every person who stops projecting their rage onto others and integrates it themselves reduces the collective rage. Every person who faces their own shame instead of shaming others reduces the collective shame. Every person who owns their darkness instead of seeing it only in others, reduces the collective darkness. This is what Jung meant when he said that the psychological work of the individual is the most important work there is, not because individuals are more important than the collective, but because the collective is made of individuals. And when enough individuals do the work, when enough people integrate their shadow, the collective shadow loses power, the projections decrease, the unconscious acting out reduces, and healing becomes possible. Not just personal healing, collective healing. But here's what makes this so hard, and why most people won't do it. Owning your participation in collective shadow means giving up the comfort of being right. It means admitting that you're not just a victim of systems, you're also participating in them. It means seeing that the racism you condemn in others, there's a version of it in your shadow. The sexism, the greed, the violence, not exactly the same, not to the same degree, but the seeds are there, because you're human, and these patterns are human patterns, archetypal patterns, and the only difference between you and the people you judge is that they're acting it out and you're suppressing it. But suppression doesn't make you better. It just makes you unconscious. Real moral development doesn't come from rejecting your darkness. It comes from integrating it, from acknowledging it, from being conscious of it so you can make different choices. The person who admits they have capacity for violence and chooses peace anyway, that's moral strength. The person who acknowledges their prejudice and works to transform it, that's real anti-racism. The person who owns their greed and consciously chooses generosity, that's genuine change. But the person who projects it all onto others and claims they're different, that's just unconsciousness wearing a mask of virtue. And Jung saw this. He saw that the most dangerous people aren't the ones who admit their darkness. They're the ones who deny it, who are convinced they're good, who can't see their own shadow, because those people, they do terrible things while telling themselves they're doing good. They hurt people while convinced they're helping. They perpetuate systems while convinced they're fighting them, all because they won't look at their own darkness. So what do you do with this? With the knowledge that your shadow isn't just personal, but collective, you start with what you can control, your own psyche, your own patterns, your own integration. You notice when you're projecting collective shadow onto others, when you're convinced that all the evil is out there, when you're sure you're on the right side, and you pause. You turn inward. You ask, what am I not seeing in myself? What am I rejecting in myself that I'm attacking in them? And you do your work, your personal shadow work, your family shadow work, your cultural shadow work, not because it will fix everything, but because it's your part. And when you do your part, when you integrate what you can integrate, when you stop contributing to the collective unconsciousness, you become part of the solution. Instead of part of the problem, you stop adding to the collective shadow and start contributing to collective healing. And that matters more than you might think, because the collective is not some abstract thing. It's made of individuals, of choices, of consciousness or unconsciousness, and every choice you make, every pattern you integrate, every projection you withdraw, it shifts the field, just a little, just enough. And if enough people do it, if enough individuals take responsibility for their own shadow, the collective shadow loses power. The unconscious patterns break, the cycles end, not perfectly, not completely, but measurably, significantly, enough to matter, enough to create real change. This is why Jung devoted his life to this work, not just for individuals, for humanity, because he knew that the fate of the world depends on the psychological development of individuals, on whether we can face our darkness, integrate our shadow, become conscious, or whether we'll keep projecting, keep acting out, keep repeating the same destructive patterns while expecting different results. And here's the thing that gives hope: you're doing it right now, by being here, by listening, by being willing to look at your shadow instead of just projecting it. You're participating in the healing of the collective. You're breaking patterns. You're integrating what others won't. And that makes you part of something larger, something sacred, something essential. You're not just healing yourself, you're healing your lineage, your culture, your species, one integration at a time, one conscious choice at a time, one moment of owning your darkness instead of projecting it. And Jung knew that this work, this sacred work of becoming conscious, it's the only thing that can save us, the only thing that can break the cycles, the only thing that can transform the collective shadow. Not policies, not systems, not external solutions, but internal transformation. Individual by individual, shadow by shadow, integration by integration. Until enough people are conscious, until enough people are whole, until enough people stop acting out their unconscious patterns. And then collective transformation becomes possible, not because we've eliminated the shadow, but because we've integrated. Not because we're perfect, but because we're conscious. Not because we've transcended our humanity, but because we've fully embraced it. Light and dark, individual and collective, personal and archetypal, all of it integrated, whole. And that's the future Jung was working toward. The future that's possible if we do the work. The future that starts with you, right now, in this moment. Choosing consciousness over unconsciousness, integration over projection, wholeness over fragmentation, choosing to do your part in the healing of the collective shadow. And that choice, that's everything. There's a life waiting for you on the other side of shadow integration. Not the life you planned. Not the life that looks good on paper. Not the life you thought you were supposed to live. But your life. The one that's been waiting for you to be ready. The one you can only access when you're whole. And it's nothing like you imagined. It's richer, deeper, more real, more alive, because you're finally here, not performing a role, not maintaining a persona, not hiding parts of yourself, just ... here, fully, completely, without division. And from that wholeness, from that integration, from that deep presence, ... gifts emerge, capacities you didn't know you had, powers you'd locked away, possibilities you couldn't access while you were fragmented. This is what Jung promised, not that integration would make life perfect, but that it would make it possible to create what you're meant to create, to love how you're meant to love, to live what you're meant to live. And the gift isn't one thing, it's everything. Everything that was waiting for you to stop running from yourself and start embracing all of who you are. The first gift is creativity that flows instead of struggles. When you're at war with your shadow, when you're keeping parts of yourself locked away, creativity becomes almost impossible. Because creativity doesn't come from the conscious mind. It doesn't come from the persona. It doesn't come from the acceptable self. It comes from the depths, from the unconscious, from the very places you've been avoiding. Think about it. Where do ideas come from? Not from trying, not from forcing, not from willpower. They come from somewhere else. Somewhere deeper. They arise. They emerge. They surprise you. And if you've locked the basement, if you've denied access to the unconscious, if you've built walls between your conscious mind and your depths, The ideas can't get through. The creativity can't flow. The connection is severed so. You sit there, trying to create, and nothing comes. Or what comes feels forced, contrived, dead, and you think you're not creative. You think you don't have talent. You think other people have access to something you don't. But that's not true. You have access. You've always had access. You just blocked it by rejecting your shadow, by refusing to dialogue with your depths, by keeping the basement locked. But when you integrate, when you open that dialogue, when you develop a relationship with your unconscious, the creativity floods in, not because you're trying harder, because you're not blocking anymore. Ideas come at 3 a.m. Images arise during meditation. Connections happen while you're walking. Solutions appear when you stop forcing, because the unconscious is always creating, always making connections, always generating new possibilities. You just have to get out of the way. You just have to stop trying to control it. You just have to let it speak, and it speaks through dreams, through active imagination, through your hands when you paint or sculpt, through your body when you dance, through your voice when you write. The shadow, when integrated, becomes your greatest creative resource, because it contains everything you rejected. And those rejected parts, they have things to say, stories to tell, art to create. The rage you suppressed becomes powerful music. The grief you avoided becomes moving poetry. The wildness you tamed becomes ecstatic dance. All of it transformed, not eliminated, not transcended, but channeled, expressed, given form, and the work that emerges, it's authentic, it's alive, it resonates, because it's not coming from your ego trying to prove something. It's coming from your depths trying to express something. And people feel, if they recognize truth when they encounter it, they're moved by art that comes from integrated shadow, because it speaks to their shadow. It touches their depths. It reminds them of what they've forgotten. The second gift is intuition that guides instead of confuses. When you're fragmented, when you're disconnected from your depths, you lose access to your inner knowing. You second-guess everything. You overthink. You analyze. You try to figure out the right answer with your conscious mind. And it's exhausting, because the conscious mind doesn't know. It can't know. It doesn't have access to all the information, but your unconscious does. It's processing everything, reading signals you don't consciously notice, sensing patterns you can't articulate. Jung called this the transcendent function, the capacity to access wisdom beyond the ego's knowing, and it emerges through integration, through developing a relationship with your unconscious, through learning to listen to the depths. Some people call it gut feeling, some call it inner knowing, some call it the still small voice. But whatever you call it, it's real, it's reliable, and it's only accessible when you're integrated, because if you're at war with your unconscious, if you're rejecting your shadow, if you're refusing to listen to anything that doesn't make rational sense, you can't hear it. The signal is there, but you're not receiving it. But when you integrate, when you develop that dialogue, when you trust the depths, the intuition becomes clear, strong, undeniable. You know which job to take, even though on paper the other one makes more sense. You know which relationship is right, even though your friends don't understand. You know when to leave, even though you can't explain why. Not because you're psychic, not because you have special powers, but because you're whole. And wholeness gives you access to information that fragmentation blocks. You can feel into situations, sense the energy, read what's not being said, trust what your body knows, even when your mind doesn't understand. And that intuition, it guides you away from what looks good but feels wrong, toward what feels right, even when it looks risky. And over time, you learn to trust it, to follow it, to let it lead, because it's not random, it's not irrational. It's your whole self speaking, including the parts that know things your conscious mind hasn't figured out yet. The third gift is presence that heals without trying. This one is subtle, but it's profound. When you're integrated, when you're no longer at war with yourself, when you've done your shadow work, ... your presence changes. People feel it, even if they can't name it. You're there, really there, not performing, not managing. Your image, not trying to be someone you're not, just there, present, whole, and that presence, it creates space for others to be present too, for others to drop their masks, for others to be real. Because when you're not projecting your shadow, when you're not asking them to carry parts of you, when you're not trying to fix them or change them or need them to be different, ... they can relax, they can breathe, they can be themselves, and that's healing. Not dramatic healing, not crises intervention, but the quiet healing of being seen, being met, being allowed to be human. Integrated people don't try to heal others. They don't need to. Their presence does it naturally. They can sit with someone's pain without needing to fix it. They can witness someone's struggle without needing to solve it. They can hold space for someone's process without needing to speed it up, because they've sat with their own pain. They've witnessed their own struggle. They've held space for their own process, so they know how to do it for others. Not as a technique, as a natural expression of wholeness. And people are drawn to this. They might not know why. They just know they feel safe, seen. Met that, they know they can be real without being judged. They know they can struggle without being fixed. They know they can be messy without being rejected. And in that space, transformation happens. Not because you're doing anything, because you're being something. Being whole, being present, being integrated. And that's more powerful than any technique, more healing than any advice, more transformative than any intervention. The fourth gift is boundaries that protect without walls. This is one of the most practical gifts, and one of the most surprising. When you're fragmented, you either have no boundaries or you have walls. No. Boundaries means you let everyone in. You say yes when you mean no. You give until you're empty. You let people cross lines you don't even know you have, because you don't have a strong sense of self. You don't know where you end and others begin. You need them to like you more than you need to protect yourself. Or you have walls reheed impenetrably, nobody gets in. You don't need anyone. You can't be hurt because you won't be vulnerable, because you've been hurt before, and you decided never again. So you shut everyone out. You keep them at distance. You protect yourself by disconnecting. But when you integrate, when you become whole, when you know yourself fully, shadow and all. You develop real boundaries, not walls, not absence of protection, but conscious, flexible, appropriate boundaries. You know what's yours and what's theirs. You can feel when someone's energy is crossing into your space. You can sense when you're giving more than is sustainable. And you can say no, clearly, without guilt, without needing to justify or explain or apologize. Not because you're selfish, because you're integrated, because you know that giving from depletion helps no one, because you understand that protecting your energy is how you stay whole. But you can also say yes, really yes, full yes, without resentment, because the yes is clean. It's not coming from people-pleasing, not coming from fear of rejection, not coming from needing to prove you're good. It's coming from choice, from wholeness, from actually wanting to give, and people feel the difference. They feel the integrity. They respect the boundaries because the boundaries are real. Not walls to keep them out, not absence of protection that lets them take advantage, but clear, conscious, appropriate limits that actually serve relationship. This is what healthy boundaries look like, and they only emerge from integration, from knowing yourself well enough to know what you need, from valuing yourself enough to protect it, from trusting yourself enough to let others in when it's right. The fifth gift is power that empowers instead of dominates. Power is tricky. Most people are terrified of it because they've seen it misused. They've been hurt by it. They've watched it corrupt, so they reject it, put it in their shadow, convince themselves that wanting power is bad, that claiming power is dangerous, that power equals domination. But Jung knew better. He knew that power itself isn't the problem. Unconscious power is the problem. When you deny your power, when you reject it, when you put it in your shadow, you don't become powerless. You become unconsciously powerful, which is far more dangerous. You manipulate without knowing it. You control without admitting it. You dominate in subtle ways while telling yourself you're being nice. The passive comment, the guilt trip, the martyr routine, the helplessness that forces others to take care of you. All of it unconscious power. Shadow power. Power that denies its power. But when you integrate your power, when you acknowledge it, own it, take responsibility for it, it transforms from domination to empowerment. From power over to power, dash with dot. You can stand in your strength without needing to diminish others. You can take up space without needing to shrink others. You can lead without needing to control. Because integrated power isn't about making others small. It's about being your full size, which, paradoxically, gives others permission to be their full size too. You're not competing for power. You're not hoarding it. You're not afraid of it. You have it. You use it. You share it. And that's magnetic. That's leadership. That's the kind of power that actually changes things. Not the power of position, not the power of dominance, but the power of integration, of wholeness, of being fully yourself. And when you step into that power, when you own it without apology, when you use it in service of something larger than ego, impossible things become possible. Doors open. Opportunities appear. People follow not because you're controlling them, but because you're inspiring them. Because integrated power is inspiring. It shows people what's possible. It reminds them of their own power. It calls them into their own wholeness. The sixth gift is purpose that calls instead of demands. When you're fragmented, purpose feels like pressure. Like something you have to figure out. Like a test you have to pass. What's my purpose? What am I here to do? What's my contribution? And you search for it outside yourself. In books, in programs, in other people's ideas about what matters, but you never find it. Because you're looking in the wrong place. Your purpose isn't out there. It's in here. In the depths. In the shadow. In the parts of yourself you've been rejecting. And it only reveals itself when you integrate. When you become whole. When you stop trying to be someone you're not and start being who you are. Then purpose doesn't feel like pressure. It feels like calling, like resonance, like coming home. You're not trying to figure it out anymore. You're following what pulls you, what lights you up, what you can't not do, and it's usually connected to your wounds, your struggles, your shadow. The person who was bullied becomes the advocate. The person who was abandoned becomes the therapist. The person who was shamed becomes the artist, who gives voice to shame, not because they're trying to fix their wounds by helping others, but because their wounds, when integrated, become their medicine, their gift, their contribution. Jung said, "The wound is the gift." And he was right. But only when you integrate it, only when you transform it, only when you stop running from it and start learning from it. Then it becomes purpose, not something you have to figure out, something you can't avoid. It pulls you, calls you, won't let you rest until you answer. And when you answer, when you step into that purpose, everything aligns. Not because life becomes easy, but because you're finally doing what you're here to do, what only you can do, what you came here to offer, and that makes everything worth it. The shadow work, the pain, the death and rebirth. Because you're not just living anymore. You're contributing. You're serving. You're part of something larger, and that's the ultimate gift of integration. The seventh gift, and this might be the most important, is the capacity to love, really love, not need, not depend on, not use to fill. Avoid but love, from wholeness, from choice, from overflow instead of deficit. When you're fragmented, when you're at war with yourself, you can't really love. You can need people, you can want them, you can use them to feel complete, but you can't love them, because love requires wholeness. And you're not whole. You're asking them to complete you, to carry your shadow, to be what you won't be for yourself. And that's not love. That's projection. That's need. That's using another person as a mirror for your unintegrated parts. But when you integrate, when you become whole, when you're not missing pieces anymore, you can love, really love, without agenda, without need, without trying to get something. You can love someone for who they are, not for who you need them to be. You can appreciate them without trying to change them. You can be with them without trying to merge with them. You can love their light and their darkness, their strengths and their struggles, their wholeness and their fragmentation, because you've learnt to love all of that in yourself. And that love, it's transformative, for you, for them, for everyone it touches, because it's real, it's clean, it's free. Not the conditional love that says, I'll love you if you meet my needs, but the unconditional love that says, I love you because you exist. Not the needy love that demands reciprocity, but the generous love that gives freely. Not the fearful love that clings, but the trusting love that releases. This is what becomes possible after shadow integration. This is the gift on the other side. Not a perfect life, but a real one. Not the absence of struggle, but the capacity to meet it. Not the elimination of darkness, but the integration of it. And from that integration, everything else flows. Creativity, intuition, presence, boundaries, power, purpose, love, all of it waiting on the other side of the shadow, waiting for you to be whole, waiting for you to stop running and start integrating, to stop rejecting and start including, to stop fragmenting and start becoming. And when you get there, when you access these gifts, you realize something profound. They weren't gifts given to you, they were always yours. You just locked them in the basement along with everything else. You rejected, and shadow work didn't create them. It liberated them, released them, let them finally come home. You thought integration meant being done. You thought there would be a moment when the work was complete, when the shadow was integrated, when you could finally relax and be whole. And in a way, that moment does come. The moment when you're no longer fragmented, when you're no longer at war with yourself. But wholeness isn't a destination. It's not a state you arrive at and then maintain without effort. It's a practice, a daily practice, a lifelong practice, because the shadow isn't something you integrate once and forget about. It's someone you live with for the rest of your life. And that's not a problem. That's the point. Jung spent decades doing shadow work. Even at the end of his life, he was still discovering new rooms in the house of his psyche, still meeting new aspects, still integrating new layers. And he didn't see this as failure. He saw it as the natural unfolding of becoming human. You don't finish becoming yourself. You continue becoming, layer by layer, year by year, until your last breath, and the shadow is your companion on that journey, your teacher, your guide into deeper and deeper levels of truth, not your enemy, your ally. If you know how to relate to it, here's what living with your shadow actually looks like. It looks like noticing every day, multiple times a day, noticing when you're triggered, when you're reactive, when you're projecting, when you're acting from an old pattern instead of present awareness. And instead of beating yourself up about it, instead of thinking you should be past this by now, you get curious. Oh, there's something here, something that's not integrated yet, something that wants my attention. What is it? What part of me is activated? What old wound is being touched? And you pause, you breathe, you turn inward, you don't judge it, you don't try to fix it, you just notice it. And sometimes that's enough. Just the noticing, just the conscious awareness that this is shadow material, not present reality. And sometimes you need to do more. You need to journal about it, or meditate with it, or talk about it with someone you trust. But either way, you're engaging. You're in relationship. You're not running. And over time, that particular trigger loses its power. Not because you eliminated it, because you integrated it. But then another one appears, a different layer, a different aspect, and you do it again. Notice, pause, engage, integrate, again and again and again. This is the practice, not dramatic, not glamorous, just consistent, daily, ongoing. Some days, the practice is harder than others. Some days you're triggered and you react before you even notice. You say the thing you regret. You do the thing you said you wouldn't do. You fall back into the old pattern, and the old you, the fragmented you, would have spiraled, would have convinced yourself you're broken, would have given up on the whole thing. But the integrated you, the you who's been doing this work, you have compassion for yourself, for your humanity, for the fact that transformation isn't linear. You acknowledge what happened. You take responsibility for it. You make amends if needed. But you don't make it mean something about your worth. You don't use it as evidence that you're failing. You use it as information, as a sign that there's more to integrate, as an invitation to go deeper, and you return to the practice, not with shame, with humility, because humility isn't thinking you're nothing. It's knowing you're human, complex, still growing, still learning, still becoming, and that knowing, it keeps you in the practice, even when the practice is hard, even when you fail, even when you forget. You return, you notice, you engage. You continue. Living with your shadow also means accepting complexity. The you that wants to be simple, the you that wants clear answers, the you that wants to know if you're good or bad, right or wrong, healed or broken. The you has to die, or at least relax, or at least make space for paradox, because you're not simple. You never were. You never will. Be. You're both. You're all of it. You're contradictory, and that's okay. You're generous and selfish, strong and vulnerable, wise and foolish, loving and hateful. You're not one thing. You're a multitude. And living with your shadow means living with that multiplicity, not trying to resolve it, not trying to pick a side, but holding it, all of it, the tension, the paradox, the both and. Some days you'll be patient, some days you'll be irritable, and both are you. Some days you'll be open and trusting, some days you'll be guarded and suspicious, and both are you. Some days you'll feel connected to your purpose, some days you'll question everything, and both are you. And instead of making one version right and the other wrong, instead of accepting one and rejecting the other, ... you hold them both. You let them coexist. You understand that you contain multitudes, and that's not a problem to solve. That's the richness of being human. The integrated person doesn't eliminate complexity. They embrace it. They develop capacity to hold it. They learn to dance with it. And that capacity, it grows over time, with practice, with patience, with self-compassion. You get better at holding paradox, at sitting with not knowing, at being comfortable with your own contradictions. And that makes you more human, not less, more whole, not more fragmented, Because wholeness includes everything. The contradictions, the paradoxes, the parts that don't make sense together. All of it, held in the container of your awareness. Your acceptance, your integration. Living with your shadow also means developing rituals, not religious rituals necessarily, though they can be, but practices that keep you connected to your depths. Jung had his morning routine. He'd wake up early, sit in silence, paint mandalas, write in his journal, dialogue with his unconscious, every day, for decades. It wasn't optional. It was how he maintained the relationship with his shadow, because the shadow doesn't speak on demand. It speaks when you create space for it, when you show up consistently, when you demonstrate that you're listening. And if you don't create that space, if you get too busy, if you stop showing up, the shadow will make space. Through dreams you can't ignore. Through symptoms you can't manage. Through crises you can't avoid. It will get your attention, one way or another. But if you maintain the practice, if you show up daily, if you keep the conversation going, the shadow becomes a collaborator instead of a saboteur, a guide instead of a disruptor, a source of wisdom instead of a source of suffering. So what does that look like practically? Maybe it's morning pages, 3 pages of stream of consciousness writing, no editing, no censoring, just letting the unconscious speak. Maybe it's meditation, sitting in silence, watching what arises, noticing the thoughts and feelings without attaching to them. Maybe it's active imagination, creating space for images to emerge, dialoguing with figures from your dreams, letting the unconscious show you what it needs to show you. Maybe it's creative practice, painting, dancing, playing music, any form of expression that bypasses the conscious mind and accesses the depths. The specific practice doesn't matter. What matters is consistency, showing up, creating space, because the shadow is always there, always active, always communicating. The question is, are you listening? Another aspect of living with your shadow is continuing to learn its language. Jung spent his life studying symbols, myths, dreams, archetypes, not as intellectual exercise, but as practical necessity, because the unconscious doesn't speak in concepts. It speaks in images, in stories, in metaphors. And if you want to understand what your shadow is trying to tell you, you have to learn that language. When you dream of being chased, the shadow isn't literally trying to tell you someone's after you. It's showing you that you're running from something, some part of yourself, some truth, some reality. When you dream of losing your teeth, it's not predicting dental problems. It's showing you anxiety about powerlessness, about losing your ability to speak, to defend yourself, to be effective. When you dream of water, it's often about emotion. Deep water, deep emotion. Drowning, being overwhelmed. Clear water, clarity. Murky water, confusion. These aren't universal rules. Symbols mean different things to different people in different contexts, but they do mean something, and part of the practice is learning what they mean for you. What does the snake represent in your dreams? What about the house, the car, the stranger? Over time, you develop your own symbolic vocabulary. You recognize your psyche's patterns. You understand what it's trying to communicate, and that understanding becomes a tool. A way to access wisdom beyond your conscious knowing. A way to receive guidance from your depths. But it requires attention. It requires study, not just of Jung's work or other people's interpretations, but of your own psyche. What is it showing you? What is it trying to tell you? What patterns keep appearing? And you track it. You write it down. You reflect on it. You learn from it. And slowly, gradually, you become fluent in the language of your own unconscious. And that fluency, it changes everything, because you're not guessing anymore. You're not projecting anymore. You're listening to the wisest part of yourself. The part that knows things your conscious mind doesn't. The part that sees patterns you can't see. The part that's been trying to guide you all along. If you would just listen, living with your shadow also means accepting that some patterns may never fully resolve. This is hard to hear, especially in a culture that promises total healing, complete transformation, final resolution. But Jung was honest about this. Some wounds are so deep, so early, so formative, ... They shape you permanently, not in a way that dooms you, but in the way that becomes part of who you are. The person abandoned in childhood, they may always have abandonment sensitivity, even after years of therapy, even after deep shadow work. It might get better. It might lose some of its charge. They might react less intensely. They might recover more quickly. But that wound, it's woven into the fabric of their psyche. It's not going away completely. And that's okay. It has to be okay. Because fighting it, denying it, demanding it be different, ... that creates more suffering, not less. Integration doesn't mean eliminating your wounds. It means accepting them, making space for them, learning to work with them instead of being controlled by them. So yes, you might always be sensitive to abandonment, but you can learn to recognize when it's being triggered. You can learn to soothe yourself. You can learn to communicate your needs instead of acting out your fears. You don't transcend the wound. You integrate it. You make it part of your wholeness instead of something that fragments you. And sometimes that wound becomes your medicine, your gift, the thing that makes you uniquely able to help others with similar wounds, because you know that territory intimately. You've mapped it. You've learned to navigate it. And that knowledge, it's valuable, not just for you. For everyone you encounter who's struggling with the same thing, there's also the question of regression. You'll have periods where you feel integrated, whole, like you've done the work and you're living from that place. And then something happens. A crisis, a loss, a major life transition, and you regress. You fall back into old patterns. You find yourself reacting like you used to, fragmenting like you used to, acting out shadow material you thought you'd integrated, and it can feel like failure, like you lost everything you gained, like the work didn't stick, but Jung understood regression differently. He saw it as a necessary part of the process. Sometimes you have to go back to go forward. Sometimes you have to revisit old material at a deeper level. Sometimes regression is actually preparation for the next stage of growth. So when it happens, when you find yourself back in old patterns, don't panic, don't despair. Don't conclude that integration is impossible. Just recognize it. Oh, I'm regressing. There's something here that needs attention. Some layer I missed. Some aspect that's not fully integrated yet. And you engage with it, again, at this new level. With the awareness you have now, with the tools you've developed, with the compassion you've cultivated, and you integrate it again, more deeply this time, more thoroughly, more consciously, and then you move forward, not to where you were before, but to somewhere new, somewhere you couldn't have gotten to without the regression. This is the spiral nature of growth. You don't go in a straight line, you circle back. But each time you circle back, you're at a different level, higher, deeper, more integrated. And that's how transformation actually works. Not linear, spiral, cyclical, rhythmic. Forward and back, up and down, in and out, and all of it is the process. All of it is necessary. All of it is part of becoming whole. So what does this mean for you right now? In your daily life, it means you stop waiting to be done. You stop thinking integration is something you achieve and then move on from. You recognize it as a practice, a relationship, a lifelong commitment, and you build it into your life, not as one more thing on your to-do list, but as the foundation of how you live. You create space for silence, for reflection, for dialogue with your depths. You notice your triggers and you get curious instead of reactive. You accept your complexity, and you stop trying to be simple. You learn the language of your unconscious and you listen when it speaks. You hold your wounds with compassion and you let them teach you. You accept regression as part of growth, and you don't despair when it happens. This is what it means to live with your shadow. Not to conquer it, not to transcend it, but to be in relationship with it every day, for the rest of your life. And that's not a burden, that's a privilege. That's what makes life rich, deep, real, because you're not performing anymore. You're not pretending. You're not maintaining a facade. You're just living, fully, honestly, consciously, with all of yourself, shadow included. And that's everything Jung was pointing to. That's the goal. That's the promise. Not perfection, not final arrival, not eternal peace, but ongoing integration, deepening wholeness, continuous becoming. And in that process, in that practice, in that lifelong commitment to knowing yourself fully, you discover what it means to be truly alive, not despite your shadow, because of it, with it, through it, all the way home. You might think your shadow work is personal, private, just about you. You're doing it to heal your wounds, to break your patterns, to become whole. And it is all of that, but it's also more, so much more, because you don't exist in isolation. You're part of a family, part of a culture, part of humanity, and every pattern you integrate, every projection you withdraw, every piece of shadow you bring into consciousness, it affects the whole, the entire system, everyone connected to you. Jung understood this. He understood that the psychological work of the individual is not separate from the healing of the collective. They're the same work, happening at different scales. When you heal, the field around you heals. When you integrate, the collective integration becomes more possible. When you become whole, you contribute to collective wholeness, not because you're special, because you're connected. We all are, deeply, invisibly, inextricably. And right now, the world desperately needs people who will do this work. People who will face their darkness instead of projecting it. People who will integrate their shadow instead of acting it out. People who will become conscious instead of staying asleep, because the alternative is what we're living through. Division, projection, unconsciousness, on a massive scale, and it's killing us. Look at the world right now. Really look at it. The political polarization, the tribal warfare, the inability to see the humanity in people who think differently. That's collective shadow, projected, acting out, possessing millions of people at once. Each side convinced the other side is evil. Each side seeing in the other what they won't see in themselves. Each side so identified with being right that they can't see their own darkness. It's not one side or the other. It's both. It's all of us, projecting our collective shadow onto the other, creating enemies, building walls, and underneath we're all human, all carrying the same archetypal patterns, all struggling with the same fundamental questions. But we can't see it, because we're too busy projecting, too busy being right, too busy defending our position, and nothing changes, nothing heals, nothing transforms. Because the work that would actually change things, the work of withdrawing projection and owning our own darkness, nobody wants to do it. It's easier to blame, easier to other, easier to stay unconscious, but it's also destroying us, creating more suffering, more division, more violence. And it will continue until enough individuals do their own work, until enough people integrate their own shadow, until enough of us become conscious. That's the only way. There is no other way. You can't fix the collective shadow from the outside. You can only transform it from the inside, one person at a time, one integration at a time, starting with you. Or look at how we're treating the earth, the planet that sustains us, the ecosystem we depend on. We're destroying it knowingly, systematically, with full awareness of the consequences, and we tell ourselves stories about progress, about necessity, about not being able to change, but underneath is shadow. The part of ourselves we've rejected, the animal self, the instinctual self, the part that's connected to nature, we split from it. We declared ourselves separate, above, better. We said we were rational, civilized, beyond our animal nature, and we pushed that connection into shadow. We forgot that we are nature, that we're part of the web, that our survival depends on the health of the whole. And now we're acting out that split, destroying what we've rejected in ourselves, killing the wildness we won't acknowledge. It's not logical, it's not rational, it's shadow, collective shadow, operating unconsciously. And the solution, it's the same. Integration, not thinking our way out, not creating better systems while staying unconscious, but reconnecting, reclaiming, reintegrating the parts of ourselves we exiled, the body, the instinct, the animal, the earth, not as something separate from us, but as us, part of us, inseparable from who we are. And when enough people do that, when enough individuals reclaim their connection to nature, to body, to instinct, the collective, behavior changes, not because we forced it, because we transformed it from the inside. Or look at how we relate to suffering, to difficulty, to pain. We avoid it, we numb it, we medicate it. We do everything we can to not feel it, and we've built an entire culture around that avoidance. Entertainment, distraction, substances, anything to not be present with what hurts. But the suffering doesn't go away. It goes into shadow, personal shadow, collective shadow, and it leaks out in addiction, in depression, in violence, in the quiet desperation that so many people carry. We're not healing, we're just avoiding. And the avoidance creates more suffering, not less. But what if we stopped avoiding? What if we turned toward the pain instead of away from it? What if we learned, individually and collectively, to be with difficulty, to metabolize it, to let it transform us instead of destroy us? That's shadow work. That's what Jung was teaching. That's what the world needs. Not more avoidance, more consciousness, more capacity, more willingness to feel what we'd rather not feel. Because pain, when it's integrated, becomes wisdom. Struggle, when it's faced, becomes strength. Darkness, when it's acknowledged, becomes light. But only if we do the work. Only if we stop running. Only if we turn and face what we've been fleeing. Jung saw all of this. He saw where humanity was headed, and he was deeply concerned. He knew that the fate of the world depended on whether enough individuals would wake up, would do their work, would become conscious. He knew that the collective shadow, when left unconscious, would erupt. In war, in genocide, in the systematic destruction of everything we claim to value. He'd seen it happen in Germany. He knew it could happen anywhere. He knew it was happening. Always, everywhere people refused to look at their own darkness, and he devoted his life to trying to wake people up, to show them the urgency, to give them the tools, not because he thought he could save the world, but because he knew that each person who woke up mattered. Each person who did the work contributed. Each person who integrated their shadow made collective integration more possible. And he was right. He is right. The world doesn't need more heroes. It doesn't need saviors. It doesn't need people who think they're going to fix everything. It needs people who are willing to do their own work, to face their own darkness, to integrate their own shadow. Because that work, that simple, difficult, sacred work, that's what changes everything. Not policies, not systems, not external solutions, but internal transformation, multiplied by millions, by billions, until the collective consciousness shifts. That's the only way, and it starts with you. So what? Does this mean, practically, in your life? Right now, it means you stop seeing your shadow work as self-indulgent, as navel-gazing, as separate from making a difference. Your shadow work is how you make a difference. It's the most important contribution you can make, because every pattern you break in yourself, you break in the lineage. Every projection you withdraw, you reduce in the collective. Every piece of darkness you integrate, you transform in the field. It ripples out, invisibly, inevitably. Your children won't carry what you've integrated. Your students won't inherit what you've healed. Your community won't be infected by what you've made conscious. And the people around you, they feel it. Even if they can't name it, they feel safer around you, more real, more able to be themselves, because you're not projecting onto them. You're not needing them to carry your shadow. You're not asking them to be what you won't be for yourself. You're whole, and wholeness creates space for others to be whole too. That's not small. That's everything. But it goes even deeper than that. Because when you do shadow work, when you really do it, when you integrate what you've rejected, you change what's possible. For everyone. For the whole human experiment. Jung believed in the evolution of consciousness. He believed that humanity was slowly, painfully, becoming more conscious. Not automatically, not inevitably, but potentially. If enough individuals did the work, each person who integrates contributes to the collective consciousness. Each person who becomes whole makes wholeness more accessible to others. It's like you're creating a pathway, a possibility, a template. You're showing through your being, through your presence, through your life, that integration is possible, that wholeness is real, that transformation happens, and that matters more than you know. Because most people don't believe it's possible. They think they're stuck. They think their patterns are permanent. They think change is for other people, not for them. But when they encounter someone who's done the work, someone who's integrated, someone who's whole, something shifts in them, in what they believe is possible. They think, if they can do it, maybe I can too. If transformation is real for them, maybe it's real for me. And that belief, that shift in what's possible, that's what allows them to begin their own work. You're not just transforming yourself, you're expanding what's possible for everyone around you. That's not grandiose. That's how collective consciousness evolves, through individuals who go first, who do the work, who'll become living proof that transformation is real. And there's one more thing, one final piece that makes this work so urgent, so necessary, so sacred. The children, the next generation, the ones who are watching us, learning from us, absorbing our patterns. They don't learn from what we say. They learn from what we are, from what we do, from what we embody. And if we're unconscious, if we're projecting, if we're acting out our shadow, they learn that, they inherit that, they repeat that. Generation after generation, the same patterns, the same wounds, the same unconsciousness. But if we do the work, if we integrate, if we become conscious, they learn that instead, they inherit wholeness instead of fragmentation. They start from a different place, a more integrated place, and they have a chance, a real chance, to go further than we did, to integrate deeper, to become more whole. That's how evolution happens. Not in one lifetime, but across lifetimes. Across generations, each generation healing a little more, integrating a little more, becoming a little more conscious, until one day, maybe many generations from now, humanity might actually be whole, conscious, integrated, but only if we do our part, only if we do the work, only if we stop passing down unconsciousness and start passing down integration. That's what's at stake. That's why this matters. That's why your shadow work is not just personal. It's generational. It's evolutionary. It's sacred. So here you are, at the end of this journey, having learned about the shadow, about integration, about what's possible, and you have a choice. The same choice everyone has. The same choice Jung faced. The same choice every conscious person faces. You can go back to sleep. You can pretend you didn't hear this. You can decide it's too hard, too much, too uncomfortable. You can go back to the persona, the mask, the acceptable self. You can keep the basement locked. You can keep running from your shadow. Nobody will blame you. Most people do. Most people live and die having never faced their darkness, having never integrated their shadow, having never become whole. It's the easier path, the more comfortable path, the path of least resistance, but it's also the path of unconsciousness, of fragmentation, of being asleep or ... You can choose differently. You can choose consciousness. You can choose integration. You can choose wholeness. You can turn and face what you've been fleeing. You can dialogue with what you've been rejecting. You can integrate what you've been denying. You can do the work, the hard, sacred, transformative work of becoming whole. Not because it's easy. It's not easy. Not because it's comfortable. It's not comfortable, but because it's real, because it's true, because it's what you came here to do, and because the world needs it, desperately needs it. It's dying for lack of it. The world doesn't need more people pretending to be perfect. It needs people brave enough to be whole, broken open, put back together with their cracks filled with gold, integrated, conscious, real, people who have faced their darkness and brought it into the light, people who have integrated their shadow and become whole, people like you, if you choose it, if you commit to it, if you do the work. Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Not who you think you should be. Not who others want you to be, not the persona you've been performing, but who you truly are, shadow and all, darkness and light, integrated, whole, real. That's the invitation. That's the call. That's what this entire journey has been pointing toward. Not information, transformation, not understanding, embodiment, not knowing about the shadow, integrating it. And now the real work begins. Not in this video, in your life, in your choices, in your daily practice, in the moments when you're triggered and you pause instead of react, in the times when you want to project and you own it instead, in the instances when you want to hide and you show up anyway. That's where integration happens. Not in theory, in practice, not in concept, in living. And it's not easy, but it's possible, and it's worth it. And you can do it, because you're already doing it. You've been doing it, just by being here, just by listening, just by being willing to look at what most people won't see. That takes courage. That takes strength. That takes something rare and precious, and you have it. You've always had it. You just forgot. But now you remember. Now you know. Now you understand. The shadow isn't your enemy. It's you. The part of you that's been waiting. In the darkness, patient, powerful, ready to come home. And the world is waiting too. Waiting for you to be whole. Waiting for you to contribute your integration to the collective healing. Waiting for you to become who you truly are. Not perfect, whole, not healed in some final way, integrated, not without struggle, but conscious in the struggle. That's what's possible. That's what's calling. That's what's waiting on the other side of the shadow. Your life, your real life, your whole life. And it starts now, in this moment, with this choice to turn toward the darkness, to face what you've been fleeing, to integrate what you've been rejecting, to become whole, finally, fully, completely, and in doing so, to change everything, for yourself, for your lineage, for the collective, for the world. That's the gift. That's the promise. That's what Jung discovered and spent his life trying to share. And now it's yours. If you want it, if you choose it, if you do the work, the shadow is waiting. Your wholeness is waiting. Your life is waiting. All you have to do is turn around and walk into the darkness and discover it was never darkness at all. It was just you all along, waiting in the shadows, waiting to come home. Remember the mirror from the beginning, the one where only half your face was lit. You've been standing in front of that mirror your whole life, looking at the acceptable half, the side you show the world, the side you thought was all of you, and the other half, pure darkness, invisible, forgotten. But now, something has changed. Not the mirror. You turned. You faced what was in the darkness. You met what you'd been running from, and you discovered something that changes everything. The darkness wasn't empty. It wasn't nothing. It wasn't the absence of you. It was you, the rest of you, the half you forgot, the half you rejected, the half that's been waiting in the shadows your whole life, waiting for this moment, when you'd finally be ready. To see yourself fully, to accept yourself completely, to become whole, the one Jungian concept that transforms how you see yourself. It's not really about the shadow, it's about this. You were never broken. You were always whole. You just forgot how to see in the dark. You believed the lie that wholeness meant having only light, only good, only acceptable parts. But Jung knew better. He knew that wholeness means including everything, the light and the dark, the acceptable and the rejected, the persona and the shadow. All of it, held together, integrated, whole, and the journey you've been on. From that first moment of recognizing your shadow to this moment now, that wasn't about fixing yourself. It was about remembering yourself, reclaiming what you exiled, retrieving what you lost, bringing home what you abandoned, piece by piece, layer by layer, until you're no longer half a person looking in a mirror. You're whole, standing in the light, with your darkness beside you, integrated, conscious, real. And now that you know, the real question isn't whether the shadow exists, it's what you'll do with this knowledge. Will you go back to sleep? Pretend you didn't see? Return to the comfortable illusion that you're only the lit half? Or will you stay awake? Keep looking. Continue the conversation with the parts of yourself you've just begun to meet. Because the shadow is patient. It's been patient your whole life. It can wait longer if needed, but your life won't wait. Your wholeness won't wait. The world that needs you to be integrated, it can't wait forever. Every day you stay fragmented is a day you're not fully alive. Every moment you reject parts of yourself is a moment you're living half a life. And you deserve more than that. You deserve wholeness. You deserve to know yourself fully. You deserve to live from integration instead of from division. Not because it's easy, but because it's true, because it's real, because it's your birthright. Jung spent his entire life mapping this territory, showing us the way, proving that transformation is possible, not through his theories, through his life, through his willingness to descend into his own darkness, through his courage to meet what he found there and what he discovered, what he spent decades trying to communicate, is that the darkness isn't the problem. Unconsciousness is the problem. When you're unconscious of your shadow, it controls you. When you're aware of it, you can work with it. When you integrate it, it becomes your greatest resource. Your creativity, your intuition, your power, your purpose, your capacity to love, all of it locked in the shadow. All of it waiting to be reclaimed. And the key has always been in your hand. You just had to turn it, open the door, walk into the basement, and see what's really there. So this is where we end, but it's also where you begin. Because everything you've learned here is just information until you live it. It's just concept until you embody it. It's just theory until you practice it. The real work starts now. In your life, in your choices, in the moment you get triggered and you pause, in the time you want to project and you own it instead, in the instance you feel your shadow rising and you turn to meet it. That's where transformation happens, not in understanding, in doing, not in knowing about. In being with Dot, and you don't have to do it perfectly. You don't have to get it right. You just have to show up again and again and again, noticing, engaging, integrating, becoming Dot, more yourself with each iteration, more whole with each integration, more alive with each piece you bring home, until one day you stand in front of that mirror and you see it, really see it, not half a face, not light and dark separated, but both, together, integrated, whole, and you recognize yourself, finally, fully, completely, not as you thought you should be, but as you actually are, human, flawed, contradictory, complex, beautiful, real, shadow and light, darkness and radiance. All of it, you, all of it integrated, all of it. Whole. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, not who you were told to be, not who seems acceptable, not the version that fits the mold, but you, the real you, the whole you. The you that includes everything you've been hiding. That's what's waiting. That's what's possible. That's what this entire journey has been about. Not the shadow as enemy, but the shadow as invitation to wholeness, to integration, to coming home. And now you know. You can't unknow it. You can't unsee it. You've looked into the darkness, and you've seen what's there. Not a monster, not evil, not something to destroy, but yourself, waiting, patient, powerful, ready to come home. And the question is simple. The question is everything. Will you let it?
Imagine this, Baghdad, the year 1091, the most powerful city on earth, a place where knowledge flows like water, where libraries tower higher than palaces, where scholars debate in marble halls that echo with the voices of genius, and at the center of it all, sitting on the intellectual throne of the Islamic world, are the philosophers. Not just any philosophers. These are men who believe they've cracked the code. Men who think they've unlocked the secrets of existence itself. Men who claim to know God's mind through pure reason alone. Their names, you might not recognize them today, but in the 11th century, they were superstars. Al-Farabi, the second, teacher, they called him. Second only to Aristotle himself, Ibn Sina, known in the West as Avicenna, a man who wrote over 400 books, a genius who mastered medicine, mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy before he turned 21. These weren't just smart men, they were legends, rock stars of the mind, and they had built something extraordinary, an empire of thought. For nearly 400 years, their system had stood unshaken, a grand intellectual cathedral built on Greek foundations. Plato and Aristotle filtered through, Islamic civilization refined into something even more powerful. They promised something irresistible, certainty, not the messy, complicated certainty of faith, not the uncertain certainty of religious experience. No, they offered mathematical certainty, logical certainty, the kind of knowing that couldn't be questioned, the kind of truth that stood independent of culture, of time, of even God himself. Think about that for a moment. These philosophers claimed they could prove the nature of reality through reason alone. They could demonstrate how the universe worked. They could explain the divine. They could map the soul, all without revelation, all without prophets, all without scripture, just pure, cold, beautiful logic. And people believed them. The educated, elite of the Islamic world hung on their every word. Their books were copied and studied in every major city. Their ideas shaped how people understood everything: medicine, law, theology, politics. The philosophers had become the ultimate authority. But here's what made them truly dangerous. It wasn't just what they said, it was how certain they were when they said it. They didn't present their ideas as theories, as possibilities, as best guesses about the nature of things. They presented them as facts, necessary truths that couldn't possibly be otherwise. Take their view of God, for example. The philosophers had it all figured out. God was the necessary being, the unmoved mover, the first cause from which everything else flowed in a perfect, eternal chain of existence. Beautiful, right? Elegant, sophisticated, intellectually satisfying. But here's the problem. Their God was a mathematician's God, a logician's God, a God who operated according to eternal, unchangeable laws that even he couldn't break. Their God didn't really create the universe. Not in the way you and I think of creation. No, the universe just sort of emanated from him, like light from the sun, eternally, necessarily, without choice, without will, without any personal involvement. Their God didn't know you, not individually, not personally. He knew universals, categories, the general principles of things, but your specific pain, your particular joy, your individual struggles, those were beneath divine knowledge, too small, too contingent, too unimportant. And miracles, prophets, divine intervention in human affairs, the philosophers smiled at such primitive notions. Everything happened according to natural law, unbreakable causal chains that stretched from eternity past to eternity future. There was no room for the supernatural, no space for the miraculous, no possibility of God reaching down into his creation to change things. The universe was a perfect machine, and the philosophers had figured out how it worked. Now you might be thinking, so what? Why does this matter? Here's why. Because at the time, this wasn't just philosophy. This was the foundation of everything. If the philosophers were right, then huge chunks of Islamic belief made no sense. Prayer. Why pray to a God who can't hear your specific words? Prophecy. Why would God send messengers if he already set everything in motion eternally? The afterlife? How could there be bodily resurrection in a universe governed by unbreakable natural laws? Free will. How could humans make real choices in a cosmos where every event necessarily follows from the one before? The philosophers had built a system so tight, so logically coherent, so seemingly unassailable, that it threatened to swallow religion whole. And they knew it. They didn't see this as a problem. They saw it as progress. Religion, they whispered, in their private circles was for the masses, the uneducated, the simple-minded who needed stories and rituals to keep them in line. But for the intellectual elite, for the truly enlightened, philosophy was the real path to truth. Everything else was just useful fiction. Imagine living in that world. Imagine being a young scholar, training in the great institutions of Baghdad, learning from the best minds of your generation, and slowly realizing that the philosophy you're learning, the system everyone praises, the intellectual tradition everyone reveres, quietly undermines everything you believe in. That was the world of the 11th century. Philosophy sat on its throne, unchallenged, unquestioned, seemingly unquestionable. Its authority was absolute. Its confidence was total. Its certainty was complete. The philosophers had won, or so they thought. Because somewhere in that world, a man was beginning to ask dangerous questions. Questions that would shake the throne of knowledge to its foundations. Questions that would expose cracks in the seemingly perfect edifice. Questions that would launch the most devastating intellectual assault the philosophical tradition had ever faced. His name was Abu Hamid Muhammad ibn Muhammad al-Ghazali, and he was about to start a war, not with swords, not with armies, with something far more dangerous. With doubt, the philosophers had built their empire on the promise of certainty, on the claim that reason alone could deliver absolute truth. But what if that certainty was an illusion? What if the foundations weren't as solid as they appeared? What if the throne of knowledge was built on sand? Al-Ghazali was about to find out, and when he did, nothing would ever be the same. The stage is set. The players are in position. The greatest intellectual drama of the medieval world is about to begin. A drama of ideas, yes, but also of crisis, of personal anguish, of a brilliant mind turning against itself, because this wasn't going to be a detached, academic exercise. This was going to be personal. Al-Ghazali wasn't just going to critique the philosophers from the outside, he was going to demolish them from within. He knew their arguments better than they did. He had mastered their logic. He had climbed to the very peak of their system, and from that height, he could see what no one else could see. The fatal flaws, the hidden contradictions, the unexamined assumptions, the cracks in the throne. But seeing them would cost him everything: his career, his reputation, his peace of mind. Because once you start questioning certainty itself, there's no safe place to stand. Once you begin doubting the foundations, the entire structure becomes unstable, including the ground beneath your own feet. Philosophers promised a path to unshakable truth. Al-Ghazali was about to discover that the only thing certain in this world is uncertainty itself, and that realization would nearly destroy him. But first, he had to climb their ladder, master their system, become one of them. Only then could he bring it all crashing down. The throne of knowledge stood tall and proud in 1091. By the time Al-Ghazali was done, it would never stand quite so tall again. This is his story. This is the story of the man who broke philosophy, and it begins with a simple, terrifying question. A question he couldn't shake. A question that kept him awake at night. A question that would haunt him for years. How do I know that I know? Such a small question. Such devastating consequences. There's a moment that comes to every brilliant mind. A moment when everything changes. When the fortress of certainty you've built around yourself suddenly feels less like protection and more like a prison. For Al-Ghazali, that moment came at the height of his power. The year was 1095. He was 37 years old, and he was untouchable. The most celebrated professor at the Nizamiya College in Baghdad. The most prestigious academic institution in the world. Students traveled for months just to sit in his lectures. Scholars quoted his books from memory. Rulers sought his advice. He had mastered every field of knowledge available: jurisprudence, theology, logic, philosophy. He could debate any scholar on any topic and win. He had everything a medieval intellectual could dream of: fame, respect, security, authority. But something was wrong, terribly wrong. It started small, a whisper at the edge of his mind. A question that appeared during a lecture, uninvited. A doubt that crept in while he was writing, unexpected. At first, he brushed it away. He was Al-Ghazali, the proof of Islam, the renewer of faith. Doubt was for lesser minds, for students still learning, for people who hadn't yet mastered the art of reasoning. Not for him, but the whisper wouldn't leave. It grew louder, more insistent, more impossible to ignore, and the question it kept asking was devastatingly simple. How do you know? Not how do you know this particular fact or that specific argument, but how do you know anything at all? How do you know that your senses are telling you the truth? How do you know that your reasoning is valid? How do you know that what you call knowledge isn't just elaborate self-deception? These weren't new questions, of course. Philosophers had played with skepticism before, as intellectual exercises, as thought experiments to sharpen their logical tools. But this was different. This wasn't a game. For Al-Ghazali, these questions became visceral, urgent, inescapable. He would stand before his students, delivering brilliant lectures on Islamic law, and in the back of his mind, a voice would whisper, "But how do you know any of this is true?" He would write treatises defending orthodox theology against philosophical attacks, and the voice would ask, "But what makes your theology any more certain than their philosophy?" He would cite authorities, hadith, Quranic verses, logical proofs, and the voice would push back. "But how do you know your interpretation is correct? How do you know your logic isn't flawed? How do you know anything?" This is what intellectual crisis actually feels like, not like a dramatic moment of revelation, not like suddenly seeing the truth, more like drowning in slow motion, like watching the ground beneath you turn to quicksand, like feeling the walls of your mind close in. Al-Ghazali later described it as a sickness, a disease of the soul that spread through every part of his being. He couldn't eat. He couldn't sleep. He couldn't teach without feeling like a fraud. Because, here's what he realized. All his life, he had been in the business of certainty. As a jurist, he issued legal rulings. This is permissible. That is forbidden. These are definitive judgments backed by divine law. As a theologian, he defended religious truth. God is like this. Reality works like that. These are facts about existence itself. As a professor, he transmitted knowledge. Learn this, master that, build your understanding on these foundations. His entire career was built on the assumption that certain knowledge was possible. that you could know things for sure, that truth was accessible, that the human mind could grasp reality. But now that assumption was crumbling, and it all started with sense perception, Al-Ghazali began asking himself, why do I trust my senses? Sure, they usually seem reliable. I see a table, I touch it, it's solid, it's there. But I also dream, and in dreams, I'm absolutely convinced that what I'm experiencing is real. I see dream tables, I touch dream walls, I have dream conversations, and in the dream, it all feels completely certain. It's only when I wake up that I realize none of that was real. So here's the terrifying question. How do I know I'm not dreaming right now? How do I know that everything I call waking life isn't just another dream, a longer dream, a more consistent dream, but still a dream? You might say, but when you wake up, you can distinguish dream from reality. Can you though? Or do you just have another experience, another set of sensations that you've learned to call waking up? Maybe there's another level of consciousness beyond this one, a higher waking state. And when you reach it, you'll look back on everything you called real life the way you now look back on dreams, as illusions, as phantoms, as experiences that felt certain but weren't. Al-Ghazali sat with this possibility, and it shook him. But it got worse. Because even if you accept your senses as basically reliable, there's still reason. Logic. Rational thought, the tool philosophers swore by. The instrument that supposedly gave absolute certainty. Al-Ghazali had spent decades mastering logic. He knew every rule, every form of valid inference, every technique of reasoning. He was a master logician, and now he was asking, but why should I trust logic? Think about it. When you make a logical argument, you're relying on certain principles. The law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. You assume that if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. But why? Because it's self-evident, philosophers would say. Because to deny it leads to absurdity. But who decides what's self-evident? Your mind does, and how do you know your mind is reliable? You can't use logic to prove logic works. That's circular reasoning. You can't use your mind to verify your mind is trustworthy. That's like asking a liar if he's lying. So what's left? Al-Ghazali realized he was trapped. Every foundation he tried to stand on turned out to rest on another. Assumption. And that assumption rested on another. And another. It was assumptions all the way down. No bedrock, no solid ground, no ultimate certainty. This wasn't just an intellectual problem. This was an existential crisis. Because Al-Ghazali had built his entire life on the belief that knowledge was possible, that truth was real, that you could be certain about important things. And now that belief was collapsing. He describes lying in bed for months, paralyzed by doubt, unable to work, unable to teach, unable to function. His colleagues were confused. His students were worried. His reputation was at stake. But he couldn't explain what was happening to him. How do you tell people, I'm not sure anything I've ever taught you is actually true? How do you say, I've lost faith in the very possibility of knowledge? You can't. So he suffered in silence. But here's where it gets really interesting. In the midst of this crisis, Al-Ghazali made a crucial observation. The same doubt that was destroying him was also destroying the philosophers' claims. Because the philosophers claimed certainty. Absolute, unshakable certainty about the nature of reality. They said, through pure reason, we know that the universe is eternal. But how do they know? They said, through logical deduction, we know that God knows only universals. But how do they know? They said, through philosophical demonstration, we know that miracles are impossible. But how do they know? They were using the same tools Al-Ghazali now doubted. Sense perception, logical reasoning, rational inference. They were building their grand system on the same shaky foundations. But unlike Al-Ghazali, they hadn't questioned those foundations. They assumed reason, was reliable. They assumed logic gave certainty. They assumed the human mind could grasp ultimate truths, without proof, without justification, without examining their own assumptions. And that was their fatal mistake. Because if you claim certainty, you better be able to prove you have it, and the philosophers couldn't. They just assumed they could know. They took it for granted. They built an empire of thought on an unexamined foundation. Al-Ghazali saw this now, saw it with a clarity born of personal suffering. He had been where they were, confident, certain, secure in his knowledge, and he had discovered that certainty was an illusion, a comforting lie we tell ourselves to avoid confronting the abyss of uncertainty beneath everything we think we know. This realization changed everything. Al-Ghazali wasn't going to critique the philosophers from a position of rival, certainty. He wasn't going to say, "Your system is wrong and mine is right." He was going to do something far more devastating. He was going to show that their certainty was unjustified, that their claims to knowledge were baseless, that their entire edifice of thought rested on assumptions they couldn't defend. He was going to use doubt as a weapon, not to destroy knowledge entirely, not to embrace complete skepticism, but to demolish the philosophers' arrogance, their certainty, their claim to have figured it all out, because he had learned something in his crisis, something the philosophers in their confidence had missed. Uncertainty isn't weakness, it's honesty. Doubt isn't the enemy of truth. It's the beginning of wisdom, and the willingness to question everything, even your own mind, is the only real path to understanding. The philosophers had never done that. They had never truly doubted, never really questioned their foundations, never honestly asked, "How do I know that I know?" They had been too busy building their systems to examine the ground beneath them. Al-Ghazali had looked down, and he had seen the abyss. And from that abyss, he was going to launch his attack, not as a rival philosopher offering a competing system of certainty, but as someone who had been to the edge and back, someone who knew what the philosophers didn't. That certainty itself is the problem, that the claim to absolute knowledge is the original sin of philosophy, that you can't build a tower to heaven when you're standing on quicksand. He began to write. Slowly, at first, testing his thoughts, working through his arguments. The title came to him clearly. Tahafut al-Falasifa, the incoherence of the philosophers. Not the errors of the philosophers, not against the philosophers. The incoherence, the internal contradictions, the logical breakdowns, the places where their system fell apart under its own weight. He wasn't going to refute them with a rival system. He was going to show that their system refuted itself. This was going to be surgical, precise, devastating. He would take their own tools, their own logic, their own methods of reasoning, and turn them against the philosophers themselves. He would show that on their own terms, using their own standards, their conclusions didn't follow, that their certainty was unjustified, that their claims were incoherent, that the throne of knowledge they sat on was a house of cards. And when he was done, philosophy would never be the same. But this wasn't going to be easy, because to dismantle the philosophers, he first had to master them completely. He had to understand their system better than they did, see its weaknesses from the inside. He had to become one of them before he could destroy them, and that journey would take him to the darkest corners of thought, to questions that had no comfortable answers, to ideas that threatened everything he believed. He was about to catalogue 20 problems with philosophical thought, 20 cracks in the edifice, 20 reasons why certainty was impossible, 20 ways the philosophers had deceived themselves and everyone else. But we're going to focus on the big three. The three problems so devastating, so fundamental, so destructive to the philosophical worldview that Al-Ghazali declared them heresy, not just errors, not just mistakes, full-blown disbelief. Because these three ideas didn't just challenge philosophy, they challenged the very possibility of meaning, of purpose, of human dignity. They made the universe cold, mechanical, empty. and Al-Ghazali was going to show why they were wrong. The first problem, the eternity of the world. The second, God's knowledge of particulars. The third, the denial of bodily resurrection. Each one a battlefield, each one a crisis, each one a question that cuts to the heart of what it means to be human. And Al-Ghazali was ready for war. The whisper of doubt had become a battle cry. The personal crisis had become a philosophical weapon. The man who had lost, his certainty was about to take certainty away from everyone else. And in doing so, he would change the course of intellectual history. The throne of knowledge was about to be shaken, and Al-Ghazali was the one holding the hammer. Imagine you're an architect. You've been hired to inspect a magnificent building, a cathedral that stood for 400 years. Everyone says it's perfect, unshakable, a masterpiece of engineering. Your job, find the flaws, not cosmetic issues, not minor cracks in the paint, structural problems, fatal weaknesses, the kind of flaws that mean the whole thing could come down. That's what Al-Ghazali was about to do to philosophy, but he wasn't going to be random about it. He wasn't going to just throw criticisms at the wall and see what stuck. He was methodical, strategic, surgical. He identified exactly 20 problems with the philosopher's system, 20 points where their logic broke down, where their certainty crumbled, where the edifice showed cracks. Why 20? Because that's how many it took to cover every major claim the philosophers made. About God, about the universe, about the soul, about causation, about knowledge itself. Each problem was a targeted strike at a specific pillar of their thought, and together, they brought the whole structure into question. Now, we could go through all 20, one by one, methodically. But that would take hours, and honestly, some of them are technical, philosophical inside baseball that only specialists care about. What we're going to do instead is focus on the approach, the method Al-Ghazali used, the strategy behind his attack, because understanding his method is more important than memorizing. His arguments, it's what made his critique so devastating, so enduring, so impossible to dismiss. Here's what he didn't do. He didn't write a book saying, the philosophers are wrong because the Quran says so. That would have been easy, safe, expected, but it also would have been useless, because the philosophers didn't care what the Quran said. Not really. Oh, they paid lip service to it. They claimed their philosophy was compatible with revelation. But when push came to shove, when philosophy and scripture conflicted, philosophy won. Every time, they would reinterpret scripture to fit their conclusions, allegorize away any contradictions, explain away any tensions. The revealed text became clay in their hands, something to be molded to fit their preconceived rational system. So Al-Ghazali knew, quoting scripture at them wouldn't work. He needed to beat them at their own game. He needed to use their tools, their methods, their standards of proof. He needed to show that even by their own criteria, their system failed. This is what makes his approach brilliant. He essentially said, okay, philosophers, you claim logical certainty. You say your conclusions necessarily follow from rational premises. Let's test that. Let's take your arguments apart, step by step, premise by premise, inference by inference, and let's see if they actually hold up. Spoiler alert, they didn't. Al-Ghazali discovered something the philosophers had hidden even from themselves. Their arguments weren't as airtight as they claimed. Their logic had gaps. Their premises had holes. Their conclusions didn't necessarily follow. They had built an empire of thought on assumptions they never questioned, on inferences they never justified, on leaps of logic they never examined. And Al-Ghazali was about to expose every single one. Let me give you a sense of how this worked. Take one of the philosophers' favorite claims. They could prove God's existence through pure reason. Sounds good, right? Here's their argument, simplified. Everything that exists is either necessary or contingent. Either it must exist, or it could possibly not exist. The universe is full of contingent things things that might not have existed. You, me, this planet, this galaxy. Contingent things need a cause, something that brought them into existence. But you can't have an infinite chain of contingent causes. That's logically impossible. So there must be a necessary being at the start of the chain, something that exists by its own nature, something uncaused, and that necessary being is God. Boom. Logical proof of God's existence. The philosophers were proud of this argument. They thought it was bulletproof. Al-Ghazali looked at it and said, "Really, let's examine this more closely. First problem, why can't you have an infinite chain of causes?" The philosophers said, "Because that's absurd. You need a first cause." But why? Where's the logical proof that an infinite regress is impossible? They assumed it. They declared it. They found it intuitively obvious. But they never proved it. That's assumption number one. Second problem. Even if you need a first cause, why must it be God? Why not just an impersonal necessary being, a principle, a force, a quantum field? The philosophers jumped from "there must be something necessary" to "that something is God with all the attributes we claim." But that's a huge leap, and they never justified it. That's assumption number two. Third problem. This whole argument assumes causation works the way they think it does. But what if causation itself is questionable? What if cause and effect aren't as straightforward as they seem? We'll come back to this later, but for now, just note, the entire argument rests on an assumption about causation. That's assumption number three. See what Al-Ghazali was doing? He wasn't saying, "Your conclusion is wrong." He was saying, "Your proof doesn't work. You claim logical certainty, but you're actually making multiple unproven assumptions. You're not proving anything. You're just asserting things and calling it proof." This is devastating, because the philosopher's whole appeal was certainty, rational demonstration, logical necessity. If their proofs don't actually prove anything, if they're just sophisticated-sounding assertions, then their entire project collapses. They're not doing something fundamentally different from theologians or mystics or prophets. They're just dressing up their assumptions in logical clothing and pretending it's knowledge. Al-Ghazali did this 20 times. 20 major philosophical claims. 20 supposedly airtight arguments. And in each case, he showed, the proof doesn't hold. The logic has gaps. The certainty is illusory. But here's where it gets really interesting. Al-Ghazali wasn't trying to prove the philosophers wrong about everything. That's not the point. The point was to show their certainty was unjustified. Maybe the universe is eternal. Maybe it's not. But you can't prove it through pure reason. Maybe God knows only universals. Maybe he knows particulars. But you can't demonstrate it logically. Maybe bodily resurrection is impossible. Maybe it's not. But you can't rule it out with philosophy. Al-Ghazali was attacking their epistemological arrogance, their claim to have certain knowledge about things that by their nature transcend human reason. He was saying, you don't know as much as you think you know. And more importantly, you can't know it the way you claim to know it. The tools you're using, sense perception, logical inference, rational demonstration, they're not capable of giving you certainty about ultimate questions. You've overestimated what reason can do. This is a profound insight, because Al-Ghazali wasn't anti-reason. He wasn't saying logic is useless. He was saying, reason has limits. Logic has boundaries. There are questions the human mind simply can't answer with certainty, and the philosopher's mistake was thinking they could transcend those limits. They thought they could stand outside the universe and see it objectively, like God would see it. They thought they could grasp eternal truths with temporal minds, infinite realities with finite understanding. They thought they could know the unknowable, and Al-Ghazali was calling them out, not from religious prejudice, not from anti-intellectual bias, but from a deeper understanding of what knowledge actually is and what it isn't. Now here's what made this approach so powerful. Al-Ghazali wasn't just being negative. He wasn't just tearing things down. He was making space for other ways of knowing, other sources of truth, other paths to understanding. If reason can't give you certainty about God, maybe revelation can. If logic can't prove the nature of ultimate reality, maybe direct experience can. If philosophy can't answer the deepest questions, maybe mysticism can. This is why his critique mattered so much. It wasn't just about winning a debate with the philosophers, it was about reopening questions they had closed, reintroducing possibilities they had ruled out, showing that the universe is bigger, stranger, more mysterious than any philosophical system can capture. The philosophers had tried to fit reality into their logical categories. Al-Ghazali was showing that reality wouldn't fit, that there are aspects of existence that slip through the nets of rational analysis. That mystery isn't just what we haven't figured out yet. It's fundamental to what we are and where we are. But Al-Ghazali wasn't done, because among his 20 problems, 3 stood out. 3 issues so serious, so fundamental, so destructive to religious belief, that he couldn't just say, the proof is questionable. He had to go further. He had to say, if you believe these 3 things, you've crossed a line. You're not just philosophically mistaken, you're religiously deviant. You've abandoned beliefs so central to Islamic faith that you can't claim to be Muslim while holding them. This was serious. In Islamic intellectual history, calling someone's position heretical wasn't something you did lightly. It had legal consequences, social consequences. It could destroy careers and reputations. But Al-Ghazali felt he had no choice, because these 3 philosophical positions didn't just contradict scripture. They made religion meaningless. They made worship pointless. They made revelation unnecessary. If the philosophers were right about these 3 things, then Islam, as practiced by millions of believers, was built on a lie. Prayer became talking to yourself. Prophecy became delusion. The afterlife became fantasy. Al-Ghazali couldn't allow that to stand. So he drew a line in the sand. 20 problems with philosophy. Yes, the philosophers were wrong about many things, but 3 problems were in a different category. 3 positions were not just philosophical errors, they were religious disasters. The first, the eternity of the world. The philosophers claimed the universe has always existed. It didn't have a beginning. It won't have an end. It eternally emanates from God, the way light eternally emanates from the sun. Why did Al-Ghazali consider this heretical? Because if the world is eternal, then God didn't create it. Not in any meaningful sense. He didn't choose to bring it into being. He didn't will it to exist. He didn't make something from nothing. The universe just is, necessarily, eternally, without any real creative act on God's part. And if God didn't create, then what's his relationship to the universe? He becomes just another part of the cosmic machinery, not a creator, not a lord, not someone who acts, just the necessary being at the top of an eternal chain. This empties religion of meaning, because the whole point of worship is acknowledging that God made you, that you owe your existence to his choice, his will, his creative power. But if the universe is eternal, if God didn't really create, then what are you thanking him for? The second position, God's knowledge of particulars. The philosophers argued that God knows universals but not particulars. He knows humanity but not individual humans. He knows events but not specific events. He knows categories, principles, forms, but not you, not your choices, not your life. Why heretical? Because if God doesn't know particulars, then prayer is absurd. You're asking him for things he can't hear, confessing sins he can't perceive, seeking guidance he can't give. Your entire spiritual life becomes a conversation with yourself, and prophecy, revelation, divine guidance, all impossible. How can God send a specific message to a specific prophet at a specific time if he doesn't know specific things? How can there be divine law, divine judgment, divine mercy, if God doesn't know what you individually do. The philosopher's position made God distant, abstract, irrelevant to human life. And Al-Ghazali said, that's not just wrong, that's a denial of what God is. The third position, the impossibility of bodily resurrection. The philosophers argued that after death, only the soul survives. The body decays and is gone forever. There's no bodily resurrection, no physical afterlife, no gathering of bodies on Judgment Day. Why did Al-Ghazali consider this heretical? Because bodily resurrection is explicitly promised in the Quran, repeatedly, in clear language. And more than that, it's central to the concept of justice. If there's no bodily resurrection, then people who suffered physical torture get no physical restoration. People who committed physical crimes receive no physical punishment. The body becomes irrelevant to justice, to reward, to accountability. And that makes this life meaningless. Do what you want to your body, to others' bodies. It doesn't matter, because the body is just temporary housing, something you shed like clothing. The philosopher's position made ethics cheap, made suffering meaningless, made justice incomplete. And Al-Ghazali couldn't accept that. These three positions, these three problems, they weren't just intellectual errors the philosophers made. They were fundamental challenges to the coherence of religious belief itself, and Al-Ghazali was going to dismantle them, one by one, step by step, systematically using their own tools against them, showing that their certainty was illusory. Their proofs were flawed, their conclusions didn't follow, but he was going to do more than that. He was going to show why these positions were emotionally, spiritually, existentially unlivable. Because this wasn't just an academic exercise. This was about meaning, about purpose, about whether the universe cares about you, about whether your choices matter, whether your prayers are heard, whether justice is real. The philosophers, in their quest for logical purity, had created a cold universe, a universe where God is distant, where humans are insignificant, where nothing ultimately matters. Al-Ghazali was about to warm it back up, not through sentiment, not through wishful thinking, but through rigorous philosophical argument, showing that the philosophers' cold universe wasn't logically necessary, that their conclusions didn't follow from their premises, that you could be just as rational, just as logical, just as philosophically rigorous, while believing in a God who acts, who knows, who cares. The 20 problems were the artillery barrage, softening up the philosophical defenses, showing weaknesses everywhere. But the 3 heretical positions, those were the main assault, the focused attack on the heart of the philosopher's system, and Al-Ghazali was ready. He had the arguments, he had the method, he had the motivation. He knew what was at stake, not just winning a debate, not just defending orthodoxy, but preserving the possibility of meaning in a universe that philosophy was threatening to make meaningless. The throne of knowledge was trembling, the cracks were showing, and Al-Ghazali was about to strike at the foundations. 3 devastating blows, 3 knockout punches, 3 final arguments, starting with the most fundamental question of all. Did the universe have a beginning, or has it always existed? The philosophers said, always existed, obviously. Necessarily, Al-Ghazali said, prove it, and when they couldn't, he was going to show them why their position wasn't just unproven, it was incoherent. The battle was joined, and nothing would be the same after. Let me ask you a question. How long have you been alive? 20 years? 40? 60? However long it is, you can count it. It's a finite number. Now imagine someone asks you, how long has the universe existed? And you answer, forever. What does that even mean? This is where Al-Ghazali's first major battle with the philosophers began. Not with theology, not with scripture, but with a simple, devastating question about time itself. The philosophers were absolutely certain, unshakable in their conviction, The universe, they declared, is eternal. It has no beginning. It has no end. It has always existed and always will exist. This wasn't a guess. It wasn't speculation. It wasn't a working hypothesis. To them, it was a demonstrated truth, a logical necessity, something that couldn't possibly be otherwise. Their proof went something like this. God is eternal and unchanging, right? Everyone agrees on that. God is also perfect, complete, lacking nothing. So God's will is eternal and unchanging too. It doesn't fluctuate. It doesn't develop. It doesn't suddenly decide something new. Now here's the key move. If God eternally wills the universe to exist, then the universe must eternally exist. Because if the universe came into being at some point, in time, that would mean God's will changed. There was a moment when God wasn't creating, then suddenly he was creating. But that's impossible, because God doesn't change. Therefore, the universe must be eternal. It must have always been emanating from God's eternal will, like rays from the sun. The sun doesn't decide to shine. It shines eternally. And its light exists eternally as a result. Same with God and the universe. Elegant, right? Logical, seemingly airtight. The philosophers thought they'd solved one of the biggest questions in existence. Al-Ghazali read this argument and saw something they didn't. A catastrophe waiting to happen. Because if the universe is eternal, then God didn't create it. Not really. Oh sure, the philosophers would say, God is the cause of the universe, but that's not the same as creation. Creation means bringing something into existence that didn't exist before. Creation means choosing to make something, willing it to be, deciding that it should exist. But if the universe has always existed, if it's eternal, then there was never a moment of creation, never a choice, never a divine decision. The universe just is, has always been, will always be, and God's relationship to it becomes mechanical, automatic, impersonal, like the relationship between the sun and its light. The sun doesn't love its light, doesn't know its light, doesn't care about its light. The light just necessarily flows from the sun's nature. Is that really what we mean by God? A cosmic mechanism that necessarily produces a universe the way a fire necessarily produces heat? Al-Ghazali saw where this led. If God didn't choose to create, then he doesn't choose anything. If he doesn't choose, then he doesn't act. If he doesn't act, then he doesn't respond to prayers, doesn't send prophets, doesn't intervene in human affairs. He becomes the philosopher's abstraction, the unmoved mover, the distant principle, not the God of Abraham, not the God of Moses, not the God of Muhammad, not a God worth praying to. This was unacceptable. So, Al-Ghazali set out to demolish the philosopher's argument, and he started by asking the question they'd never properly considered. What does it actually mean for something to be eternal? The philosophers threw the word around like they understood. Eternal, infinite, without beginning or end. But Al-Ghazali pressed. Do you really know what you're talking about? Can you actually conceive of an infinite past? Think about it carefully. If the universe has existed forever, then an infinite amount of time has already passed. An infinite number of years. An infinite number of days. An infinite number of moments. But here's the problem. You can't traverse an infinite distance, by definition. If something is infinite, you can never reach the end of it. So how did we get to today? If an infinite amount of time had to pass before we arrived at this moment, we should never have arrived at this moment. Because you can't finish traveling through infinity, it's like saying, I started counting from negative infinity and I just reached zero. That's nonsense. You could never start from negative infinity. There's no starting point, and even if you could, you'd never finish counting up to zero, because infinity has no end. Same with time. If the past is infinite, then we could never have reached the present. But we did reach the present. We're in it right now. Therefore, the past can't be infinite. The universe must have had a beginning. This is what philosophers call the impossibility of traversing an actual infinite, and Al-Ghazali wielded it like a sword. The philosophers tried to respond. They said, "But you're thinking about infinity wrong. Past infinity isn't like a distance you travel. It's just there, all at once." Al-Ghazali pushed back. "Okay, let's try a different angle. Imagine the universe is eternal, like you say. That means the number of past days is infinite, right? But the number of past years is also infinite. Now here's my question. Are there more past days than past years?" The philosophers hesitated. On one hand, obviously there are more days than years. 12 times more, roughly. On the other hand, both numbers are infinite, and infinity equals infinity. You can't have one infinity bigger than another infinity. That contradicts what infinity means. So which is it? Are there more past days than past years? Or are they equal? If you say there are more days, you're admitting that one infinity can be bigger than another, which is absurd. If you say they're equal, you're admitting that 12 days equals 1 year, which is also absurd. Either way, you're trapped. This is the problem with treating infinity as if it's just a really big number. It's not. Infinity doesn't behave like numbers behave. You can't do arithmetic with it. You can't compare infinities. You can't traverse them. So when you say the past is infinite, you're not actually saying something coherent. You're using a word that sounds profound, but actually refers to nothing you can meaningfully conceive. The philosophers squirmed. They tried another defense. Okay, but here's the thing. God is outside of time. He's eternal in a different sense. So when God creates the universe, he's not doing it at a point in time. He's doing it eternally. The universe doesn't have a beginning in time because time itself is part of the universe. Al-Ghazali smiled at this. So you're admitting the universe has a beginning? That it's not eternal after all? Because if time is part of the universe and the universe came from God, then the universe began to exist. You're just saying it began to exist with time rather than in time. But either way, it began. It's not eternal. You've conceded my point while trying to argue against it. The philosophers realized they were in trouble. Every defense they mounted created new problems. But Al-Ghazali wasn't done. He had another angle of attack, an even more devastating one. He said, "Let's grant for a moment that the universe could be eternal, just for argument's sake. Let's imagine an infinite past actually makes sense. Even so, I can show you that it's not necessary, that God could have created the universe at any point in time. And if it's not necessary for the universe to be eternal, then your whole argument collapses." Here's how this worked. The philosophers claimed God's eternal will necessitates an eternal universe. But Al-Ghazali asked, why? Why couldn't God eternally will to create the universe at a specific moment? Think about it. You can decide today to do something tomorrow. Your decision is made today, but the action happens tomorrow. Your will exists at one time. The effect of your will exists at another time. So why couldn't God's eternal will produce a temporally originated universe? God could eternally intend, let the universe begin at moment X. That intention is eternal, unchanging, always part of God's will. But the universe itself still has a beginning, still comes into existence at a specific point. The philosophers said, but that means God's will has to wait, and God doesn't wait. Al-Ghazali countered, no, you're confusing God's will with God's action. God can will something eternally and actualize it temporally. Your problem is you've collapsed will and action into the same thing, but they're not the same, even for God. This was brilliant, because Al-Ghazali was using the philosophers' own distinction against them. They loved talking about God's essence versus God's attributes, God's knowledge versus God's action. Fine, apply that here. God's will can be eternal, but God's creative act can be temporal. No contradiction, no problem. No necessary eternal universe. The philosophers were backed into a corner, but they had one last card to play. They said, If the universe began, you have to explain why it began when it did and not earlier or later. If God could have created the universe at any point, why this point? What changed? Without a reason for the specific timing, creation becomes arbitrary, random, which is unworthy of God. This was their trump card. The principle of sufficient reason. Everything needs a reason, a cause, an explanation for why it is the way it is. If the universe began at moment X rather than moment Y, there must be a reason. But if God is eternal and unchanging, there can't be a reason for one moment over another. All moments are equal to God. So, either the universe is eternal or creation is arbitrary. Pick your poison. Al-Ghazali looked at this argument and laughed, not because it was bad, but because it was so revealing. The philosophers were demanding that God conform to their philosophical principles. They were saying, God must have a reason for everything he does, and that reason must be accessible to human understanding. But why? Who says God needs to justify his choices to philosophers? Who says divine wisdom has to make sense according to human logic? The philosophers had forgotten something crucial. God is not like us. His knowledge is not like our knowledge. His will is not like our will. His reasons are not like our reasons. To demand that God provide a philosophical explanation for why he created when he did is to put philosophy above God. It's to say, God, you can only act in ways we can understand, ways that fit our logical frameworks, ways that satisfy our principle of sufficient reason. But that's backwards. God is the source of reason, not bound by it. God is the ground of logic, not subject to it. If God chooses to create at a particular moment for reasons known only to him, that's his prerogative. You don't get to say, that's arbitrary, therefore impossible. You're not in a position to judge. This was the deeper issue Al-Ghazali exposed. The philosophers had made reason into a god. They had elevated logical principles to the status of eternal, necessary truths that even God must obey. But that's idolatry. Not of statues or images, but of the human intellect. They had said, if we can't understand it, it can't be true. If our logic can't accommodate it, it can't be real. If our philosophy can't explain it, it can't exist. That's the ultimate arrogance. And Al-Ghazali was calling it out. The universe doesn't owe you an explanation. God doesn't owe you an explanation. Your inability to understand something doesn't make it false. Your inability to fit it into your system doesn't make it impossible. Reality is bigger than your categories. Mystery is deeper than your logic. And God is more than your philosophy can contain. This was the heart of Al-Ghazali's critique, not just of the eternal universe claim, but of the entire philosophical project. The philosophers thought they could master reality through reason. They thought they could deduce the nature of existence from first principles. They thought they could figure out God's mind by clever arguments. Al-Ghazali showed them they couldn't. Not because reason is useless. Not because logic doesn't matter, but because reason has limits. Logic has boundaries. Philosophy has a proper scope, and questions about God's creative will lie beyond that scope. You can't prove the universe is eternal. You can't prove it had a beginning, not through pure philosophy, not with certainty. The most you can say is, both are possible. Both are conceivable. Neither leads to logical contradiction. So if you're going to choose between them, you need something other than philosophy to decide. Revelation, maybe. Faith. Direct experience of the divine. But not philosophical demonstration. Because philosophical demonstration can't get you there. The philosophers' certainty about an eternal universe was fake, built on assumptions they never questioned, on principles they never justified, on logic they never tested. Al-Ghazali tested it, and it broke. The first pillar of their system was crumbling. The universe didn't have to be eternal. God could have created it in time, and if God created it in time, then God chose. God acted. God willed something specific, which means God is not. The impersonal principle the philosophers described. God is personal, active, engaged with his creation. The kind of God who might send prophets, who might hear prayers, who might care about individual human beings. The door the philosophers had closed was opening again, and Al-Ghazali was just getting started. Because if the philosophers were wrong about the eternity of the universe, maybe they were wrong about God's knowledge too. Maybe God doesn't just know universals. Maybe he knows you, specifically, individually, completely. That's where we're going next. To the most personal question of all. Does God see you? The philosophers said no. Al-Ghazali was about to prove them wrong. And when he did, the entire cold, mechanical universe they'd built would start to feel warm again. Close your eyes for a moment. Think about the most painful experience of your life. Maybe it was losing someone you loved. Maybe it was a betrayal. Maybe it was a moment of crushing failure. Whatever it was, you felt it. You lived through it. It was real. Now imagine someone telling you, God doesn't know about that. Not because he doesn't care, not because he's ignoring you, but because he literally cannot know individual, specific events. He knows about suffering in general, but not your suffering. He knows about loss as a concept, but not your loss. He knows the universal category of human pain, but not the particular agony you felt on that specific day. How would that make you feel? This is what the philosophers were claiming. And it's the second major battleground where Al-Ghazali decided, this isn't just wrong. This is heresy. Let me explain how the philosophers got here. It started, like so many bad ideas, from something. That sounds reasonable. They said, God is perfect, right? Unchanging, eternal, beyond time. So God's knowledge must also be perfect, unchanging, and eternal. God can't learn new things, can't discover facts he didn't know before, can't be surprised by events. So far, most theologians would agree. But then, the philosophers made a fatal move. They said, if God's knowledge is unchanging, then God can only know unchanging things. Things that are eternally true, always the same, never in flux. And what are those things? Universals, essences, eternal forms. God knows humanity as an eternal essence, but not individual humans who are born and die. God knows motion as a principle, but not specific movements happening at specific times. God knows existence as a concept, but not particular existence that come and go. In philosophical jargon, they were saying, God knows universals but not particulars. Let that sink in for a moment. According to the philosophers, God doesn't know what you had for breakfast this morning, the specific words you spoke to your friend yesterday, the exact thought running through your mind right now, the particular choice you're about to make. Not because these things are hidden from him, but because they're beneath his type of knowledge. God's knowledge is too lofty, too eternal, too perfect to concern itself with the messy, changing, temporary details of individual existence. He knows the forms, the patterns, the eternal truths, but the specific instances, the individual cases, the particular moments, those are irrelevant to divine knowledge. The philosophers thought this made God more perfect, more transcendent, more sublime, more worthy of worship. They thought they were honoring God by elevating his knowledge above mundane particulars. Al-Ghazali saw it differently. He saw a God who was essentially blind, a God who couldn't see you, couldn't hear you, couldn't know you. A God who was, for all practical purposes, absent from your life. And he was horrified. Because if God doesn't know particulars, then everything falls apart. Everything that makes religion meaningful. Everything that makes worship possible. Everything that connects the divine to the human. Let's walk through the implications step by step. First, prayer becomes absurd. You bow down 5 times a day. You ask God for help. You confess your sins. You seek guidance. But according to the philosophers, God doesn't hear any of it, not because he's ignoring you, but because your specific prayer at that specific moment is a particular event. And God doesn't know particular events. He knows prayer as a universal concept, but not your prayer. He knows petitioning as a general phenomenon, but not your petition. So who are you talking to? Nobody. You're going through motions in a universe where the divine can't perceive your actions. Prayer becomes cosmic theatre, a ritual you perform for yourself because the audience you think you're addressing isn't watching. Second, prophecy becomes impossible. How does God send a message to a specific prophet at a specific time if he doesn't know specific times or specific prophets? Muhammad receives revelation in a cave. Moses hears God at a burning bush. Jesus is born in Bethlehem. These are particular events, specific moments, individual occurrences. But if God doesn't know particulars, he can't initiate these events. He can't choose a particular person, can't speak at a particular moment, can't intervene in particular circumstances. The philosophers tried to get around this. They said, well, divine knowledge sort of overflows into the world, and prophets are people whose souls are aligned to receive this overflow. But that's not prophecy. That's cosmic coincidence. That's not God choosing to speak. That's just some humans being naturally tuned to pick up signals that are always broadcasting. It's like saying God didn't send the Quran to Muhammad. Muhammad just happened to receive it because he was in the right mental frequency. That's not revelation. That's reception. Third, divine justice becomes meaningless. If God doesn't know what you specifically did, how can he judge you? How can there be a day of reckoning if God doesn't know your particular actions? He knows sinning as a category, but not the sins you committed. He knows righteousness as an ideal, but not the righteous choices you made. How do you reward or punish people based on things you don't know they did? The philosophers had an answer for this too. They said, your soul carries the effects of your actions. God sees the state of your soul. But that's backwards. That means God doesn't judge your actions. He just observes their accumulated effect on your soul. It's like saying a teacher doesn't grade your test. She just looks at how smart you became after taking it. That's not justice. That's just observing outcomes. Fourth, the entire concept of divine care evaporates. When the Quran says God is closer to you than your jugular vein, what does that mean if God doesn't know you exist? When it says he knows what's in your hearts, is that a lie? When it says he responds to those who call on him, is that false advertising? The philosophers were forced to reinterpret all these passages. They said, these verses speak metaphorically for the common people. But the real truth is more abstract. In other words, Scripture lies to the masses because they can't handle the truth. The truth that God doesn't actually know you, doesn't actually care about you, doesn't actually engage with your life. He's just the eternal principle at the top of the cosmic hierarchy, majestic, perfect, sublime, and utterly, completely indifferent to your existence. This is what Al-Ghazali couldn't stomach. Not because it hurt his feelings, not because it was emotionally unsatisfying, but because it made religion incoherent. If the philosophers were right, then the entire Islamic tradition was built on a mistake. Billions of prayers offered to a God who couldn't hear them. Prophets claiming messages from a God who couldn't send them. Believers expecting judgment from a God who didn't know what they'd done. It was all theatre, all illusion, all a massive collective delusion. Al-Ghazali said, no, this ends here, and he began his counterattack. First, he went after their logic. The philosophers claimed God's knowledge must be unchanging, therefore he can only know unchanging things. But Al-Ghazali asked, why does unchanging knowledge require unchanging objects? Can't you have unchanging knowledge of changing things? Think about it. If God knows eternally that Muhammad will be born in 570 CE, that knowledge doesn't change. It's always true, always part of God's eternal knowledge. The event itself is temporal, happens at a specific time. But the knowledge of it can be eternal. God doesn't learn that Muhammad was born when it happens. He always knew it would happen. His knowledge is unchanging, even though the event is temporal. So the philosopher's argument doesn't work. You can have eternal, unchanging divine knowledge of particular changing events. No contradiction, no problem. Second, Al-Ghazali attacked their conception of perfection. The philosophers said knowing particulars would make God imperfect. But Al-Ghazali flipped it. Is it more perfect to know everything or to know only some things? Obviously, knowing everything is more perfect. So a God who knows both universals and particulars is more perfect than a God who knows only universals. The philosophers were actually diminishing God's perfection by limiting his knowledge. They thought they were elevating him, but they were actually reducing him, making him less than all-knowing, less than omniscient, less than perfect. Their perfect God was actually deficient. Third, Al-Ghazali went after the very distinction between universals and particulars. He said, this distinction is something humans make. It's how we organize our thoughts. But why assume God thinks like we think? Why assume God's knowledge is divided into categories the way ours is? Maybe to God, there is no difference between universal and particular. Maybe he knows everything in a way we can't comprehend, a way that transcends our categories. The philosophers had committed the sin they always accused others of. They had anthropomorphized God, not by giving him a body, but by giving him a human-like mind, by assuming his knowledge works like their knowledge, just bigger, just more perfect. But what if God's knowledge is radically different from human knowledge? What if it's not just quantitatively greater, but qualitatively other? Then all their reasoning about what God must or must not know falls apart, because they're reasoning from false assumptions about the nature of divine knowledge. Fourth, Al-Ghazali pointed to the absurd consequences. If God doesn't know particulars, does he know himself? After all, God is a particular being, not a universal concept. There's only one God, one specific, unique, particular divine reality. So if God can only know universals, can he not know himself? The philosophers squirmed at this. Some said, God is an exception. He knows himself even, though he's particular. But Al-Ghazali pounced. So particulars can be known by God. You just admitted it. If God can know one particular, himself, why not other particulars? Your rule about God only knowing universals has a huge exception, which means it's not really a rule. Others said, God isn't particular. He's beyond the universal particular distinction. Fine, Al-Ghazali said. Then why can't his knowledge also be beyond that distinction? Why can't he know in a way that includes both universals and particulars? Every defense the philosophers mounted created new problems. They were trapped, contradicting themselves, tying themselves in logical knots. Fifth, and most devastatingly, Al-Ghazali showed that their position made prediction impossible. The philosophers believed in astrology, in reading the stars to predict future events. But how can you predict a particular future event if God doesn't know particular events? If the cosmos is governed by divine knowledge, and divine knowledge doesn't include particulars, then particular events aren't part of the cosmic order. They're just random, unpredictable, outside the scope of rational understanding. But the philosophers wanted it both ways. They wanted a rationally ordered universe where everything follows from divine knowledge, but they also wanted to limit divine knowledge to universals. You can't have both. Either the universe is rationally ordered down to its particulars, in which case God must know those particulars, or God doesn't know particulars, in which case the universe is ultimately chaotic and unpredictable at the level of individual events. The philosophers were caught in a contradiction of their own making. Al-Ghazali exposed it mercilessly. But beyond all the logical arguments, Al-Ghazali made a deeper point. A point about what kind of universe we live in. The philosopher's universe was cold, mechanical, indifferent, a universe where the divine principle churns out existence according to eternal laws, but doesn't see you, doesn't know you, doesn't care about you. You're just a particular instantiation of universal forms, a temporary configuration of matter, a fleeting pattern in the cosmic dance. You matter to yourself, maybe to other people, but not to God, because to God, you're not even visible. Al-Ghazali asked, is that the universe you want to live in? More importantly, is that the universe we actually live in? Because your experience suggests otherwise. You feel seen. You feel known. You feel like your choices matter to something beyond yourself. When you pray, you sense a response. When you seek guidance, you find it. When you suffer, you feel held. Maybe that's all illusion. Maybe it's wishful thinking. Or maybe the philosophers are wrong. Maybe God does know particulars, does see individuals, does care about specific people. Maybe the universe is warmer than the philosophers imagined. Maybe you matter more than their system allows. This was the choice Al-Ghazali presented, not as a logical proof, not as a philosophical demonstration, but as an existential question. Which universe do you actually live in? The cold universe of the philosophers, where God is distant and unknowing, or a universe where God sees you, where your prayers are heard, where your life matters? You can't prove it either way through philosophy, but you can look at your experience. You can examine your life. You can trust your intuition. And most people, when they're honest, know which universe feels real. The philosophers had built an impressive system, but they'd built it at the cost of making religion meaningless and human, life insignificant. Al-Ghazali tore it down, not with wishful thinking, not with sentimental appeals, but with rigorous philosophical argument that showed their position was logically flawed and existentially unlivable. God knows particulars. He must. He can. He does. Your prayers are heard. Your actions are seen. Your life is known, not because Scripture says so, though it does, but because any other conclusion makes a mockery of divine perfection and reduces God to less than all-knowing. The philosopher's God was too small, too limited, too bound by human categories. Al-Ghazali's God was bigger, greater, more truly divine. The second pillar of philosophy was crumbling. But Al-Ghazali wasn't done, because the philosophers had one more devastating claim to answer. The most personal one of all, the claim about what happens when you die. You strike a match. It lights. Why? You probably think, because striking creates friction. Friction creates heat. Heat ignites the chemicals on the match head. Cause and effect. Simple, obvious, undeniable. But what if I told you that's not what's actually happening? What if the match lighting has nothing to do with you striking it? What if every time you think you're seeing cause and effect, you're actually witnessing something far stranger? Welcome to the most radical, most controversial, most mind-bending argument Al-Ghazali ever made. This is where he didn't just challenge the philosophers, he challenged reality itself, or at least what you think reality is. Let's back up and understand what was at stake. The philosophers had built their entire system on causation. Everything in the universe, they claimed, operates according to necessary causal laws. Fire necessarily burns. Water necessarily flows downward. Heavy objects necessarily fall. These aren't just observations. They're ironclad natural laws. Laws that can't be broken, can't be suspended, can't be violated, not even by God. That last part is crucial. The philosophers believed in God. They weren't atheists. but their God was bound by the laws of nature he'd established. Or rather, the laws of nature flowed necessarily from God's nature. God couldn't make fire not burn, because fire burning is part of the eternal, necessary structure of reality. God couldn't make water flow upward, because gravity isn't a choice, it's a metaphysical necessity. God couldn't raise the dead, couldn't turn a staff into a snake, couldn't split the moon. Not because he's weak, but because these things violate causal laws, and causal laws are absolute. This is why the philosophers rejected miracles, not because they hadn't heard the stories, but because miracles are impossible. Logically, impossible, metaphysically impossible, causally impossible. If you accept that causes necessarily produce their effects, then you have to reject any story where a cause fails to produce its effect. Moses throws down his staff. Does it become a snake? The philosophers said, no, impossible. Staves don't become snakes. Jesus speaks to a dead man. Does he rise? The philosophers said, no, impossible. Dead tissue doesn't reanimate. Muhammad points to the moon. Does it split? The philosophers said, no, impossible. Celestial bodies don't split from verbal commands. These stories might be useful myths, inspiring, legends, metaphors for spiritual truths, but they're not literal history, because they violate causation, and nothing violates causation, not even God. Do you see the problem? If miracles are impossible, then prophecy is questionable. If prophets can't perform miracles, how do you know they're really sent by God? Anyone can claim divine authority. The miracle is supposed to be the proof. But if miracles don't happen, there's no proof, just claims, just stories, just legends that may or may not be true. The entire foundation of revealed religion rests on the possibility of divine intervention in the natural order. And the philosophers were saying, that's impossible. Nature is a closed system, governed by unbreakable laws. Operating according to necessary causal chains, God set it in motion. But he doesn't interfere, can't interfere, doesn't need to interfere. Everything unfolds according to the eternal plan encoded in natural law. Al-Ghazali looked at this and saw the ultimate expression of philosophical arrogance. They weren't just making a claim about how nature usually works. They were making a claim about what God can and cannot do. They were putting limits on divine power, constraints on divine action, boundaries on divine will, and they were doing it in the name of reason, logic, philosophical necessity. Al-Ghazali decided this has to be destroyed, not just criticized, not just questioned, utterly demolished. And to do it, he was going to attack causation itself, not just the philosopher's theory of causation, but the very idea that causes necessarily produce effects. This is where Al-Ghazali became truly radical. Here's his argument, and fair warning, it's going to make your head spin. When you see fire touch cotton, and the cotton burns, you believe the fire caused the burning. But Al-Ghazali asked, did you actually see causation? Or did you just see sequence? You saw fire touch cotton, then you saw cotton burn. Two events, one after another. But did you see the fire making the cotton burn? Did you see the causal power transferring from fire to cotton? No, you just saw event A, then event B. You inferred causation. You assumed it, you concluded it, but you didn't observe it. All you ever observe is succession, one thing following another. The causation itself, that's something you add, something you read into the events. Okay, you might say, but it happens every time. Fire always burns cotton. That can't be coincidence, can't it? What if God creates the burning of cotton every time fire touches it? Not because the fire causes it, but because that's his habit, his custom, his regular pattern. God sees fire touch cotton, and in that moment, he creates burning in the cotton, not because he has to, not because the fire forces him to, but because he chooses to. Every single time. consistently, reliably, predictably. So predictably that you mistake his habit for a necessary law. This is the doctrine of occasionalism, the idea that God is the only real cause, the only actual agent, the only true power in the universe. Everything else? Occasions for God's action. Fire doesn't burn cotton. God burns cotton on the occasion of fire touching it. Your hand doesn't move your pen. God moves your pen on the occasion of your willing it. Bread doesn't nourish you. God nourishes you on the occasion of you eating bread. There are no natural causes, no necessary connections, no causal powers in created things, just God, acting constantly, creating each moment fresh. Now you might be thinking, this is insane. This contradicts everything we know about how the world works. Does it, though? Al-Ghazali pointed out. You've never actually seen a necessary connection between cause and effect. You've seen constant conjunction, regular sequence, habitual association. But necessity. Where do you observe that? When you say, fire must burn cotton, what does must mean? Does it mean you've never seen fire fail to burn cotton? That's just observation of past patterns. Does it mean you can't imagine fire not burning cotton? That's just limits of your imagination. Does it mean there's some metaphysical force compelling fire to burn? Where's your evidence for that? The philosophers claimed necessity, but they couldn't prove it. They just assumed that because something always happens, it must happen. But always and must are different things. Maybe fire has always burned cotton, but that doesn't mean it has to burn cotton. Maybe God has always chosen to create burning when fire touches cotton, but that doesn't mean he couldn't choose otherwise. The difference matters enormously, because if causation is just God's habit, then God can change his habits. He can make fire not burn, water not wet, gravity not pull, not as violations of natural law, because there are no natural laws, only divine habits, and habits can be broken. This is how miracles become possible. Moses throws his staff. Normally God would keep it as wood, but this time he transforms it into a snake, not a violation of causation, because there is no causation to violate, just God doing something different than his usual habit. Jesus touches a dead man. Normally, God keeps dead tissue dead, but this time he restores life, not breaking natural law, because there is no natural law, only God's customary action. Muhammad points to the moon. Normally, God maintains the moon's unity, but this time he splits it. Same thing. God exercising his freedom to act differently than usual. No logical impossibility, no metaphysical violation, no problem. The philosophers hated this argument. They threw everything they had at it. First objection: if causation isn't real, then knowledge is impossible. Science is meaningless. You can't predict anything. Al-Ghazali's response: why not? God acts consistently. His habits are reliable. You can study those habits, learn the patterns, make predictions based on God's customary behavior. The difference is, you recognize those patterns as descriptions, not prescriptions. They tell you what God usually does, not what he must do. Science still works. You just understand its limits. Second objection: if God creates everything directly, then humans have no causal power. We're not agents. We don't really act. Al-Ghazali bit the bullet. Correct. You don't have independent causal power. When you think you're moving your hand, God is moving your hand on the occasion of your willing it. Your will is also created by God. Every moment, every thought, every action. You're not an independent agent. You're a locus of divine action. Now this raises huge questions about free will and moral responsibility, and Al-Ghazali knew it. He wrestled with these questions deeply, but for now, his point was narrower. Humans don't have to have causal power for moral responsibility to make sense. God can still hold you accountable for actions he creates through you. That's his prerogative. Third objection: this makes God the author of evil. If God creates everything, he creates sins, crimes, suffering. Al-Ghazali's response: God creates the acts, but he doesn't will them in the same way. There's a difference between God's creative will and his legislative will. He creates everything, but he commands only good. The fact that he creates an evil act doesn't mean he approves of it. Is this satisfying? That's debatable. Theologians have argued about this for centuries, but Al-Ghazali's point was, his theory doesn't create this problem. The problem exists regardless. If God is all-powerful, he could prevent evil. If he doesn't prevent it, he's somehow involved with it existing. That's true, whether or not you believe in occasionalism. Fourth objection. This is just playing word games. Whether you say fire causes burning, or God causes burning on the occasion of fire, the practical result is the same. Al-Ghazali disagreed. The practical result is similar. The metaphysical implications are completely different. In your view, God is constrained by natural law. In my view, God is absolutely free. In your view, miracles are impossible. In my view, they're possible. In your view, nature is autonomous. In my view, nature is sustained moment by divine will. These aren't just semantic differences. They're radically different visions of reality. And he was right. Think about what occasionalism means experientially. Every breath you take, God creates it. Every heartbeat, God wills it. Every moment of existence, God sustains it. You're not a self-sufficient entity operating according to your own power. You're utterly, completely, absolutely dependent on God. Every instant. If God stopped willing you to exist for even a nanosecond, you would cease to be. Not die. Not collapse. Just cease. Reality is less stable than you think, more contingent, more miraculous. The fact that the world seems orderly, that patterns repeat, that nature appears lawful. That's not because nature has its own power. It's because God is faithful. He chooses to act consistently, to maintain patterns, to sustain the world in a regular way. But he's under no obligation to do so. Every moment the universe doesn't dissolve into chaos is an act of divine mercy. Every moment fire burns cotton is an act of divine choice. Every moment you exist is a gift. This is a universe of radical dependence, radical contingency, radical divine involvement. Not the distant, mechanistic universe of the philosophers, but a universe where God is intimately involved in every event, every action, every moment. Some people find this comforting. God is never absent, never distant, always acting. Others find it terrifying. There's no stability, no natural law, no independence. Al-Ghazali found it liberating because it meant God was free, truly free, not bound by anything, not by logic, not by necessity, not by natural law, only by his own wisdom and mercy. And that meant miracles were possible, revelation was possible, divine intervention was possible. The prophets weren't liars, the Quran wasn't myth-making, the miracles weren't legends, they were moments when God's hidden freedom became visible. When his customary action shifted to reveal what was always true, he's in control, always has been, always will be. Now here's what's brilliant about Al-Ghazali's strategy. He didn't claim he could prove occasionalism was true. He just claimed he could show that the philosopher's theory of causation couldn't be proven. That necessary causal connections are assumptions, not observations. That you can't demonstrate through reason alone that causes must produce their effects. And if you can't demonstrate it, then you can't rule out miracles on philosophical grounds. The philosopher's certainty about causation was just another example of unwarranted confidence. They claimed to know something they couldn't possibly know. They elevated their observation of patterns into metaphysical necessity. They confused, "This is how things always happen," with, "This is how things must happen." And that confusion allowed them to reject miracles, prophecy, and divine intervention. Al-Ghazali's occasionalism was a philosophical nuclear option. It didn't just challenge the philosopher's theory of causation. It obliterated the very concept of natural causation. It said, there are no secondary causes, no created powers, no autonomous natural processes, just God, acting, always and everywhere. Was Al-Ghazali right? That's a question philosophers and theologians still debate. But right or wrong, he accomplished his goal. He showed that the philosopher's rejection of miracles wasn't based on demonstrated truth. It was based on assumptions, preferences, philosophical commitments. And those commitments couldn't be proven, which meant miracles couldn't be ruled out, which meant revelation couldn't be dismissed, which meant the prophets couldn't be rejected on philosophical grounds. The third major pillar of the philosopher's system was demolished. They claimed the universe operated according to necessary causal laws that even God couldn't violate, Al-Ghazali showed. That's not knowledge. That's assumption. You don't know that fire must burn. You just know it always has. You don't know that causes must produce effects. You just observe regular sequences. You don't know that miracles are impossible. You just prefer a world without them. But preference isn't proof. Observation isn't necessity. Habit isn't law. The philosophers had built their confident rejection of miracles on sand, and Al-Ghazali had washed it away. But he'd done something else too, something perhaps more important. He'd shown that the universe is stranger, more mysterious, more dependent on the divine than the philosophers imagined. That what looks like ironclad natural law might be divine custom. That what seems like independent causation might be continuous creation. That what appears to be a mechanistic universe might be a stage for constant divine action. Whether you accept his occasionalism or not, he'd opened a door to wonder, to mystery, to possibilities beyond what reason can prove or disprove. The philosophers had closed that door. They'd said, we know how reality works. Necessarily, certainly, Al-Ghazali had pried it open again, and through that open door, the light of something beyond philosophy could shine through. Not irrationality, not anti-intellectualism, not blind faith, but an acknowledgement that reason has limits. That certainty is rare. That mystery is real. And in that acknowledgement, space for revelation, for prophecy, for divine action, for a God who isn't bound by philosophers' categories, for a universe that's bigger than logic can contain, for possibilities that reason can't rule out. The match still lights when you strike it, but now you know that's not inevitable, that's not necessary, that's not an iron law, that's God, choosing, acting, sustaining the pattern. And he could choose otherwise. He usually doesn't, but he could. And sometimes, for prophets, for signs, for miracles, he does. And there's nothing the philosophers can do about it, because their certainty was always an illusion. Their necessary connections were always assumptions. Their closed universe was always just a cage they built around their own imagination. Al-Ghazali broke the cage, and the philosophers would never get it closed again. Let me tell you about a man who knew too much. Not in the sense that he'd discovered dangerous secrets, but in the sense that he'd pushed his mind to see contradictions everywhere, to question everything so thoroughly that certainty became impossible, to analyze so deeply that the ground beneath every thought turned to quicksand. That man was Al-Ghazali, and in the process of dismantling the philosophers, he was dismantling himself. Because here's what happens when you truly commit to radical doubt. When you question not just conclusions but methods, not just theories, but the tools used to build theories. When you push skepticism all the way to its logical conclusion, you don't end up with alternative certainty, you end up with intellectual paralysis. You don't discover solid ground, you discover there is no solid ground. And that realization doesn't feel like victory. It feels like madness. Al-Ghazali was winning his war against the philosophers. He'd shown their arguments didn't prove what they claimed. Their certainty wasn't justified. Their system rested on assumptions they couldn't defend. But in doing so, he'd also shown something more troubling, that all rational argument might rest on assumptions that can't be defended. That certainty itself might be impossible to achieve through reason alone, that the tools we use to know things might be unreliable at their core. This is the metacritique, the argument that turns back on itself. It's not just, the philosophers are wrong about X, Y, and Z. It's, philosophy itself can't deliver what it promises. Reason itself has fatal limitations. The entire project of knowing through rational demonstration might be fundamentally flawed. Let me show you how deep this goes. Remember how Al-Ghazali questioned sense perception, how he pointed out that dreams feel real while you're dreaming. That was effective against the philosophers, but it's also effective against anyone claiming knowledge, including Al-Ghazali himself. How does he know his critique of the philosophers is valid? He used reasoning. But he'd also questioned whether reasoning is reliable. He observed contradictions in their arguments. But he'd also questioned whether observation can be trusted. Every tool he used to demolish the philosophers could also be used to demolish his own position. This is the problem with radical skepticism. It consumes everything, including itself. If you truly doubt the reliability of reason, then you must also doubt your reasons for doubting reason. If you truly question the validity of logic, then you must also question the logical arguments you use to question logic. You end up in a philosophical spiral, a vortex of doubt that has no bottom. And Al-Ghazali knew this, felt this, lived through this. He later wrote about a period of crisis so severe he couldn't function, couldn't teach, couldn't write, couldn't even speak with confidence about anything. Because every statement he wanted to make, his own mind would immediately question. God exists. But how do you know? What's your proof? How can you be certain? Reason can demonstrate certain truths, but can it? Haven't you just shown that reason is limited? That it rests on unproven assumptions? I need to live according to Islamic law. But why? How do you know Islamic law is true? How do you know your interpretation is correct? Round and round, question after question, doubt feeding on doubt. This is what happens when you take philosophy seriously. Not as a game, not as an intellectual exercise, not as a way to show how clever you are, but as a genuine search for truth, for certainty, for solid ground to stand on. You discover there might not be any solid ground, at least not ground you can reach through thinking alone. The philosophers never got here. They never pushed their skepticism this far. They doubted religion, questioned revelation, challenged tradition, but they never truly doubted their own tools, never questioned their own foundations, never looked into the abyss beneath their own certainty. They thought they'd escaped the quicksand of uncertain opinion and reached the bedrock of demonstrated truth. Al-Ghazali discovered there is no bedrock, or if there is, reason can't reach it, because every foundation you propose can be questioned, every axiom can be challenged, every proof requires assumptions, even the principles of logic itself. Why should you accept the law of non-contradiction, the principle that something can't both be and not be at the same time? The philosophers said, because it's self-evident. To deny it is absurd. But self-evident to whom? Absurd by what standard? Your mind finds it self-evident. But how do you know your mind is reliable? You can't use logic to prove logic is valid. That's circular. You can't use reason to prove reason works. That assumes what you're trying to prove. At the foundation of every rational system are principles that can't be rationally justified. You have to start somewhere. And wherever you start, you're making a leap. A leap of faith, if you will, not religious faith necessarily, but intellectual faith. Trust. Commitment to unprovable starting points. This is what the philosophers never admitted. They claimed to build their system on reason alone, on logical necessity, on demonstrated truth. but they were actually building on faith. Faith in reason. Faith in logic. Faith that their minds could access truth. They just didn't call it faith. They called it self-evident principles, or rational, intuition, or necessary truths. But change the labels all you want. It's still trust in something you can't prove. Al-Ghazali saw this with devastating clarity, and it broke him. Because if even the philosophers' vaunted reason requires faith at its foundation, then what makes it superior to religious faith? If you have to trust something without proof either way, why not trust revelation instead of reason? Why not trust prophetic experience instead of philosophical deduction? Why not trust divine guidance instead of human intellect? The philosophers had claimed their path was certain while religion's path was blind faith. But Al-Ghazali had shown their path requires faith too, just faith in different things. Faith that sense perception is generally reliable. Faith that logical inference preserves truth. Faith that the human mind can grasp reality. All unprovable. All assumed. All taken on trust. This realization was both liberating and terrifying. Liberating because it meant the philosophers had no grounds to look down on religious belief. Their certainty was just as ungrounded as anyone else's. They just didn't realize it. Terrifying because it meant there might be no certain knowledge at all. No firm foundation. No absolute truth accessible to humans. No escape from doubt. Al-Ghazali was stuck in this place for months, unable to commit to anything, unable to claim knowledge about anything, unable to function as a scholar or teacher or human being, because his intellectual honesty wouldn't let him pretend. He couldn't go back to uncritical certainty, couldn't unsee what he'd seen, couldn't unknow what he'd learned. He knew too much about the limits of knowing, and that knowledge was paralyzing. This is the metaphysics of madness, the philosophy that leads to psychological breakdown. Not because the arguments are wrong, but because they're too right. Because if you follow them all the way, you end up unable to assert anything with confidence, unable to trust your own thoughts, unable to believe your own reasoning, unable to claim knowledge about reality. And a human being can't live like that. You have to make decisions. Take actions, commit to beliefs, live your life. But how do you do that when you've lost all certainty? When every belief seems equally questionable? When every foundation crumbles under scrutiny? The philosophers had an answer. Just trust reason. It's self-validating, self-evident, reliable. But Al-Ghazali had demolished that answer. Reason isn't self-validating. It requires trust, and that trust can be questioned. So where does that leave you? Al-Ghazali later wrote about what saved him from this crisis. And his answer is surprising, unexpected, not what you'd think from a rigorous philosopher. He said, God cured me, not through a better argument, not through a more sophisticated proof, not through discovering the one foundation that couldn't be questioned, but through direct experience, immediate certainty, knowledge that bypassed rational demonstration. He called it a light that God cast into my heart, not something he reasoned his way to, something that happened to him, a certainty that didn't come from building arguments, a knowledge that didn't depend on premises and conclusions, an assurance that he couldn't produce through thinking, but could only receive. This is where Al-Ghazali's critique of philosophy ultimately led. Not to another philosophical system, not to better arguments, not to more rigorous proofs, but to the acknowledgement that some knowledge transcends reason, that there are truths you can't think your way to, realities you can't deduce, certainties you can't construct. You can only encounter them, receive them, experience them directly. The philosophers would have scoffed at this. Mystical nonsense, they'd say. Emotional experiences aren't knowledge. Only rational demonstration gives real certainty. But Al-Ghazali could now ask, prove it. Prove that rational demonstration is the only path to knowledge. Prove that direct experience can't give certainty. Prove that mystical encounter isn't a valid way of knowing. You can't, not without assuming. What you're trying to prove, you're just privileging one type of knowing over another, based on your preferences, your assumptions, your intellectual commitments. But those are faith commitments, not demonstrated truths. So maybe the mystics are onto something. Maybe the prophets had access to knowledge philosophers can't reach. Maybe revelation conveys truths that reason can't grasp. Maybe the universe is bigger, stranger, more mysterious than philosophy can accommodate. And maybe that's okay. Maybe the proper response to the limits of reason isn't despair. It's humility. The recognition that we're not as smart as we think we are. That our minds are powerful but not omnipotent. That we can know some things but not everything. That certainty is rare. Mystery is common. And trust is unavoidable. You're going to trust something. The question is what? Will you trust reason, even though reason can't validate itself? Will you trust sense perception, even though perception can deceive? Will you trust revelation, even though revelation can't be proven to those who haven't experienced it? Will you trust mystical experience, even though experience is subjective and personal? There's no neutral standpoint, no view from nowhere, no way to escape making commitments you can't fully justify. The philosophers pretended they'd escaped this human condition. They claimed to stand on firm, rational ground that required no faith. Al-Ghazali showed them, you're standing on faith just like everyone else. You just won't admit it. And once you admit it, everything changes. Philosophy becomes humbler, less arrogant, less dismissive of other ways of knowing. It becomes a tool for clarifying thought and exposing bad arguments, not a path to absolute certainty. It becomes useful for showing what can't be proven, not for building unchallengeable systems. It becomes a servant of wisdom, not wisdom itself. This is Al-Ghazali's ultimate lesson. Not that philosophy is worthless, but that philosophy is limited. Not that reason is useless, but that reason isn't everything. Not that logic doesn't matter, but that logic can't answer all questions. The philosophers had made philosophy into an idol, an object of worship, the highest human faculty. Al-Ghazali had smashed that idol, not by being anti-intellectual, not by rejecting reason, not by embracing irrationality, but by pushing reason to its limits, by showing with rigorous argument that reason can't justify itself, by demonstrating philosophically that philosophy can't deliver what it promises. He used philosophy to show philosophy's limits. He used reason to reveal reason's boundaries. He used logic to demonstrate that logic rests on unprovable foundations, and in doing so, he opened space for other ways of knowing, other sources of truth, other paths to certainty, not by discrediting reason, but by right-sizing it, putting it in its proper place, acknowledging its power while recognizing its limits. This is intellectual maturity, the wisdom that comes after you've explored the limits of cleverness. The philosophers never got there. They stayed trapped in the intoxication of their own intellect, drunk on the power of argument, addicted to the feeling of certainty, unable to acknowledge that they were building castles on clouds. Al-Ghazali got sober, and sobriety didn't mean giving up thinking. It meant thinking more carefully, more humbly, more honestly about what thought can and can't do. The metaphysics of madness was real. The abyss of doubt was real. The spiral of skepticism was real. Al-Ghazali had looked into it, had fallen into it, had nearly been consumed by it, but he'd emerged on the other side, not with a philosophical solution, but with a lived realization that you can't think your way out of radical doubt. You can only be pulled out, rescued, given a gift you can't earn. And that gift isn't an argument. It's an experience, a light, a certainty that comes from beyond yourself. The philosophers would reject this, call it irrational, dismiss it as mysticism. But Al-Ghazali could now say, I've been where you are. I've mastered what you've mastered. I've trusted what you've trusted. And I've found it insufficient. Not wrong, not useless, but insufficient. There's more to reality than reason can grasp, more to knowledge than philosophy can deliver, more to truth than logic can demonstrate, and acknowledging that isn't weakness, it's wisdom. The madness wasn't in doubting too much, it was in claiming to know too much. The philosophers were mad with certainty. Al-Ghazali became sane through doubt, and from that sanity, he could finally speak with real authority. Not the authority of someone who claims to have all the answers, but the authority of someone who's seen the limits of answers, who's wrestled with uncertainty, who's found something beyond argument. The three great philosophical positions had fallen, the system had crumbled, the certainty had dissolved, but something more important had been revealed. Not a rival philosophical system, but a different way of approaching reality altogether, and that's where we're going next. To the final implications, the last confrontation, the ultimate question, what do you do after philosophy fails? There's a moment in every intellectual war when diplomacy ends, when critique becomes condemnation, when disagreement becomes denunciation, when you stop saying, I think you're mistaken, and start saying what you believe is dangerous. For Al-Ghazali, that moment came when he looked at three specific philosophical positions, three ideas that weren't just wrong, weren't just unproven, weren't just questionable. They were heretical. They were kufr, disbelief. This wasn't a word he used lightly. In Islamic intellectual discourse, calling something heresy has weight, consequences, implications. It means this belief is so incompatible with Islamic faith that you can't hold it and remain Muslim. It means this isn't a matter of scholarly debate. This is a line in the sand. It means if you believe this, you've crossed a boundary. You're outside the circle. You've abandoned something essential. Al-Ghazali had spent months, maybe years, dismantling philosophical arguments, showing their logical flaws, exposing their assumptions, demonstrating their overreach. But he'd been relatively measured, academic, philosophical. He'd said, your proofs don't work. Your certainty is unjustified. Your claims exceed your evidence. But now he was going further. He was saying, three of your positions aren't just philosophically questionable, they're religiously unacceptable. They're not just errors, they're heresies. Why these three? Why not others? Because these three didn't just challenge specific interpretations of Islamic doctrine. They challenged the very possibility of Islamic belief making sense. They didn't just contradict scripture. They made scripture meaningless. They didn't just disagree with theology. They made theology impossible. Let's revisit them. But this time, not as philosophical problems, as religious catastrophes. First, the eternity of the world. We already explored the logical issues with this claim, the impossibility of traversing an infinite past, the incoherence of actual infinities. But Al-Ghazali's charge of heresy wasn't about logic. It was about what this belief does to the concept of God. If the world is eternal, if it has always existed, then what does it mean to call God the Creator? The Quran repeatedly describes God as Creator, as the one who brings things into existence, as the one who made the heavens and the earth. This isn't peripheral to Islamic belief. It's central, foundational, definitional. God's relationship to the universe is that of creator to creation, maker to made, originator to originated. But if the world is eternal, this relationship dissolves. God doesn't create. He doesn't originate. He doesn't bring into being. He just is the eternal source from which an eternal universe eternally flows. That's not creation. That's emanation, automatic, necessary, impersonal, like heat from fire, light from sun, effect from cause. No choice, no will, no decision to create. The philosophers tried to maintain that God is still supreme in this arrangement, still the source of all being. But Al-Ghazali saw through this, saw that they'd hollowed out the meaning of divine lordship, because a lord commands, chooses, acts according to will. But if the universe necessarily flows from God's nature, where's the choice? Where's the command? Where's the will? God becomes like a mathematical principle, the number one from which all other numbers derive. Sure, it's foundational, but it's not a lord, it's not a ruler, it's not someone you worship. You don't pray to the number one. You don't submit to a principle. You don't love an abstract source. The philosophers had preserved the word God while evacuating it of meaning. They kept the shell, discarded the substance, maintained the label while changing the reality it referred to. And Al-Ghazali said, "No, this is unacceptable. If you deny that God created the universe in time, you're denying something so fundamental to Islamic belief that you've left Islam, not because the Quran explicitly says the universe began in time, in those exact words, but because the entire Quranic narrative assumes a God who acts, who creates, who brings things into existence by choice and will. Take that away, and what's left isn't Islam. It's a philosophical abstraction wearing Islamic vocabulary. Second, God's knowledge of particulars. We explored this earlier too. The emotional devastation of believing God doesn't know you individually, but the charge of heresy goes deeper. If God doesn't know particulars, then the Quran itself becomes impossible. Think about it. The Quran claims to be God's speech, specific words, revealed at specific times, to a specific person, about specific events. The Quran contains detailed legal rulings, historical narratives, responses to particular situations Muhammad faced. It describes Pharaoh by name, references the Battle of Badr, addresses the Prophet's wives individually. These are all particulars, specific people, specific events, specific moments in time. If God doesn't know particulars, he can't speak about them. He can't reveal information about specific historical figures, can't give laws for particular situations, can't address individual people. The entire concept of divine revelation collapses. The philosopher's response. The Quran uses particular examples to communicate universal truths, but that's not what the Quran claims about itself. The Quran presents its particulars as real, as historical, as actual events God knows about and describes. It's not using Pharaoh as a metaphor. It's telling you what actually happened to Pharaoh. A specific person God dealt with. If God doesn't know Pharaoh as a particular individual, then this entire narrative is false, not just imprecise, not just metaphorical. False. Same with prophecy more broadly. A prophet is called at a particular time, given a particular message, sent to a particular people. Moses at the burning bush, Jesus in Nazareth, Muhammad in Mecca. If God doesn't know these particular people at these particular times, how does he call them? How does he send specific messages? How does he guide particular prophets through specific challenges? The philosophers had to reinterpret all of this. They said prophets don't actually receive messages from God. They just have souls refined enough to receive emanations from the active intellect. It's not God communicating personally. It's just particularly receptive individuals picking up signals that are always broadcasting, like tuning a radio to a station that's always on. But again, that's not prophecy. That's just having a special talent, a psychological sensitivity. Muhammad didn't tune into a cosmic frequency. He received a message from someone who knew him personally. And Al-Ghazali said, if you deny that God can know particular people and send them particular messages, you've denied prophecy. And if you've denied prophecy, you've denied Islam. Because Islam is founded on the claim that God sent specific revelations through specific prophets. Take that away, and you're left with a vague philosophical spirituality, not Islam. Third, the denial of bodily resurrection. This was perhaps the most explicit heresy, because the Quran is absolutely clear about bodily resurrection. not just spiritual survival, not just the soul continuing, physical bodies, raised from graves, reconstituted, brought back to life. The philosophers called this impossible, philosophically absurd. Against natural law, bodies decay, atoms scatter. The elements that composed your body get redistributed throughout nature. How could God reassemble the same body? Which atoms would he use? If you ate another person's body, whose atoms are they at resurrection? These questions seemed devastating to the philosophers, proof that bodily resurrection was incoherent. Al-Ghazali had answers to all of them. Technical, philosophical answers. But the charge of heresy didn't depend on those answers. The charge was simpler. The Quran explicitly, repeatedly, emphatically teaches bodily resurrection. It describes it in vivid detail. It uses it as proof of God's power. It makes it central to divine justice. To deny it isn't to offer an alternative interpretation. It's to say the Quran is wrong. And if the Quran is wrong about something it states clearly and repeatedly, then it's not divine revelation. If it's not divine revelation, then Muhammad isn't a prophet. If Muhammad isn't a prophet, then Islam is false. The philosophers couldn't accept this conclusion, so they reinterpreted. They said bodily resurrection is symbolic, metaphorical, a way of communicating spiritual truths to the masses. The real resurrection is spiritual. The soul continues and receives reward or punishment according to its state. The body stuff? That's just imagery, not meant to be taken literally. But Al-Ghazali asked, who gave you the authority to decide what's literal and what's metaphorical? The Quran doesn't say, we're speaking metaphorically about resurrection. It presents it as fact. You're importing your philosophical commitments, using them to override the plain meaning of Scripture. You've decided bodily resurrection is impossible based on your theory of causation, your view of natural law, your philosophical assumptions. Then you're using those assumptions to reinterpret Scripture to fit your philosophy. But that's backwards. That's putting philosophy above revelation, human reason above divine speech. And if you do that, you're not a Muslim who happens to be a philosopher. You're a philosopher who's trying to stay nominally Muslim by gutting Islamic doctrine of its content. These three positions, these three denials, together they formed a comprehensive rejection of Islamic teaching. Deny creation, and you lose God as Lord. Deny divine knowledge of particulars, and you lose prophecy and revelation. Deny bodily resurrection, and you lose divine justice and scriptural authority. Take all three together, and what's left? A philosophical system wearing Islamic clothing, using Islamic vocabulary, claiming Islamic identity, but bearing no resemblance to what Islam actually teaches or what Muslims actually believe. This is why Al-Ghazali called them heresy, not to silence debate, not to avoid hard questions, not to protect tradition from scrutiny, but because these positions made Islam incoherent, made its central claims meaningless, made its core doctrines impossible. You can't deny that God creates, knows, and resurrects, and still claim to be Muslim. Those aren't peripheral issues. They're definitional, foundational, essential. Now here's what's crucial to understand. Al-Ghazali wasn't saying these positions were logically impossible. He'd already shown the philosophers couldn't prove their claims, but he also couldn't prove they were wrong. Maybe the world is eternal. Maybe it's not. Philosophy can't decide with certainty. Maybe God knows only universals. Maybe he knows particulars. Again, philosophy can't prove it either way. Maybe bodily. Resurrection is impossible according to natural law. Or maybe natural law isn't what the philosophers think it is. The point is, these questions can't be settled by philosophical demonstration. The philosophers claimed they could prove these positions. Al-Ghazali showed they couldn't. But that means the questions remain open, undecided by reason alone. So how do you decide? You turn to revelation, to Scripture, to prophetic teaching. And when you do, the answer is clear. God creates. God knows. God resurrects. The philosophers tried to have it both ways. They tried to be Muslim while denying what Islam teaches. They tried to respect revelation while overriding it with philosophy. They tried to honor scripture while gutting it of meaning. Through reinterpretation, Al-Ghazali said, "You can't do that. You have to choose. Either you're a philosopher who rejects Islamic teaching, be honest about it, or you're a Muslim who accepts revelation, then accept what it actually says. But you can't be a Muslim philosopher who claims Islamic identity while denying Islamic doctrine. That's not intellectual sophistication. That's intellectual dishonesty." The charge of heresy was controversial then, still is now. Some scholars thought Al-Ghazali went too far, that he was too harsh, too quick to exclude. Others thought he didn't go far enough. That philosophy itself was suspect. That reason itself was dangerous, but Al-Ghazali occupied a middle position. He wasn't anti-philosophy, he'd mastered philosophy, used it brilliantly, showed its value as a tool. But he was against philosophy claiming authority over revelation. He was against reason, pretending it could answer questions it couldn't answer. He was against philosophers remaking Islam in philosophy's image. The three charges of heresy were his line in the sand. These three positions specifically. Not philosophy generally, not reason broadly, not intellectual inquiry as such. Just these three claims that made Islamic faith incoherent, and he stood by those charges, never backed down, never softened them, because he believed something was at stake, something important, something worth defending, the integrity of Islamic teaching, the coherence of Islamic belief, the possibility of being Muslim meaning something specific. The philosophers had tried to make Islam compatible with their philosophy by changing what Islam meant. Al-Ghazali said, "No, if your philosophy contradicts Islam, that's a problem with your philosophy, not with Islam. You don't fix the problem by reinterpreting Islam until it says what you want it to say. You fix it by recognizing philosophy's limits, by acknowledging that some truths come through revelation, not reason, by accepting that some questions can't be answered by human intellect, by humbling yourself before divine teaching." This was the ultimate confrontation, not just between Al-Ghazali and the philosophers of his time, but between two ways of understanding the relationship between faith and reason, between revelation and philosophy, between divine teaching and human thought. The philosophers said, reason is supreme. When it conflicts with scripture, reinterpret scripture. Al-Ghazali said, reason is limited. When it can't prove something either way, defer to revelation. The philosophers said, we can figure out truth through pure thought. Al-Ghazali said, some truths must be received, not figured out. The philosophers said, philosophy is the highest human achievement. Everything else must conform to it. Al-Ghazali said, philosophy is a useful tool with clear limits. It serves wisdom, but isn't wisdom itself. Two fundamentally different visions, and Al-Ghazali drew the line at the three positions where the conflict was starkest, where the stakes were highest, where the implications were clearest: the eternity of the world, God's knowledge of particulars, bodily resurrection. On these three, he said, this is where philosophy overreaches, where it makes claims it can't support and contradicts revelation it should respect. This is where the philosophers stopped being philosophers and became missionaries for a different religion, a religion of reason, of philosophical speculation, of human intellectual achievement, dressed in Islamic language but fundamentally opposed to Islamic teaching. And Al-Ghazali wouldn't allow it, couldn't allow it, felt compelled to expose it, hence the charges of heresy. Harsh, perhaps, necessary. He thought so. Because sometimes tolerance becomes complicity. Sometimes open-mindedness becomes empty-headedness. Sometimes including everything means standing for nothing. And Al-Ghazali believed Islam stood for something. taught something, meant something, and that something was incompatible with these three philosophical positions. The war was won. The philosophers' certainty was demolished. Their overreach was exposed, but the cost was high. The battle was exhausting. The intellectual crisis was real. Al-Ghazali had taken the philosopher's system apart piece by piece, but in doing so, he'd also taken his own certainty apart. He'd shown the limits of reason, but he still needed to live, to act, to believe. He'd destroyed false confidence, but he still needed real confidence. He'd cleared the ground, but now something needed to be built on it, and that's where we're going next. To what comes after philosophy, to what fills the void left by demolished certainty, to Al-Ghazali's answer to the question, if reason can't give you truth, what can? Imagine standing at the edge of a cliff. Behind you is everything you know, everything you've built, everything you've trusted, your education, your career, your intellectual achievements, your certainty about how the world works. In front of you is nothing, empty air, a void you can't see across, and you have to jump, not because you want to, not because it makes sense, not because you've reasoned your way to the conclusion that jumping is the logical next step, but because standing still is no longer possible, because the ground beneath you is crumbling, because staying where you are means falling anyway. This is where Al-Ghazali found himself. He'd demolished the philosophers' certainty, exposed their assumptions, shown their limits, but in doing so, he'd also demolished his own ability to be certain through reason alone. He'd won the intellectual war, but he'd lost his intellectual peace. He couldn't go back to naive confidence, couldn't pretend he didn't see the problems, couldn't unthink what he'd thought. But he also couldn't move forward using the tools he'd just proven were inadequate. Reason couldn't save him. Logic couldn't guide him. Philosophy couldn't deliver him. Because he'd shown that these tools, powerful as they are, can't provide the bedrock certainty he needed. They can critique. They can question. They can demolish bad arguments. But they can't build unshakable foundations. Can't reach ultimate truth, can't give you something solid to stand on. So what do? The philosophers would say, give up, embrace uncertainty, accept that we're floating in a sea of probability and best guesses. But that's not livable. Not for someone who needs to act, to choose, to commit, to live a meaningful life. You can't spend every moment paralyzed by doubt. Can't question every step before you take it. Can't analyze every decision into indecision. At some point, you have to trust something, commit to something, believe in something. But what, and why, and how? This is the crisis Al-Ghazali lived through, and what happened next is remarkable. He didn't figure his way out. He was found. He describes it in his autobiography, Deliverance from Error. He writes about months of psychological paralysis, unable to teach, unable to function. Physically, sick from intellectual crisis, his tongue wouldn't speak, his mind wouldn't settle, his heart wouldn't rest. And then, he says, something happened, not through reasoning, not through study, not through philosophical insight, but through direct intervention, divine action. A light cast into his heart. He couldn't produce it, couldn't earn it, couldn't think his way to it. It was given, received, experienced, and it gave him the certainty that reason couldn't provide. Now, the philosophers would immediately object. This is just emotion, subjectivity, personal experience that can't be verified or validated. How do you know this light was real? How do you know it wasn't self-deception? How do you distinguish divine experience from delusion? These are fair questions, important questions, and Al-Ghazali had an answer, but not the answer philosophers wanted. He said, you can't know from the outside, can't judge from a distance, can't verify through rational proof. You can only know by experiencing it yourself. It's like trying to explain color to someone blind from birth, or taste to someone without a tongue, or love to someone who's never felt it. You can describe it, analyze it, talk about it philosophically, but until they experience it directly, they don't really know what you're talking about. Mystical experience is like that. Direct knowledge of the divine is like that. Certainty through encounter is like that. It's not less real because it's experiential. It's not less valid because it's personal. It's not less true because it can't be proven to skeptics. Some knowledge comes through experience, not through argument. Some truths are known by acquaintance, not by description. Some certainties arise from encounter, not from demonstration. And this, Al-Ghazali realized, is what the prophets had, what the mystics discovered, what the Sufis cultivated. A way of knowing that doesn't go through rational demonstration, a path to truth that doesn't depend on philosophical proof, a source of certainty that transcends logical inference. This was revolutionary. Not because mystical experience was new to Islam, it wasn't, but because Al-Ghazali was saying it as the greatest philosopher and theologian of his age. He wasn't a naive believer who'd never engaged with philosophy. He was a master philosopher who'd gone beyond philosophy. He wasn't rejecting reason from ignorance. He was transcending reason from experience. He'd climbed the ladder of philosophical achievement to the very top. And from that height, he could see that there was something higher still. Not higher in the sense of more sophisticated arguments, but higher in the sense of a different kind of knowledge altogether. The philosophers knew about God, through inference, through deduction, through rational proof. The mystics knew God, through experience, through encounter, through direct awareness. The difference is everything. Knowing about someone isn't the same as knowing them. Reading about love isn't the same as being in love. Studying fire isn't the same as being burned. The philosophers had built elaborate theories about God, complex arguments for his existence, sophisticated descriptions of his attributes. But they didn't know him. Not really, not personally, not experientially. They knew propositions about God, not God himself. And Al-Ghazali had discovered propositions aren't enough. Arguments aren't enough. Theories aren't enough. At some point, you need encounter, relationship, direct knowing. This is what pushed him towards Sufism, the mystical tradition within Islam, the path of those who seek direct experience of the divine, who cultivate spiritual states, who practice disciplines that open the heart to God's presence. The philosophers had dismissed these people as irrational, emotional, unsophisticated, people who couldn't handle the rigors of philosophical thought, who needed comforting experiences because they couldn't accept hard truths. Al-Ghazali now saw this was backwards. The Sufis weren't intellectually inferior to philosophers. They were epistemologically superior. They'd found a way to know that the philosophers hadn't found. They'd accessed truths the philosophers couldn't access. They'd achieved certainties the philosophers couldn't achieve, not because they were smarter, but because they'd gone beyond the mind. They'd discovered that some knowledge requires more than thinking. It requires preparation, purification, practice. It requires what the Sufis call the cleansing of the heart. Because the heart, in Islamic psychology, is the organ of spiritual perception, the faculty that can directly apprehend divine realities. But most people's hearts are clouded, covered, veiled by attachments, desires, distractions, like a mirror covered in dust. The mirror is still there, still has the capacity to reflect, but it can't reflect clearly until it's cleaned. The Sufi path is about cleaning that mirror, polishing the heart, removing the veils. Through specific practices, ethical disciplines, spiritual exercises, remembrance of God, detachment from worldly concerns, not as arbitrary rituals, but as a technology of transformation, a method for developing the capacity to perceive what's always there, but usually hidden. Al-Ghazali began walking this path, practicing these disciplines, engaging in these exercises, and he describes what happened. experiences of certainty that didn't come through reasoning, knowledge that arose without inference, truth that appeared without argument. The philosophers would call this delusion, self-hypnosis, wish fulfillment. But Al-Ghazali could now ask, how would you know? Have you practiced these disciplines? Have you purified your heart? Have you cultivated these capacities? If not, you're like someone who's never tasted honey declaring that honey isn't sweet. You're not making an informed judgment. You're just expressing your ignorance. The philosophers claimed rational proof was the only valid path to knowledge, but they couldn't prove that claim. It was an assumption, a philosophical prejudice, a limitation of imagination. Why should reason be the only faculty capable of grasping truth? Why couldn't there be other ways of knowing, other modes of perception, other paths to certainty? The philosophers assumed there weren't, but they never proved it. They just took it for granted. Al-Ghazali had broken free of that assumption. He'd discovered through experience that there are ways of knowing beyond rational demonstration, that direct experience can give certainty, that spiritual perception can grasp truths. That mystical encounter can provide knowledge. This didn't mean abandoning reason, or rejecting philosophy, or embracing irrationality. It meant recognizing that reason is one tool among many. Philosophy is one path among several. Rational demonstration is one way of knowing, not the only way. Reason is excellent for certain things. Analyzing arguments, exposing contradictions, clarifying concepts, showing what can't be proven. But reason can't give you everything you need, can't answer every question, can't provide every kind of knowledge. For some truths, you need revelation, the words of prophets who've received direct communication from God. For some truths, you need experience, the direct encounter with realities that can't be fully captured in propositions. For some truths, you need practice, the cultivation of faculties that most people leave undeveloped. This is Al-Ghazali's mature epistemology, his theory of knowledge after philosophy, not anti-intellectual, but trans-rational, beyond reason, not beneath it. Recognizing multiple sources of knowledge, multiple paths to truth, multiple ways of being certain, and understanding that different sources are appropriate for different kinds of questions. Want to know whether an argument is logically valid? Use reason. Want to know what God commands? Consult revelation. Want to know God himself? Seek direct experience. Each source has its proper domain. Each method has its appropriate use. Each path has its valid applications. The mistake is trying to use one source for everything, one method for all questions, one path as the only path. That's what the philosophers did. They tried to make reason answer questions it couldn't answer. They tried to use philosophical demonstration to grasp realities that transcend demonstration. They tried to think their way to truths that can only be experienced, and they failed. Necessarily. Because they were using the wrong tool for the job. It's like trying to see music or hear colors. You're using the wrong faculty. It won't work no matter how hard you try. Al-Ghazali had learned this the hard way, through crisis, through breakdown, through the collapse of intellectual certainty. But on the other side of that collapse, he found something better. Not new arguments, but new capacities. Not better proofs, but direct knowing. He describes states of awareness where truths became self-evident, not through reasoning to them, but through perceiving them directly. States where God's reality wasn't an inference from premises, but a presence impossible to deny. States where certainty wasn't the conclusion of an argument, but the content of immediate experience. This is what saved him from the abyss of doubt. Not a better philosophical system, but a different way of knowing, altogether. And it's what he began teaching, not just the criticism of philosophy, but the path beyond philosophy. Not just what's wrong with the philosopher's approach, but what's right about the mystic's approach. He wrote extensively about both. his critique of philosophy in The Incoherence of the Philosophers, his exposition of the mystical path in works like The Revival of the Religious Sciences. Together, they form a complete vision, a comprehensive answer to the question, how do we know? The answer, through multiple paths: reason, revelation, and experience; philosophy, prophecy, and mysticism; thought, transmission, and transformation. Each has its place. Each has its value. Each provides something the others can't provide. This was Al-Ghazali's synthesis, his contribution, his legacy. Not just tearing down philosophical arrogance, but building up a richer, fuller, more complete approach to truth. An approach that honored reason while transcending it. That used philosophy while recognizing its limits. That appreciated intellectual rigor while acknowledging spiritual realities. The philosophers had tried to fit everything into the narrow box of rational demonstration. Al-Ghazali showed the box was too small. Reality was bigger, truth was richer, knowledge was more varied, and the path to wisdom required more than just thinking clearly. It required living rightly, practicing disciplines, cultivating character, purifying the heart. It required becoming a certain kind of person, not just learning certain kinds of arguments, because some knowledge is transformative. It doesn't just inform you, it changes you, makes you different, makes you capable of perceiving what you couldn't perceive before. This is why the mystical path involves ethical discipline, not as arbitrary rules, but as preparation. You can't see clearly if your desires cloud your vision, can't think straight if your attachments distort your perception, can't perceive divine realities if your heart is occupied with worldly concerns. The purification isn't punishment, it's preparation, training, developing the faculties needed for higher knowledge, like an athlete training their body, or a musician training their ear, or a mathematician training their mind. You're developing capacities, building abilities, becoming capable of something you weren't capable of before. The philosophers thought everyone already had all the capacities needed for truth. Just use your reason and you'll get there. Al-Ghazali showed some capacities need to be developed, some faculties need to be cultivated, some abilities need to be practiced, and that development, that cultivation, that practice requires more than reading books and constructing arguments. It requires a whole way of life, a path, a discipline, a transformation. This is what he found beyond reason's edge, not an abyss, but a new landscape, not emptiness, but fullness, not less knowledge, but more, not inferior certainty, but superior, the certainty of direct experience, the knowledge of personal encounter, the truth of transformation. The philosophers never got there, because they never jumped. They stood at the edge of reason's capacity and declared, "This is as far as truth goes." Al-Ghazali stood at the same edge and declared, "This is where the real journey begins, beyond argument, beyond proof, beyond rational demonstration, into the realm of immediate knowing, of direct perception, of transformative encounter." This didn't make him anti-philosophical. He continued using philosophy, continued teaching logic, continued analyzing arguments. But he did it from a different place, with a different understanding, with a different foundation. Not philosophy as the source of certainty, but philosophy as a tool in service of wisdom. Not reason as the ultimate authority, but reason as a valuable servant. Not logic as the path to God, but logic as a skill useful for many things, while insufficient for the most important thing. The most important thing being actually knowing God, not just knowing about Him, actually experiencing certainty, not just constructing arguments for belief, actually being transformed, not just accumulating information. This is Al-Ghazali's gift to intellectual history, not just the critique of philosophy, but the vision of what lies beyond it, not just showing what reason can't do, but pointing toward what other faculties can do. not just demolishing false certainty, but indicating where real certainty might be found. He jumped, and he found solid ground on the other side. Not the ground of logical proof, but the ground of lived experience. Not the foundation of philosophical demonstration, but the foundation of direct knowing. Not the bedrock of rational argument, but the bedrock of spiritual encounter. And from that ground he could finally speak with real authority, not borrowed, not constructed, not argued into existence, but earned, experienced, known. The philosophers claimed authority they didn't have, certainty they couldn't justify, knowledge they couldn't possess. Al-Ghazali found authority they couldn't claim, certainty they couldn't understand, knowledge they couldn't access, because he'd gone where they refused to go, beyond reason's edge, into the territory of transformed consciousness and direct divine encounter. And that journey changed everything, for him and for everyone who came after. Every intellectual earthquake has aftershocks, tremors that continue long after the main event, ripples that spread across centuries, cracks that keep widening in unexpected directions. Al-Ghazali's critique of philosophy was that kind of earthquake, and we're still feeling the aftershocks today, nearly 1,000 years later. The question is, what kind of aftershocks? What did his critique actually accomplish? What world did it create? The answers depend on who you ask, and when you ask them, because Al-Ghazali's legacy is complicated, contested, contradictory. Some see him as a hero, the man who saved Islamic faith from philosophical corruption, who exposed intellectual arrogance, who redirected Islamic civilization towards spiritual authenticity. Others see him as a villain, the man who killed Islamic philosophy, who ended the golden age of Islamic science, who closed the door on rational inquiry. Both narratives exist, both have evidence, both can't be entirely right. So let's look at what actually happened, starting with the immediate aftermath. Al-Ghazali's incoherence of the philosophers hit like a bomb. It couldn't be ignored. It was too sophisticated, too rigorous, too devastating in its arguments. The philosophers had to respond, and they tried. The most famous response came from Ibn Rushd, known in the West as Averroes. He was born in Muslim Spain, decades after Al-Ghazali's death, and he considered it his mission to defend philosophy against Al-Ghazali's assault. He wrote, "The Incoherence of the Incoherence," a point-by-point refutation of Al-Ghazali's critiques. The title itself was provocative, a declaration that Al-Ghazali's arguments were themselves incoherent. Ibn Rushd argued that Al-Ghazali had misunderstood the philosophers, misrepresented their positions, made straw-man arguments. He tried to show that philosophy and revelation were compatible, that reason and faith addressed different domains, that you didn't have to choose between them. He was brilliant, sophisticated, intellectually formidable, and he lost, not because his arguments were bad, they weren't, not because he wasn't smart enough, he was, but because the cultural moment had shifted. The appetite for bold philosophical speculation had waned. Al-Ghazali had planted doubt, made people suspicious of philosophers' claims, raised questions about whether reason could really deliver what it promised, and that doubt spread, took root, changed the conversation. In the Islamic world, philosophy never fully recovered the prestige it had before Al-Ghazali. It continued, scholars still studied it, still wrote about it, still engaged with it, but it was different, more defensive, less confident, less central to Islamic intellectual life. The momentum shifted toward theology, law, and mysticism, toward disciplines that acknowledged revelation's authority, that accepted reason's limits. Was this Al-Ghazali's fault? Did he kill Islamic philosophy? That's the accusation, and it's been repeated for centuries, especially by Western scholars. Looking at Islamic intellectual history, they see a golden age of Islamic science and philosophy in the 9th through 11th centuries. Brilliant minds, groundbreaking discoveries, sophisticated arguments. Then Al-Ghazali appears, and afterward, decline, stagnation, the end of that golden age. The implication, Al-Ghazali's anti-philosophical critique killed the spirit of inquiry, closed minds, ended intellectual progress. But this narrative is too simple, too neat, too convenient for those who want to blame religion for scientific decline. First, Al-Ghazali wasn't anti-science. He wasn't anti-mathematics. He wasn't even entirely anti-philosophy. He distinguished between different types of philosophical inquiry. He accepted logic, valued mathematics, had no problem with natural philosophy as a descriptive enterprise. His critique was narrower, more specific, aimed at metaphysical claims that couldn't be proven, at philosophical certainty about ultimate questions, at reason overreaching its domain. He never said, stop studying nature, stop investigating causes, stop developing mathematics. He said, stop claiming you can prove God's nature through pure reason. Stop dismissing revelation because it conflicts with your philosophical assumptions. Stop pretending philosophy gives you certainty about questions it can't answer. That's different from attacking science or rational inquiry generally. Second, the decline of Islamic science had many causes: political fragmentation, Mongol invasions, economic shifts, the closing of major centers of learning. To blame it all on one book by one scholar is historically naive. Civilizations rise and fall for complex reasons. Economic, political, social, military ideas matter, but they're not the only thing that matters, and they don't operate in a vacuum. Third, philosophy continued in the Islamic world after Al-Ghazali, just in different forms, with different emphases, in different locations. In Persia, illuminationist philosophy flourished. Suhrawardi created sophisticated systems that tried to integrate reason and mystical experience. In the Ottoman Empire, philosophical inquiry continued for centuries. Commentaries, debates, new developments. It wasn't the vibrant, confident, speculative philosophy of the earlier period. But it wasn't dead either. The story is more complex than Al-Ghazali killed philosophy. But here's what he did do. Undeniably. Intentionally. He changed the hierarchy of knowledge in Islamic civilization. Before Al-Ghazali, philosophy was ascending, gaining prestige, claiming authority, positioning itself as the highest form of knowledge. After Al-Ghazali, philosophy was humbled, put in its place, acknowledged as useful but limited. Theology reasserted its primacy. Mysticism gained legitimacy. Revealed knowledge regained authority. The question is, was this good or bad? From one perspective, it's terrible, a tragedy. The closing of the Islamic mind. Philosophy represents open inquiry, rational investigation, the courage to question everything, the refusal to accept authority without proof. When you subordinate philosophy to theology, you're saying, some questions are off limits, some conclusions are predetermined, some truths can't be questioned. That's the death of free inquiry, the end of intellectual courage, the victory of dogma over reason. From this view, Al-Ghazali's legacy is disaster. He gave religious authorities a weapon against philosophical inquiry. He made it respectable to reject reason in favor of revelation. He closed doors that should have stayed open. But from another perspective, it's exactly right. A necessary correction. The restoration of proper hierarchy. Philosophy had become arrogant, overconfident, dismissive of revelation and tradition. Philosophers were using unproven assumptions to override clear religious teachings. They were claiming certainty about things they couldn't know. They were making religion conform to philosophy rather than the reverse. Someone needed to expose this, needed to show that the emperor had no clothes, needed to demonstrate that philosophical certainty was often philosophical arrogance. From this view, Al-Ghazali's legacy is heroic. He defended faith against intellectual corruption. He preserved Islamic teaching from philosophical distortion. He maintained the integrity of revealed religion. So which is it? Hero or villain? Savior or destroyer? Maybe the question is wrong. Maybe the legacy is mixed. Maybe he was both right and dangerous. Right about philosophy's limits. Right that reason can't prove everything. Right that some knowledge comes through experience rather than argument. But dangerous in how his critique could be weaponized, how it could be used to shut down legitimate inquiry, how it could justify intellectual laziness masquerading as piety. Al-Ghazali himself would probably reject both extremes. He valued reason, used it brilliantly, never advocated abandoning intellectual rigor. But he also saw its limits, recognized its boundaries, understood that some truths lie beyond its reach. His goal wasn't to kill philosophy. It was to right-size it, to put it in proper perspective, to acknowledge both its power and its limitations. The problem is, ideas have consequences you can't always control. Al-Ghazali wrote sophisticated, nuanced arguments, but not everyone who read them understood the nuance. Some people took his critique as permission to reject all philosophy, to distrust all rational inquiry, to retreat into pure traditionalism. That wasn't his intention, but it was one result. Similarly, his embrace of mysticism opened important doors, made space for experiential knowledge, legitimized spiritual practice as a path to truth. But it also created problems, because mystical experience is subjective, hard to verify, easy to fake, prone to excess and delusion. Al-Ghazali knew this, warned about it, tried to provide guidelines for distinguishing authentic spiritual experience from self-deception. But again, not everyone paid attention to the nuances. Some used mysticism as an excuse for anti-intellectualism, for rejecting any attempt at rational analysis. The legacy is messy, as legacies usually are. But here's what's undeniable. Al-Ghazali changed the conversation, permanently. After him, no serious Islamic thinker could ignore the questions he raised. Can philosophy prove what it claims to prove? What are reason's limits? How do you balance revelation and rational inquiry? What role should mystical experience play in religious knowledge? These became unavoidable questions, central debates, issues every sophisticated thinker had to address. In that sense, Al-Ghazali's critique was generative. It created new lines of inquiry, sparked new debates, forced new sophistication. Even Ibn Rushd's response, his attempt to refute Al-Ghazali, shows this. It's a more careful, more nuanced defense of philosophy than what came before. Because Ibn Rushd had to take Al-Ghazali's objections seriously, had to address them carefully, had to develop more sophisticated arguments. That's the paradox. Al-Ghazali's critique of philosophy made philosophy better, more rigorous, more aware of its assumptions, more careful about its claims. The lazy, overconfident philosophy that claimed to prove everything. That died. And maybe it needed to. But careful, humble, sophisticated philosophy, that could still flourish. And in some places, it did. Now, let's zoom out. Because Al-Ghazali's impact wasn't limited to Islamic civilization. His ideas reached medieval Europe through translations, influenced Christian scholastic theology, shaped how Europeans thought about the relationship between faith and reason. Thomas Aquinas, the great Catholic theologian, engaged with Al-Ghazali's arguments, sometimes agreeing, sometimes disagreeing, always taking them seriously. The questions Al-Ghazali raised about causation influenced later European philosophers. David Hume's skepticism about causation echoes Al-Ghazali's occasionalism, though Hume probably didn't read him directly. The debate about faith and reason that Al-Ghazali helped shape in Islam became central to European intellectual history too. So, his influence spread, transformed, took on new forms in new contexts. Today, nearly 1,000 years later, what's his relevance? In the Islamic world, He remains towering, one of the most important figures in Islamic intellectual history. Studied, debated, revered, criticized. In the broader world, he's less known, but the questions he raised remain urgent. In an age of scientific confidence, where many believe science can answer all meaningful questions, Al-Ghazali's skepticism about reason's reach is worth reconsidering, not as anti-science, but as a reminder that science has limits, that not all questions are scientific questions, that not all knowledge is empirical knowledge. In an age of religious fundamentalism, where some want simple certainty and reject intellectual inquiry, Al-Ghazali's sophisticated engagement with philosophy is instructive. He didn't reject reason. He used it, mastered it, showed its power while acknowledging its limits. That's different from anti-intellectualism. It's sophisticated intellectualism that knows its boundaries. In an age of spiritual seeking, where many look for meaning beyond materialism, Al-Ghazali's mystical turn offers a path, not away from reason, but beyond it, to direct experience, to transformation, to knowledge that changes you. But with Al-Ghazali, you get intellectual rigor alongside mystical experience, critical thinking alongside spiritual practice, philosophy alongside transformation. That integration is rare and valuable. So what's the final verdict? What do we make of Al-Ghazali's legacy? Perhaps this: he was right about the questions, profoundly, right about philosophy's limits, about reason's boundaries, about the need for multiple paths to knowledge. He was sophisticated about the answers, offering a vision that honored reason while transcending it, that used philosophy while recognizing its insufficiency, that integrated multiple ways of knowing. But he couldn't control how his ideas would be used, how they'd be simplified, how they'd be weaponized by some and ignored by others. That's the fate of all influential thinkers. Their ideas take on lives of their own, get interpreted and misinterpreted, used for purposes they never intended. Al-Ghazali broke philosophy's monopoly on knowledge. That was necessary. Philosophy had overreached, claimed too much, dismissed other ways of knowing too easily. But some people took the breaking too far, used it to reject all philosophy, all rational inquiry, all intellectual rigor. That's not what Al-Ghazali wanted, but it's part of what happened. So we're left with a mixed legacy, a complicated inheritance, a set of insights that cut multiple ways, and maybe that's appropriate, because the questions Al-Ghazali raised don't have simple answers. How do you balance faith and reason? How do you honor both revelation and rational inquiry? How do you acknowledge multiple paths to truth without descending into relativism? These are hard questions, eternal questions. Questions every thoughtful person must wrestle with. Al-Ghazali didn't solve them definitively. He couldn't. They're not the kind of questions that have final solutions, but he illuminated them, showed their complexity, demonstrated why easy answers won't work, and he modeled something important: the courage to question your own certainty, the honesty to admit what you don't know, the humility to recognize your tool's limitations. He was at the peak of intellectual achievement, the most respected scholar of his age, secure in his position and prestige, and he threw it all away to pursue truth more honestly, to question more deeply, to seek more authentically. That's rare. That takes courage. That matters. So here's the question I'll leave you with. The question Al-Ghazali forces us to confront. What are you certain about? And how do you know? Not what do you believe, not what seems likely, but what are you absolutely certain about? And on what grounds? If you're honest, if you push hard enough, if you follow Al-Ghazali's example of radical questioning, you'll probably find your certainties are fewer than you thought, that some things you took for granted are actually assumptions, that some beliefs you held confidently are actually probabilities, that some knowledge you claimed was actually trust, and that's okay. That's not weakness, that's honesty, because false certainty is worse than acknowledged uncertainty. Pretending to know what you don't know is worse than admitting you don't know. Al-Ghazali taught that lesson, lived that lesson, suffered through that lesson. And on the other side, he found something better than false certainty. He found a richer, more complex, more honest relationship with truth. One that honored reason without worshipping it, that used philosophy without being enslaved by it. That acknowledged mystery without abandoning intellect. That's his gift to us. Not a final answer, but a better way of asking the question, not solved problems, but deeper understanding of why the problems are hard. Not certainty about everything, but clarity about what we can and can't know. And for some questions, for some truths, for some encounters with reality, an invitation to go beyond knowing about and seek knowing directly, to jump beyond reason's edge and see what's there, to experience rather than just theorize, to be transformed rather than just informed. Nearly 1,000 years later, the invitation still stands, the questions still press, the challenge still beckons. Al-Ghazali broke philosophy, but he didn't leave us with nothing. He left us with something harder, something richer, something more real. The acknowledgement that we're finite creatures reaching for infinite truth, limited minds grasping at unlimited reality, temporal beings trying to understand the eternal, and in that acknowledgement, there's honesty, there's humility, there's the beginning of real wisdom, not the false wisdom of those who claim to have figured it all out, but the real wisdom of those who know how much they don't know, and who keep seeking anyway, keep questioning, keep reaching, keep being transformed by truth rather than just accumulating information about it. That's Al-Ghazali's legacy. Messy, complicated, contested, but profound. The man who broke philosophy, and in breaking it, opened something deeper, something truer, something more worth seeking. The question is, will you seek it? Will you question your certainties? Will you jump? Or will you stay on solid ground, comfortable in your assumptions, certain in your philosophies, confident in your reasoned conclusions? Al-Ghazali jumped and found solid ground on the other side, a different kind of solid ground, not built by reason, but given by grace, experienced directly, known certainly. The philosophers never jumped, never found that ground, never knew that certainty. They stayed at reason's edge, declaring there was nothing beyond, that what they could see was all there was, that their certainty was sufficient. They were wrong. Al-Ghazali proved they were wrong by jumping, by experiencing, by knowing. And now the question comes to you, standing where he stood, facing what he faced, choosing what he chose. Will you trust reason alone? Or will you seek what lies beyond it? Will you stay with philosophy? Or will you transcend it? Will you claim certainty you can't justify? Or will you embrace the uncertainty that leads to deeper truth? The throne of knowledge still stands, but it's empty now. No one sits there with absolute confidence anymore. Thanks to Al-Ghazali, we know better. We know the throne was always a fiction. The certainty was always false. The philosophers were always overreaching. And in knowing that, in accepting that, in living with that, we become more human, more honest, more real. That's the final legacy. Not answers, but better questions. Not certainty, but authentic seeking. Not knowledge about everything, but wisdom about ourselves. The man who broke philosophy and showed us what comes after. So here we are. You've followed Al-Ghazali through his intellectual war, his personal crisis, his devastating critiques, his mystical transformation. You've seen him dismantle the philosopher's certainty, question the foundations of knowledge, challenge the limits of reason itself. You've watched him break philosophy and discover what lies beyond it. But now comes the real question. The question he asked himself. The question he forces us to ask. The question that matters more than any philosophical argument or theological debate. What are you certain about? Not what do you believe? Not what seems reasonable. Not what you've been taught or what makes sense. But what are you absolutely, unshakably, undoubtedly certain about, take a moment. Really think about it. Is it your senses? That what you see and hear and touch is real? Al-Ghazali showed that dreams feel just as real. That perception can deceive. That you can't prove you're not dreaming right now. Is it your reason? That logic gives you reliable truth. Al-Ghazali showed that reason rests on unprovable assumptions. That you can't use logic to prove logic works. That the foundation is shakier than you thought. Is it science? That empirical investigation reveals reality. Science is powerful, incredibly powerful, but it rests on assumptions too. That nature is uniform, that the future will resemble the past, that our instruments are reliable. Can you prove those assumptions, or do you just trust them? Is it your beliefs, your worldview, your understanding of how things are? How many of those beliefs did you reason your way to? And how many did you absorb from culture, family, education, experience? How many could you defend under rigorous questioning? How many would crumble if you pushed hard enough? This isn't meant to make you despair. It's meant to make you honest. Because Al-Ghazali's lesson isn't that you can't know anything. It's that you know less than you think you know. And admitting that isn't weakness, it's courage. The courage to question everything, even your own mind, even your own certainties, even the tools you use to be certain. Most people never do this. They accept their certainties uncritically, live their whole lives on unexamined foundations, never look down to see what they're standing on. Al-Ghazali looked down and saw the abyss and nearly fell in. But he emerged with something more valuable than false certainty. He emerged with wisdom. The wisdom to know the difference between what you know and what you believe, between what you've proven and what you've assumed, between certainty and faith. Because here's what he discovered. Everyone has faith in something. The religious person has faith in revelation. The philosopher has faith in reason. The scientist has faith in empirical method. The question isn't whether you have faith, it's what you have faith in, and why, and whether you're honest enough to admit it's faith. The philosophers weren't. They called their faith rational demonstration, called their assumptions self-evident truths, called their beliefs necessary conclusions. But it was faith all along. They just didn't have the courage to admit it. Al-Ghazali had that courage. And that's what makes him worth studying nearly 1,000 years later. Not because he had all the answers. He didn't. Nobody does. But because he asked the right questions, questioned honestly, followed the truth wherever it led, even when it cost him everything. He was at the peak of success, the most respected scholar of his age, secure, comfortable, certain, and he threw it all away to pursue truth more honestly. He walked away from his position, his prestige, his intellectual certainty, because staying where he was meant living a lie, pretending to know what he didn't know, teaching with confidence he no longer felt, and he couldn't do it. His integrity wouldn't let him. That's rare. That's admirable. That's worth emulating. Not the specific conclusions he reached. You might agree with them or not. That's between you and your own search for truth. But the method, the honesty, the courage, the willingness to question everything and follow where the questions lead. That's what matters. That's what endures. That's what we need more of today, because we live in an age of false certainties, on all sides, from all perspectives. People who claim to know things they can't possibly know, who speak with confidence about questions that should inspire humility, who dismiss other viewpoints without really understanding them. Al-Ghazali offers a different path, a harder path, but a more honest one. The path of rigorous questioning, of acknowledged uncertainty, of seeking truth rather than defending positions. He didn't destroy philosophy. That's the wrong way to understand his legacy. He showed us what philosophy can and cannot do. What it can do: clarify thinking, expose bad arguments, analyze concepts, show what can't be proven, demonstrate contradictions, sharpen the mind. What it cannot do: give absolute certainty, answer every question, reach ultimate truth through reason alone, replace experience with argument, substitute thinking for transformation. That's a profound insight, one that remains relevant today, because we still make philosophy's mistake. We still think we can reason our way to everything, still believe arguments are enough, still confuse intellectual understanding with real knowing. Al-Ghazali reminds us, some truths must be lived to be known, some realities must be experienced to be understood. Some knowledge requires transformation, not just information. That's not anti-intellectual. It's recognizing that intellect is one tool among many, powerful but limited, valuable but insufficient. You need your mind. But you need more than your mind. You need experience, practice, transformation, encounter with realities that transcend conceptual understanding, whether that's mystical experience, as Al-Ghazali found, or some other path to direct knowing, or simply the wisdom that comes from living deeply and honestly. The point is, don't mistake the map for the territory. Don't confuse thinking about truth for encountering truth. Don't assume that because you can argue something, you therefore know it. This is Al-Ghazali's final gift, not a philosophical system, but a way of being in the world. Humble about what you know, honest about what you don't, courageous enough to question, open enough to experience, wise enough to integrate multiple ways of knowing, philosophy without arrogance, faith without dogmatism, experience without delusion, reason without worship of reason. That's the integration he achieved, the balance he modeled, the wisdom he embodied. And it's still possible today, still necessary today, still worth pursuing today. So what now? Where do you go from here? That's up to you. That's always up to you. But maybe start with the question, the haunting question, the honest question. What are you certain about, and how do you know? Sit with that question. Don't rush to answer it. Let it disturb you. Let it shake your assumptions. Let it reveal the foundations you've been standing on. And if you find those foundations shakier than you thought, good. That's the beginning of wisdom. If you discover you've been claiming certainty you don't have, good. That's the beginning of honesty. If you realize you need to question more, seek more, go deeper, good. That's the beginning of real knowing. Al-Ghazali's journey isn't over, because the questions he raised never go away. The challenges he faced are eternal human challenges. The need to balance faith and reason, to honor both intellect and experience, to seek truth honestly rather than defend positions comfortably. These are your challenges now, your questions, your journey. And maybe, like Al-Ghazali, you'll discover that the journey leads beyond where you expected. That truth is stranger and richer than your categories can contain. That reality resists being reduced to any single system. Maybe you'll find, as he did, that losing false certainty opens you to real knowing. That admitting you don't know is the first step to actually knowing. That jumping beyond reason's edge reveals solid ground you couldn't see from where you were standing. Or maybe you'll find something different, your own path, your own truths, your own way of integrating what can be thought and what must be experienced. That's fine. That's as it should be. Because Al-Ghazali's lesson isn't do exactly what I did. It's have the courage to seek honestly, question deeply, live authentically, know the difference between what you know and what you believe, and never, ever confuse confidence with certainty, or arguments with truth, or intellectual understanding with wisdom. The philosophers made that mistake. And it took a man who'd mastered their entire system to show them where they'd gone wrong. Don't make the same mistake. Don't let 4 hours of watching a documentary make you feel like you've understood everything. You've been introduced to questions, not given final answers. You've seen one man's journey, not been shown the only path. You've encountered ideas, not acquired certainty. What you do with those questions, that journey, those ideas, that's your work now. Your responsibility, your adventure. Al-Ghazali can't take that journey for you. I can't take it for you. No one. You have to walk it yourself, question it yourself, discover it yourself, live it yourself. But now you know the questions are worth asking. The journey is worth taking. The truth is worth seeking. Even when it costs you. Even when it disturbs you. Even when it requires you to let go of certainties you cherished. Because false certainty is a prison. And Al-Ghazali offers the key. Not a key to new certainties, but a key to honest uncertainty, to real seeking, to authentic knowing. Will you use it? Will you question? Will you seek? Will you jump? Or will you stay comfortable in your assumptions, safe in your beliefs, certain in your philosophies? The choice is yours. It always has been. It always will. Al-Ghazali made his choice. The philosophers made theirs. And the difference between them echoes across 1,000 years. Now it's your turn. Your choice. Your journey. Make it honestly. Make it courageously. Make it wisely. And maybe, just maybe, you'll discover what Al-Ghazali discovered. That beyond the edge of reason lies not emptiness, but fullness. Not less truth, but more. Not the end of knowing, but the beginning. The throne of knowledge is empty. The philosopher's certainty is gone. The old confident systems have crumbled. But that's not tragedy. That's opportunity. Opportunity to seek truth more honestly than they did. To know more authentically than they could. To integrate what they left separate. The opportunity is yours. The questions are waiting. The journey beckons. Will you begin?
Good evening and welcome back. Please unwind and drift into the paradoxes of thought with me. Get ready to challenge your assumptions as we delve into dark psychology that changed philosophy forever. December 22nd, 1849. The Semyonovsky Parade Ground. St. Petersburg. The snow is falling so thick you can barely see 20 feet ahead. 8 men stand in white burial shrouds, their breath forming clouds in the frozen air. The temperature is 15 below zero, but Fyodor Dostoevsky isn't shivering from the cold. In exactly 60 seconds, he's going to be shot through the heart. The firing squad raises their rifles. That metallic click of hammers being pulled back echoes across the square. And here's the thing that nobody talks about when they tell this story. Dostoevsky isn't praying. He isn't crying. He isn't even thinking about God, or his mother, or the novel he'll never finish. He's staring at the man next to him, studying his face with the intensity of a scientist observing a specimen under a microscope. He's watching, really watching what happens when a human being dissolves, when everything that makes a person who they are just evaporates. The man's eyes are still open, but there's nothing behind them anymore. He's still breathing, still standing, but he's already gone. And in that moment, Dostoevsky sees something that will haunt him for the next 30 years. The drums suddenly thunder across the square. The rifles lower. It's a mock execution. The Tsar's idea of a psychological experiment. A lesson, a game. The other prisoners collapse. Some sob with relief. Some laugh hysterically. But Dostoevsky just stands there, because he understands something now that he didn't understand 3 minutes ago. Something in him died on that platform, eyed as surely as if those bullets had torn through his chest. But something else was born. something that could see what the rest of us spend our entire lives trying not to see. For the next 3 decades, he'll write novel after novel, each one an attempt to explain what he discovered in those 60 seconds. He'll create characters that are so psychologically real they feel more alive than the people sitting next to you right now. He'll predict the horrors of the 20th century with such accuracy that reading him today feels like he's writing about tomorrow. But here's what's really unsettling. He wasn't writing about the future. He was writing about right now, about the thing that's happening in your mind at this very moment. That voice you hear beneath all the other voices, the one asking the question you don't want to answer. This is where our story really begins. Not with a man who escaped death, but with a man who discovered something about being alive that was so disturbing, so fundamental, that we're still not ready to hear it. But tonight, we're going to hear it anyway. Let me take you back to that morning, but this time, we're going to live through it minute by minute, thought by thought. Because what happened in Dostoevsky's mind during those moments would become the foundation for everything he wrote afterward. The condemned men had been waiting in the Petropavelskaya fortress since April, 8 months in solitary confinement. And now, December 22nd, they're told nothing except to put on their white execution shrouds. These aren't clothes, they're theater costumes, designed to make the men look like ghosts before they become ghosts. The Tsar, you see, was an artist of punishment. He understood that death was simple, but the anticipation of death, that was complex. That was interesting. Dostoevsky is led out with the others into the square. The snow is falling, and here's a detail he would obsess over for years. The way the snowflakes landed on his eyelashes and melted, how that felt like the world crying for him, but also how absurd it was to notice something so small when you're about to stop existing. The human mind doesn't become profound in its final moments, becomes chaotic, noticing everything and nothing simultaneously. They're arranged in groups of 3. Dostoevsky is in the second group, which means he has approximately 4 minutes to live while watching the first group die. And this is where the real torture begins, not in watching death approach like a mathematical certainty. 3 men, then 3 more, then you. It's death as an equation, and Dostoevsky, who loved to gamble, who understood probability, suddenly realizes that for the first time in his life, there's a game with absolutely no variables, no chance, no hope, just arithmetic. The first 3 men are tied to the posts, and now something happens that Dostoevsky will write about in 4 different novels, each time trying to capture it more precisely. He becomes hyperfocused on the church dome in the distance, the way the morning sun is hitting its gold surface. He can't stop staring at it. In his mind, this dome becomes everything. God, Russia, his mother's face, every book he's ever read, every woman he's ever loved, but also nothing, just metal and light, he thinks, and these are his exact words that he later wrote to his brother. In 5 minutes, I will either be that light, dissolved into the universe, or I will be nowhere at all. Think about that for a moment. Not I will be in heaven or I will be with God, but I will be that light or nothing. This is Dostoevsky's mind at the edge, not religious, not atheistic, but something more terrifying. Complete uncertainty at the exact moment when you most need certainty. The squad raises their rifles at the first group. Dostoevsky is studying. The man next to him, now Nikolai Grigoriev, a fellow member of the Patrashevsky circle, Grigory's face is doing something Dostoevsky has never seen before. It's not fear, exactly. It's like watching someone solve an impossible equation in their head. The features are rearranging themselves, becoming younger and older simultaneously. The eyes are seeing something beyond the square, beyond Petersburg, maybe beyond existence itself. And then Dostoevsky has the thought that will haunt every novel he ever writes. We are most alive in the moment before we die. Not during life, when we're distracted by trivial concerns. Not after death, when we're nothing, but in that razor-thin moment when we're saying goodbye to existence. Every character he creates, Raskolnikov, Prince Mishkin, Ivan Karamazov, they're all trying to get back to this moment. To feel this alive, without having to die. The drums suddenly explode across the square. The rifles lower. A carriage races in with a messenger from the Tsar. It's a pardon. No, not a pardon. A commutation. Instead of death, Siberia. Instead of nothing for years of hard labor. The other prisoners react predictably. Nikolai Mombly goes insane on the spot. Litzli never recovers his sanity. Others sob, pray, collapse. But Dostoevsky does something strange. He starts laughing. Not from relief, but from a kind of cosmic horror. Because he realizes the joke. They were never going to be shot. This was always the plan. The Tsar didn't want to kill their bodies. Any fool with a gun can do that. He wanted to kill something. Elsay's certainty about what reality is. And it worked. But not the way the Tsar intended. Because while this experience broke the others, in Dostoevsky it broke something open. A door in his mind that most of us keep locked. The door that separates our daily consciousness from the awareness of what we really are: biological machines pretending to have souls, or souls pretending to be biological machines, and no way to know which dot in the idiot. Prince Mishkin describes an execution he witnessed, but listen to the language carefully. He says the worst part isn't the pain or the fear, it's the certainty. In an hour, in 10 minutes, in half a minute, now, this very instant, your soul will leave your body, and you will be a human being no longer. That word certainty appears 17 times in that passage, because uncertainty, Dostoevsky realized, is what keeps us sane. The moment we become certain about death, we go mad. But the moment we become certain about life, we also go mad. This is why he would later write that consciousness is a disease, not metaphorically, literally a disease. A malfunction in the animal that makes it aware of its own existence and therefore its own known existence. Every animal dies, but only humans know they're going to die, and that knowledge poised everything. But here's where Dostoevsky's insight becomes almost unbearable. This isn't a bug in human consciousness, it's a feature. We need this disease. Without it, we're just clever apes. With it, we're something unprecedented in nature creatures who can imagine our own non-existence and keep living anyway. The guards unchained them and lead them back to the fortress. But Dostoevsky knows something now that he didn't know an hour ago. Everyone, the guards, the officials, the crowd that gathered to watch, they're all dead people who don't know they're dead. They're walking through life in a kind of sleep, thinking about dinner or money or sex, never realizing they're on the scaffold every moment. The only difference between him and them is that he can't forget anymore. He's been kicked out of the dream. Years later, when he's famous, people will ask him if he forgives the Tsar for this cruelty. And he'll say something that nobody understands. It wasn't cruel. It was a gift. He showed me what we really are. But what are we, exactly? That's what the next 30 years of novels would try to answer. And the answer, when it finally comes, is more disturbing than the question. Because we're not the condemned man on the scaffold. We're not even the guard with the rifle. We're the moment between the trigger being pulled and the bullet arriving. We exist entirely in that space, between the certainty of death and the illusion of life, between the animal and the angel, between the flesh and whatever we imagine is more than flesh. This is what Dostoevsky saw in those 60 seconds that would take him 30 years and thousands of pages to explain. We're not human beings having a spiritual experience or spiritual beings having a human experience. We're the incompatibility between those two things. We're the error message that appears when matter becomes aware of itself. And once you see this, really see it, you can't unsee it. Every human face becomes a skull pretending not to be a skull. Every conversation becomes noise we make to avoid silence. Every love story becomes two people agreeing to forget. They're going to die. This is why Dostoevsky's books feel different from other books. He's not writing from life. He's writing from death, looking back at life and seeing it for the cosmic joke it really is. But also, and this is crucial, seeing that the joke is the only thing that makes us magnificent, because we're the only creatures in the universe who get the joke and keep going anyway. The execution that never happened. It happens every morning when you wake up. You just don't notice the rifles. The journey from St. Petersburg to the Omsk prison fortress took 3 months. 3 months in chains, through the Russian winter, in a convoy of the condemned. But Dostoevsky isn't suffering. He's taking notes. Mental notes that would later become the most psychologically accurate portrait of criminal consciousness ever written. See, everyone else who wrote about crime did it from the outside looking in. They studied criminals like specimens. Dostoevsky would live as one, eat with them, sleep beside them, share their punishments, their fever dreams, their moments of unexpected grace. For 4 years, he would disappear into what he called the House of the Dead. But the dead, he discovered, were more alive than the living. The first thing that hits you about the Omsk fortress isn't the walls or the guards. It's the sound. 200 men in a space built for 50, and they're all talking at once, but not to each other. They're talking to themselves, to God, to people who aren't there. It's like being inside a brain having a nightmare. Dostoevsky describes it as a particular kind of noise that exists nowhere else on earth. Not exactly human, not exactly animal, but something in between. His fellow prisoners are a catalogue of human extremes. There's Aristeph, who sold other prisoners clothes while they slept. Sometimes, while they were dying of fever, pulling the shirts off their backs as they shivered. There's Petrov, who killed 6 people with such technical precision that other murderers came to him for advice. There's Sirotkin, barely 18, who murdered his entire family and couldn't remember why. Just remembered that the blood looked beautiful in the lamplight. But here's what fascinated Dostoevsky. These men weren't monsters, or rather, they were. Monsters in the same way we're all monsters, they just didn't hide it anymore. When you strip away society, morality, hope for the future, what's left? Not barbarism, as everyone assumed. Something much more disturbing, pure logic. Take Orlov, a prisoner Dostoevsky becomes obsessed with studying. Orlov murdered an officer in cold blood. But when Dostoevsky asks him about guilt, Orlov looks at him like he's speaking a foreign language. Guilt, he says. For what? For being stronger. Does the wolf feel guilty for eating the sheep? And Dostoevsky realizes Orlov isn't insane. He's the sanest person in the prison. He's simply accepted what the rest of us deny that morality is a collective fiction we agree to believe. This becomes the seed for Raskolnikov's theory in Crime and Punishment. The idea that there are two types of humans, the ordinary, who need moral law because they're weak, and the extraordinary, who create their own law because they're strong. Napoleon, Caesar, all the men we call great, they were all Orlovs who happened to win. History is written by successful murderers, but then something happens that shatters this neat philosophical framework. It's Easter, 1851. The prisoners are allowed to attend church. And Dostoevsky watches these same men, these killers, thieves, rapists suddenly weeping at the story of Christ's resurrection. Not some of them, all of them. Even Orlov has tears running down his face. At first, Dostoevsky thinks it's performance, but it's too genuine, too spontaneous. These men who 5 minutes ago were describing their murders with technical pride are now sobbing like children at a 2,000-year-old story about divine forgiveness. How is this possible? How can the same mind hold such complete evil and such desperate hunger for good? This is where Dostoevsky discovers what he calls the law of personality oscillation. Humans don't exist at a fixed moral point. We oscillate moment to moment, thought to thought, between saint and demon. The same person who commits murder can genuinely repent, then murder again, then repent again, and both the murder and the repentance are absolutely real. We're not hypocrites. We're something much stranger. We're multiple people inhabiting the same body. The prison has a hospital, and Dostoevsky spends months there with various illnesses. The hospital is where the dying criminals make their confessions, and what he hears there changes his understanding of human psychology forever. They don't confess because they feel guilty. They confess because they need someone to know how completely they've violated everything sacred, and how that violation felt like freedom. One dying thief tells him, "You know the moment when you're committing the crime, and you know it's wrong, and you know you'll be punished, but you do it anyway. That moment is the only time I've ever felt like I really existed. The rest of my life was just waiting." This becomes the foundation for Dostoevsky's most disturbing insight. We don't commit crimes despite knowing they're wrong. We commit them because they're wrong. The wrongness is the point. It's how we prove to ourselves that we're not automatons, not slaves to programming, not just biological machines following chemical imperatives. Sin is our declaration of independence from nature and God simultaneously. But the prison taught him something else, something that would become central to the brothers Karamazov. Among these criminals were moments of inexplicable beauty. A prisoner named Ilya Zhestany, Muslim who'd killed a Russian officer, spends his free time teaching other prisoners to read. Why? Because, he tells Dostoevsky, suffering without understanding is just pain. Suffering with understanding is something else. What is that something else? Dostoevsky watches a group of prisoners risk brutal punishment to share their bread rations with a sick inmate. He sees a hardened killer spend 3 days nursing a dying bird back to health. He witnesses men who've abandoned all hope still creating art on the walls with charcoal, still composing songs, still telling stories. This is where the idea of voluntary suffering crystallizes. These men didn't just endure suffering, they sought it out. Some committed crimes specifically to be sent to prison. Not because they were insane, but because extreme suffering was the only thing that made them feel real in a world that increasingly felt like an illusion. Dostoevsky starts to understand modern life, with its comfort and predictability, is actually a kind of prison. We're all inmates, but our walls are invisible social conventions, moral rules, the tyranny of other people's opinions. The criminals in Omsk at least know they're in prison. We're in denial about our own imprisonment. There's a scene he witnesses that haunts him forever. A young prisoner, maybe 20, is about to receive a brutal flogging. The night before, he's completely calm. Dostoevsky asks him how he can be so peaceful. The young man says, "Tomorrow, for 10 minutes, I'll be completely honest. No pretending. No lies, no performance, just pure pain." Do you know how rare that is? To be completely honest for even 10 minutes. This becomes the underground man's philosophy. I am a sick man. I am a wicked man. But the sickness isn't what we think. It's the disease of consciousness itself, the curse of being aware that we're aware. The prisoners in Omsk have found a cure for this disease crime punishment. Suffering anything that breaks through the numbness of normal existence. As his sentence ends, Dostoevsky realizes he's learned something in prison that no university could teach. He's seen the basement of human consciousness, the foundation everything else is built on. And that foundation isn't reason or morality or love. It's something much more primitive and much more sophisticated. The need to feel that we exist, even if that feeling comes through pain. The other prisoners are released and disappear back into their lives. But Dostoevsky can't leave, not really. He carries the prison with him. Every character he creates will be, in some sense, a prisoner. Every novel will be an escape attempt, and every reader will become, without realizing it, an inmate in Dostoevsky's psychological laboratory, because here's what those 4 years taught him. We're all in prison. The only difference is that some of us know it and some don't. And the ones who know it, the criminals, the underground men, the addicts, the madmen, they're not the sick ones. They're the diagnoses, the house of the dead. It's not a prison. In Siberia, it's the world we wake up to every morning, pretending we're alive while secretly knowing we're just rehearsing for our own funerals. The criminals Dostoevsky lived with for 4 years weren't different from us. They were us with the mask off. Picture this scene. It's 1867 in the German spa town of Wiesbaden. A man sits at a roulette table at 4 a.m, his hands shaking not from fear, but from something closer to religious ecstasy. He's just lost everything again. His wife's wedding ring is in the pawn shop. The advance from his publisher, meant to last 3 months, survived exactly 3 days. This man wrote Crime and Punishment, one of the most psychologically complex novels ever created. He understands human nature better than almost anyone alive. And yet here he is, destroyed by a spinning wheel and a rolling ball. But wait before you judge him. Before you dismiss this as simple addiction, let me tell you what Dostoevsky discovered at that roulette table. He wasn't losing his money. He was conducting an experiment. The same experiment we all conduct every day, just without the honesty to admit it. See? Everyone who knew Dostoevsky tried to cure him of his gambling. His wife Anna, God bless her, she tried everything. She controlled his money, she reasoned with him, she cried, she threatened to leave. His friends staged interventions. His publishers refused to give him advances, but they all misunderstood. What was happening? They thought he was trying to win money. He wasn't. He was trying to prove something much more important, that he existed. Let me explain through his own words. In a letter to Anna from Baden, after losing literally everything, including the money for his hotel room, he writes something extraordinary. You might think I'm in despair. I'm not. I'm more alive right now than I've been in months. Every nerve is firing. Every thought is crystal clear. I can feel my blood moving through my veins. This is what resurrection feels like. Now, any addiction counselor reading that would say it's the dopamine talking, the gambler's high. But Dostoevsky is describing something deeper. At the roulette table, all the comfortable lies we tell ourselves evaporate. You can't pretend you're a good person when you're gambling your families. Food, money. You can't maintain the fiction that you're rational when you're betting on red after it's come up. Black 17 times in a row. You're stripped down to what you really are. A collection of impulses and desires with no coherent center. And here's the terrifying part: Dostoevsky found this state liberating. Finally, for once, he didn't have to pretend to be Fyodor Dostoevsky, the great writer, the Orthodox Christian, the husband, the father. He could just be a body in space, making insane decisions for no reason. You know that voice in your head that constantly judges everything you do. At the roulette table, it finally shuts up. This becomes the core of his novel, The Gambler. But the character Alexei isn't really addicted to gambling. He's addicted to the moment right before the ball drops into a slot. That suspended second, where anything is possible. Where he might win everything or lose everything, where he exists in pure potential. The actual result, win or lose, is always disappointing because it collapses possibility into actuality. Think about your own life for a moment. When do you feel most alive? It's not during the comfortable, predictable moments. It's during the risks, the uncertainties, the moments when everything could go wrong. That first kiss, that job interview, that moment when you say what you really think despite the consequences. We're all gambling all the time, we just use different tables. But Dostoevsky discovered something even more disturbing at the casino. He watched other gamblers, studied them with the same intensity he'd studied criminals in prison. And he noticed a pattern that nobody else had identified. The winners were miserable. Not just unhappy, existentially disturbed. Because winning meant the game was over. It meant returning to regular life. It meant becoming themselves again. There was one woman he observed for weeks, a Russian countess who'd won a fortune. She kept playing, but joylessly, mechanically. She told him, "I'm trying to lose it all so I can feel something again." This becomes Granny in The Gambler, who destroys her entire fortune, not from stupidity, but from a kind of wisdom. She understands that having money is a prison, but losing money is freedom. Now here's where Dostoevsky's insight becomes almost unbearable. He realizes that his gambling addiction is the same impulse that makes him write. Both are attempts to escape the prison of the self. When he's writing, he becomes Raskolnikov, Prince Mishkin, Ivan Karamazov. When he's gambling, he becomes nobody pure. Consciousness without identity. Both states are ecstatic. Both are unsustainable. Both are more real than normal life. Consider this letter to his friend Strakov. They say, "I'm destroying myself at the tables." But where is this self they speak of? Show it to me. Is it my body that changes every 7 years? Is it my thoughts? They contradict each other hourly. Is it my soul? I don't even know if I have one. At the roulette table, at least, I know exactly what I am. A fool making foolish choices. There's something honest in that. This is the gambler's paradox. We destroy ourselves to prove we exist. It's not masochistic. It's the opposite. It's the most life-affirming thing possible. Every loss is proof that we're free. Every stupid bet is a declaration of independence. From cause and effect, from logic, from the tyranny of consequences. But here's what makes Dostoevsky different from other gambling addicts. He's conscious of what he's doing while he's doing it. He watches himself lose everything and takes notes. He's simultaneously the experimenter and the experiment. This is why his description of gambling psychology remains unmatched. He's not remembering it afterward. He's documenting it in real time. One night in Wiesbaden, he wins 10,000 francs enough to pay all debts, secure his family's future for years. He knows, absolutely knows, that he should leave. He writes in his notebook, "The rational thing is to cash out now." Then he writes, "But the rational thing is death." He loses everything in 3 hours. But here's what's remarkable. He's elated. He writes to Anna, "I have proved once again that I am not a machine. A machine would have kept the money." This connects to something deeper in all his work. Remember the underground man's formula. 2 + 2 = 4 is the beginning of death. If everything is predictable, if we always do what's rational, if we always act in our best interest, then we're not human, we're algorithms. The ability to consciously destroy ourselves is proof of free will. It's horrible, it's stupid, it's tragic, and it's the only thing that separates us from computers. Modern neuroscience has actually confirmed something Dostoevsky intuited. The brain's reward system responds more strongly to uncertain rewards than certain ones. A guaranteed win releases less dopamine than a possible win. We're literally wired to prefer gambling to guarantee. This isn't a bug in human consciousness, it's the feature that drove us to explore, to innovate, to evolve. The same instinct that puts us at the roulette table put us on the moon. But Dostoevsky saw the dark side of this wiring. In modern, comfortable society, where real risks are minimized, where everything is insured and predicted and controlled, the gambling instinct doesn't disappear. It finds new outlets. We gamble with relationships, with our health, with our sanity. We create drama because peace is unbearable. We sabotage success because success is a kind of death. It means the game is over. Listen to how he describes the moment of placing a bet. Time stops. The past ceases to exist, all those mistakes, all that guilt, gone. The future hasn't arrived yet. All those consequences, all those responsibilities, suspended. There is only this moment, this choice, this spin of the wheel. It's the closest thing to eternity we ever experience. This is why he couldn't stop, even when he wanted to. It wasn't weakness of will. It was strength of will directed towards something other than self-preservation. He was choosing transcendence over survival. He was choosing one moment of genuine existence over a lifetime of comfortable sleepwalking. The tragedy isn't that he gambled. The tragedy is that he needed to gamble to feel alive. But that's not his personal tragedy, it's the human tragedy. We all need our versions of the roulette table. Some people use extreme sports, some use love affairs, some use creative work, some use actual roulette tables. But we all need something that makes us forget we're going to die, while simultaneously reminding us we're going to die. When Dostoevsky finally stopped gambling, and he did stop, suddenly, completely, in 1871, it wasn't because he found willpower, or God, or therapy. It was because he found something else that gave him the same feeling. Writing the brothers Karamazov, a bigger gamble, a higher stakes table, betting not money but his soul on every page. The gambler's paradox isn't really a paradox at all. It's the human condition stripped of its disguises. We destroy what we love because destruction is the only creative act available to creatures who know they're temporary. Every loss is a little death, and every little death is practice for the big one. But also, and this is what Dostoevsky understood, every loss is a little birth. The person who walks away from the table with empty pockets is never the same person who sat down. That's why he thanked God for his gambling addiction, the same way he thanked God for his mock execution. Both showed him what we really are, not rational animals or spiritual beings, but something suspended between the two. Forever gambling on which one will become. Let me tell you something that will disturb you. In 1966, a 25-year-old engineering student named Charles Whitman climbed the top of a clock tower at the University of Texas and opened fire, killing 14 people in his suicide. Note, he wrote, I do not quite understand what it is that compels me to type this letter. Perhaps it is to leave some vague reason for the actions I have recently performed. Those words could have been written by Raskolnikov. The same hyper-rational tone analyzing its own irrationality, the same distance from his own actions, the same bewilderment at his own choices. In 2011, Anders Breivik massacred 77 people in Norway. His manifesto quoted crime and punishment extensively. He identified completely with Raskolnikov's theory of the extraordinary man who stands above conventional morality. These aren't coincidences or misreadings. These killers recognized something in Dostoevsky's character that most readers prefer to ignore. Raskolnikov isn't a warning. He's a diagnosis. And the disease he represents isn't rare, it's epidemic. But here's what everyone gets wrong about crime and punishment. They think it's about a man who commits murder and then feels guilty. That's not what happens at all. Raskolnikov feels guilty before the murder, indifferent during it, and confused after it. The guilt isn't about what he did, it's about what he is. And what he is, Dostoevsky suggests, is what we all are when we're honest with ourselves. Let's trace the actual psychology, not the simplified version they teach in literature class. Raskolnikov doesn't wake up one day and decide to kill someone. The murder grows in his mind like a tumor, starting with an abstract thought experiment. If Napoleon had needed to kill an old pawnbroker to fund his rise to power, would that have been wrong? History says no, we celebrate Napoleon despite the millions who died in his wars. So why is killing one useless old woman worse than killing millions of useful young men? This isn't sociopathic thinking. It's actually rigorously logical. Every society honors its successful killers. We call them heroes, generals, founding fathers. We build statues to men who killed thousands. But kill one person for personal gain, and you're a monster. Raskolnikov sees this hypocrisy and can't unsee it. The crime isn't killing, the crime is killing without historical justification. Now watch how Dostoevsky constructs the psychology. Raskolnikov doesn't proceed from theory to action. He oscillates. One moment he's convinced he's Napoleon, the next he's disgusted with himself. He plans the murder meticulously, then tries to forget about it. He's not a cold killer, he's a fever dream of contradiction. And this is exactly right, psychologically. Real killers aren't emotionless. They're experiencing all emotions simultaneously, which looks like no emotion from the outside. The actual murder scene is the most psychologically accurate depiction of violence ever written. Raskolnikov doesn't feel powerful or evil or righteous. He feels nothing. His body commits the murder while his consciousness floats somewhere near the ceiling, watching. He notes irrelevant details, the pattern on the wallpaper, a fly buzzing, the way the blood pools in a perfect circle. This dissociation isn't dramatic invention. Every soldier, every police officer who's killed someone describes the same phenomenon. The mind can't process the enormity of ending another consciousness, so it focuses on trivia. But here's where Dostoevsky's genius reveals itself. After the murder, Raskolnikov doesn't run or celebrate or collapse. He becomes obsessed with weather. He remembered to close the door. That's it. The most important question in the universe becomes, did I close the door? Because the human mind, faced with the infinite implications of murder, retreats to the finite, manageable question of a door, the cat and mouse. Game with the investigator Porfiry isn't really about solving the crime. Porfiry knows Raskolnikov is guilty almost immediately. What he's doing is far more sophisticated. He's trying to make Raskolnikov understand what he's actually done. Not killed an old woman. That's just the physical fact. What he's done is attempt to step outside the human community, to become a pure individual, responsible to no one but himself. And that, Dostoevsky shows, is impossible. Not immoral-impossible. Asterisk, asterisk. Watch Raskolnikov's disintegration. He doesn't feel guilty about the murder. He feels guilty about not feeling guilty. He's broken the ultimate taboo and discovered that nothing happened. No lightning bolt from God, no transformation into a Superman, no fundamental change in his being. He's exactly the same person, except now he knows what he's capable of. And that knowledge is unbearable. This is the murder we all commit, metaphorically, every day. Every time we treat another person as an object, as a means to an end, as less than fully human, we're following Raskolnikov's logic. The businessman who destroys competitors, the politician, who sacrifices constituents for power, the lover who uses another's feelings for their own satisfaction. They're all committing little murders, killing the humanity of others to elevate themselves. But Dostoevsky goes deeper. The real crime isn't treating others as objects, it's treating yourself as a subject while everyone else is an object. This is the fundamental narcissism of consciousness. I know I have an inner life, thoughts, feelings, dreams, but you, I can only assume you do. I can never really know. So at some level, Everyone else is theoretical while I'm real. This is why we can scroll past news of thousands dying while crying over a fictional character in a movie. The fictional character feels more real because we have access to their inner life. The thousands of real dead people are just statistics. Raskolnikov's theory about ordinary and extraordinary people isn't wrong, it's incomplete. He thinks extraordinary people are rare, but Dostoevsky shows they're everywhere. Everyone thinks they're extraordinary. Everyone believes they're the exception to the rules they apply to others. The only difference is most of us don't act on it. We commit our murders in imagination, in small cruelties, in the thousand ways we deny the full humanity of others while insisting on our own. The confession scene destroys the conventional reading of the novel. Raskolnikov doesn't confess because he realizes murder is wrong. He confesses because the weight of being separate from humanity becomes unbearable. He doesn't return to morality, he collapses back into the human community from sheer exhaustion. The confession isn't moral awakening, it's psychological necessity. No one can sustain the position of being truly individual, truly separate, truly extraordinary. We need others to confirm we exist, even if that confirmation comes in the form of punishment. Look at the online communities that worship Raskolnikov. Today, young men, usually isolated, usually intelligent, who read the novel and think, he's literally me. They missed the point catastrophically. Raskolnikov isn't a hero or an anti-hero. He's a warning about what happens when intelligence curves back on itself, when thinking replaces feeling, when theory replaces reality. He's what happens when you mistake understanding life for living it. But here's the truly disturbing part. These young men aren't wrong to identify with him. They're recognizing something real. The conditions that created Raskolnikov, alienation, intellectual isolation, the collapse of traditional meaning systems, the reduction of everything to economic transaction, these aren't 19th century Russian problems. They're the default state of modern existence. We're all living in Raskolnikov's shabby apartment, lying on his sofa, thinking his thoughts. The difference is, we've normalized it. We've made alienation comfortable. We've gamified isolation. We've made thinking ourselves special into a consumer product. Every social media profile is a little announcement of extraordinary status. Every post is a small murder of others' reality in favor of our own. We're all Raskolnikov, but with better apartments and more sophisticated rationalizations. Dostoevsky predicted this with terrifying accuracy. In his notes for the novel, he wrote, "The disease of isolation will spread until it becomes the norm. Then murder, physical or spiritual, will become as common as breathing. Look around. Mass shootings by isolated young men who've convinced themselves they're extraordinary. Suicide rates that climb even as material comfort increases. The casual cruelty of online interaction where others aren't fully human. Just text on a screen." But Dostoevsky doesn't leave us in despair. The epilogue, which most readers find unconvincing, actually contains the real message. Raskolnikov's redemption doesn't come through understanding or accepting that murder is wrong. It comes through Sonia, the prostitute who represents degraded humanity. She doesn't argue with his theories or appeal to his morality. She simply insists on his humanity despite everything. She treats him as human when he can't treat himself as human. This is the antidote to the murder we all commit. Recognizing that others are as real as we are, not through logic or morality, but through love. Not romantic love, but something more difficult. The decision to treat others as fully real, despite knowing we can never fully access their reality. It's an act of faith, not in God, but in the realness of other consciousness. The murder everyone commits isn't physical. It's the daily assassination of empathy, the casual denial of others' inner lives, the comfortable assumption that we're the protagonist while everyone else is supporting cast. Raskolnikov shows us where this thinking leads when taken to its logical conclusion, but we don't need to take it that far. We're already there, just distributed across millions of small murders instead of one large one. The genius of crime and punishment isn't that it shows us a killer. It's that it shows us ourselves with the volume turned up. Every thought Raskolnikov has, we've had. Every rationalization he uses, we use. The only difference is he acts on them and we don't. Or rather, we don't think we do. But every ignored suffering, every dismissed person, every moment we choose our comfort over another's humanity, that's our confession. We're all guilty. The question is whether we'll admit it before or after the murder. I want you to try something right now. Think about the last major decision you made. Not what you decided, but the voices that argued inside your head before you decided. There was probably a logical voice listing pros and cons, an emotional voice pulling you toward what felt right, maybe a cautious voice warning about consequences, and underneath all of them, a darker voice suggesting things you'd never admit out loud. Now here's what Dostoevsky understood that nobody before him had articulated. Those aren't different perspectives from one unified self. Those are different selves. And the thing you call I is just the temporary winner of their eternal war. The Brothers Karamazov isn't really a novel about four brothers. It's a map of the human psyche, and the brothers aren't characters. They're the forces that exist inside every human mind. When readers say they identify with Ivan or Alyosha, they're missing the point spectacularly. You don't identify with one brother. You are all four brothers, simultaneously, right now, as you're reading this. And the tension between them isn't something to be resolved. It is what you are. Let's start with Ivan, because he's the voice modern people hear most clearly. Ivan isn't just an intellectual, he's the part of every human consciousness that demands the world make sense. When a child dies of cancer, when innocent people suffer, when chaos destroys good people while evil ones prosper, that rage you feel, that's Ivan. He's not wrong to be angry. His famous rebellion against God isn't about atheism. It's about the incompatibility between consciousness and reality. We evolved brains capable of imagining perfect justice in a universe that delivers random horror. Ivan is that incompatibility given voice. His Grand Inquisitor chapter is probably the most misunderstood text in literature. People read it as either an argument for or against Christianity. But look closer. The Inquisitor isn't talking about religion, he's talking about human nature. His argument is devastatingly simple. Humans say they want freedom, but what they really want is to be told what to do. They want someone else to carry the burden of choice. Every time you follow a trend, obey an authority, accept conventional wisdom without thinking, you're proving the Inquisitor right. We crucified Christ for offering freedom and would do it again, because freedom is terrifying. But here's what's brilliant about Dostoevsky's construction. Ivan creates the Grand Inquisitor. It's his story, his projection. The Inquisitor is Ivan's shadow, the part of him that wants to surrender the very intelligence he's so proud of. Every intellectual secretly dreams of not having to think anymore. Every skeptic secretly envies believers. Every Ivan contains his own Inquisitor, wanting to burn the very freedom he claims to champion. Now Dmitri, he seems simple at first. The sensualist, the man of passion, the body opposed to Ivan's mind. But Dostoevsky is showing us something profound through Dmitri. He represents not just physical desire, but the body's rebellion against the tyranny of thought. You know that moment when you do exactly what you told yourself not to do. Eat the food you're avoiding, text the person you should forget, buy the thing you can't afford. That's Dmitri asserting his sovereignty. He's not weak, he's refusing to be enslaved by Ivan's logic. Dmitri's relationship with his father and Grushenka isn't really about sex or money. It's about the war between what we think we should want and what we actually want. Every addiction, every compulsion, every moment of I don't know why I did that comes from Dmitri. But also every moment of spontaneous joy, every act of irrational generosity, every time we choose life over logic. When Dmitri says, beauty is a terrible and awful thing, he's recognizing that what draws us most powerfully often destroys us, and we choose it anyway. The trial of Dmitri is really the trial of the human body itself. Is he guilty of patricide? In fact, no. In essence, absolutely. He wanted his father dead, imagined it, would have done it if someone else hadn't. This is the guilty innocence we all carry condemned, not for what we've done, but for what we're capable of doing. Every human walking free is a Dmitri who simply hasn't encountered the right circumstances yet. Alyosha seems like the good brother, the spiritual one, the one we're supposed to emulate. But that's completely wrong. Alyosha is the most radical brother because he's chosen to believe, despite having heard all of Ivan's arguments. He can't refute Ivan, intellectually nobody can. Instead, he does something more profound. He kisses him, not as argument but as answer. Alyosha represents the will to meaning despite meaninglessness, the choice to love despite evidence that love is just chemistry, the decision to act as if life matters despite knowing it doesn't. When Alyosha has his crisis of faith after Father Zosima's body corrupts and stinks, proving he was just flesh, not a saint, this isn't weakness, it's honesty. Even our Alyosha voice doubts itself. Faith isn't the absence of doubt, it's the presence of doubt and choosing faith anyway. Every time you hope despite evidence, trust despite betrayal, try again despite failure. That's Alyosha refusing to let Ivan win. But now we come to the hidden brother, the one nobody wants to claim, Smerdikov, the bastard. The servant, the epileptic. He's disgusting, fawning, resentful. Nobody identifies with Smerichikov. But he's the most important brother because he's the one who actually acts. Ivan provides the theory that everything is permitted. Dmitri provides the passion and motive. But Smerdikov commits the murder. He's not the shadow, he's what happens when the shadow takes control. Here's what's terrifying about Smerdikov. He's the logical conclusion of Ivan's philosophy. If there's no God, no inherent meaning, no absolute morality, then why not kill the old man and take his money? Smerdikov is an evil, he's perfectly rational. He's Ivan's thoughts without Ivan's inhibitions. Every time we act on our worst impulses while telling ourselves we're justified, that's Smerdikov. He's not outside the family, he's the family. secret, the truth, none of the legitimate brothers want to acknowledge. The father, Fyodor Pavlovich, is crucial to understanding the whole structure. He's not just a bad father, he's the absence that creates the brothers. His grotesque vitality, his shameless appetites, his mockery of everything sacred. This is what happens when all four brothers' voices are silenced. Pure ID without ego, or superego, is what we would become without our internal conflicts. Not evil, just empty. A human stripped of humanity. The murder of the father isn't really about him at all. Each brother kills him in their own way. Ivan kills him intellectually by removing the moral framework that would prevent murder. Dmitri kills him emotionally through pure hatred. Alyosha kills him spiritually by failing to prevent what he senses coming. And Smerdakov kills him physically, but only as the final expression of what the others have already done. The murder is collective, even though only one hand holds the weapon. This is why the question, who killed Fyodor Pavlovich, is the wrong question. They all did. We all do. Every generation kills its fathers, their values, their world, their good, and then has to live with the corpse. The brother's guilt isn't about the specific murder, but about the universal patricide that every consciousness commits by becoming itself. But here's Dostoevsky's most profound insight. The brothers need each other. Ivan without Dmitri becomes paralyzed by thought. Dmitri without Ivan becomes enslaved by impulse. Alyosha without Smerdakov becomes naive about evil. Smerdakov without the others becomes mechanical, inhuman. The conflict between them isn't a problem to be solved, it's what creates consciousness itself. Modern psychology wants to integrate these voices to achieve some kind of internal harmony. Dostoevsky says that's impossible and undesirable. The tension is the point. We are the I. Argument between Ivan and Alyosha. The fight between Dmitri and Smerdakov. Mental health isn't choosing one voice, it's accepting the permanent civil war and learning to live productively within it. When you next face a major decision, listen to the argument in your head. You'll hear Ivan analyzing, Dmitri wanting, Alyosha hoping, and yes, Smerdakov calculating what you could get away with. They're all you. The decision isn't really about what to do, it's about which brother wins this round. But remember, even the winner is still you. The brother who loses is also still you. You are the entire family, the entire argument, the entire impossibility of being human. This is why people who say they've found inner peace are either lying or dead inside. Peace would mean one brother has murdered the others. What we call maturity is just learning to manage the family dysfunction, to let each brother speak without letting any of them dominate completely. We are not individuals, we are individuals, divided within ourselves. And that division is what makes us human rather than machines. The brothers Karamazov isn't asking which brother you identify with or which one is right. It's showing you that you are the question itself, the eternal conflict between irreconcilable truths. You are Ivan's logic and Alyosha's faith, Dmitri's passion and Smerdyakov's shadow. You are the murder and the investigation, the guilt and the innocence, the family and its destruction. We are all for Karamazovs, and we always will be. The only choice is whether we acknowledge it or spend our lives pretending we're only one. But the pretense is exhausting, and eventually, usually at 3 a.m, when all the masks are off, we hear all four voices clearly, and in that Moment of terrible clarity. We understand what Dostoevsky understood. We are not troubled because we're divided. We're human because we're divided. In 1878, Dostoevsky stood before a crowd in St. Petersburg and said something that made people think he'd gone mad. He said that within 50 years, Russia would be consumed by a revolution that would kill millions. That ideology would replace religion, that children would turn in their parents for wrong thinking, that the state would become God. The audience laughed. 50 years seemed impossibly far away, and besides, progress was inevitable. Humanity was getting better, more rational, more civilized. Everyone knew this. 39 years later, the Bolsheviks took power. Everything Dostoevsky predicted came true with such specific accuracy that Soviet scholars spent decades trying to explain it away. But here's what's really unsettling. That wasn't his final prophecy. He saw something bigger coming. He saw the 21st century. He saw us. Let me show you something extraordinary. In The Devil, sometimes translated as the possessed or demons, written in 1872, Dostoevsky describes a character named Stavrogin. Stavrogin is handsome, charismatic, influential. Everyone is obsessed with him. But here's the thing, he feels nothing. He's completely empty inside. He commits horrible acts, not from evil, but from boredom. He influences thousands while believing in nothing. Sound familiar? He's not a 19th century Russian nobleman. He's a 21st century influencer. He is the beautiful void at the center of social media culture, performing authenticity while being absolutely hollow. But it goes deeper. The demons in the novel aren't supernatural entities. They're ideas that possess people, spread from person to person, creating movements that destroy everything they touch. Dostoevsky is describing viral ideology, how a tweet becomes a movement, becomes a mob, becomes a massacre. He's showing how ideas don't need to be true or even coherent to possess millions. They just need to fill the void where meaning used to be. The character Pyotr Vensky is even more prophetic. He's not a traditional revolutionary. He doesn't believe in the cause he promotes. He's a chaos agent, someone who destroys for the pleasure of watching things burn. He understands that in a meaningless world, destruction feels like creation. Every internet troll, every mass shooter manifesto, every person who spreads conspiracy theories they don't even believe there, all were Vensky's children. He predicted the weaponization of nihilism, but here's what Dostoevsky saw that we're only beginning to understand. The specific type of nihilism that emerges not from suffering but from comfort. The underground man isn't poor or oppressed. He has enough money, education, freedom. His problem is precisely that he has no real problems. He creates suffering because comfort is intolerable to conscious beings. We're living in the most comfortable era in human history, yet anxiety and depression are epidemic. We're all becoming underground people, burrowing into our comfortable caves, raging at existence itself. Listen to how the underground man describes his condition. I am a sick man. I am a wicked man. But then he immediately contradicts himself. He's not really sick or wicked. He's hyperconscious. He can't stop thinking about thinking. He can't just live. He has to analyze living while he's living it. This is the curse of modern existence. We're all simultaneously living and watching ourselves live, performing and critiquing our performance, being and observing our being. Social media didn't create this condition, it just made it visible and Monet, Isabel. The crystal palace that the underground man rails against Dostoevsky's symbol for utopias. Silicon Valley's promise realized. A world where all problems are solved by technology, where algorithms predict our needs before we know them, where efficiency and comfort reach perfection. But Dostoevsky saw the horror of this paradise. Humans will destroy it, not despite it being perfect, but because it's perfect. We'll choose suffering over comfort, chaos over order, meaning over happiness, simply to prove we're not machines. Look at what's happening right now. We have access to all human knowledge in our pockets, yet we choose to believe obvious lies. We can connect with anyone on earth, yet we're lonelier than ever. We've eliminated most physical dangers, yet we're paralyzed by anxiety about theoretical threats. We've created the Crystal Palace, and we're smashing it from the inside, just like Dostoevsky predicted we would. But the most terrifying prophecy is in his notes about the coming ant heap, a society where everyone's needs are met. Everything is organized rationally, all problems are solved, but nobody knows why they're alive. He writes, they will have everything except the one thing necessary a reason to exist. And in their desperation, they will create artificial problems, imaginary enemies, fictional catastrophes, anything to feel that life has stakes, that choices matter, that existence has weight. Isn't this exactly what we're doing? We've largely solved the problems of survival, so we've created new problems. We're outraged about things that would have seemed absurd to previous generations. We've turned politics into entertainment, identity into brand, trauma into currency. We're so desperate for meaning that we'll accept any narrative, however absurd. That makes us feel like protagonists in a story rather than extras in a simulation. Dostoevsky's solution isn't what anyone wants to hear. He doesn't say we should return to tradition or embrace progress or find balance. He says something much more difficult. Accept suffering as intrinsic to consciousness. Stop trying to eliminate it. Stop seeing it as a problem to solve. The attempt to create heaven on earth inevitably creates hell, because heaven would be a place where nothing matters. And humans can't tolerate a world where nothing matters. This is why every utopian project becomes dystopian. The Soviet Union tried to create the perfect society and created the Gulag. Silicon Valley tried to connect humanity and created the attention economy. Every attempt to eliminate suffering multiplies it, because suffering isn't a bug in human consciousness, it's a feature. It's what makes us human rather than algorithms. In his final notebook, written while dying, Dostoevsky wrote, "They will organize everything so perfectly that there will be no more questions." And that is when the real questions will begin. We've reached that point. All the old questions, how to survive, how to eat, how to shelter, have been answered for much of the developed world. And now the real questions that were always there, underneath, have emerged. Why exist? What's the point? Who am I when I could be anything? These aren't questions that can be answered by technology or politics or even philosophy. They're questions that can only be lived, suffered through, endured. And the suffering isn't meaningless, it's the meaning. The struggle with the question is the answer. The disease of consciousness isn't something to be cured, but something to be experienced fully, consciously, without anesthesia. His deathbed words were, "Do not let the candle go out." People assume he meant faith or hope, but reading his work, It's clear he meant something else. Consciousness itself. The terrible burden of being aware. In our age, the temptation isn't death, but unconsciousness, addiction to drugs, screens, ideologies, anything that turns off the painful awareness of being aware. We're all trying to extinguish the candle because its light shows us things we don't want to see. But here's Dostoevsky's final message. The candle is all we have. The consciousness that makes us suffer is also the only thing that makes us real. We can drug it, distract it, deny it, but we can't eliminate it without eliminating ourselves. The pain of being human isn't a problem to be solved, but the price of existing as something more than meat or machine. He saw us coming. He saw our comfortable despair, our connected isolation, our informed ignorance. He saw that we would create paradise and then destroy it, not from wickedness, but from the simple inability to tolerate perfection. He saw that we would have everything and feel nothing, know everything and understand nothing, be able to do everything and choose nothing. But he also saw something else. He saw that we would survive this, not by overcoming our nature, but by accepting it. We are the impossible creatures, suspended between animal and angel, matter and spirit, determinism and freedom. We are the glitch in the universe, the things that shouldn't exist but do. And our suffering isn't evidence that something's wrong. It's evidence that we're awake. The prophecy isn't that things will get better or worse. It's that things will become exactly what they are: intolerable and necessary, meaningless and significant, impossible and actual. We're living in Dostoevsky's prophecy right now. The only question is whether we'll live it consciously or spend our lives trying to sleep through it. But even our sleep will be troubled, because the candle can't really be extinguished. It can only be covered, and the shadows that creates are worse than the light. We've come full circle now, but like all true circles, we're not arriving at the same place we started. Let's return to that December morning in 1849, to the Semyonovsky parade ground, to the snow and the rifles and the white burial shrouds. But this time, we're going to look at it from a different angle, entirely not through Dostoevsky's eyes as he faced the firing squad, but through our own eyes, right now, as we face something remarkably similar. You see, after everything we've explored, the prison years, where he discovered the criminal within every saint, the roulette tables where he proved free will through self-destruction, the novels where he mapped the impossible geography of human consciousness. For all of this, we need to understand that the mock execution never really ended. Not for Dostoevsky, and not for us. We're all standing on that scaffold all the time, in every moment of our conscious lives. Think about what Dostoevsky actually saw in those final seconds before the drums announced his reprieve. He didn't see death approaching that would have been too simple, too clean. What he saw was life itself, but life as it actually is, rather than as we pretend it to be. Life stripped of all the comfortable illusions we use to make existence bearable. And what is life without illusions? It's standing on a scaffold with a rifle pointed at your heart, knowing you have 60 seconds left, except the 60 seconds never end and the rifle never fires, but also never lowers. This is what consciousness actually is: not thought, not awareness, but the permanent state of being about to cease existing while simultaneously being unable to stop existing. Every human being who has ever lived has stood on this scaffold. Most of them, mercifully, didn't know it. They lived in what Dostoevsky called the dream, the blessed unconsciousness of daily routine. Small pleasures, manageable problems, the thousand distractions we use to avoid looking directly at what we are. But Dostoevsky couldn't return to the dream. The mock execution had awakened something in him that couldn't be put back to sleep. Every character he created afterward was, in essence, someone who had been kicked out of the dream and was trying to understand what had happened. To them, Raskolnikov murders to prove he's awake. The underground man rants from his hole because he can't bear the weight of consciousness. The Karamazov brothers tear rich, other apart because they each represent different ways of being unbearably aware. And here's what makes Dostoevsky's work feel so contemporary, so immediate, even though he's been dead for over a century. We're all being kicked out of the dream now. The comfortable unconsciousness that previous generations could maintain has become impossible. We know too much. We see too much. Every time you pick up your phone, you're confronted with the full horror and beauty of human existence, wars and weddings, tragedies and memes, the sublime and the ridiculous, all flattened into the same screen, all demanding the same response. Keep scrolling. We're living in a state of permanent mock execution, where the rifles are always raised but never fire, where we're always about to die but never do, where every moment could be our last but probably isn't. And just like Dostoevsky on that scaffold, we're noting absurd details, the number of likes on a post about genocide, the advertisement that plays before a video of someone's last moments, the way we can order dinner while reading about famine. This isn't callousness, it's the kind of hypersanity that comes from seeing too much reality at once. But here's what Dostoevsky understood that we're still struggling to grasp. This terrible state of permanent consciousness, this inability to return to the dream, this standing forever on the scaffold, it's not a curse to be lifted. It's what makes us human rather than algorithms pretending to be human. The burden of awareness is the price of being real in a universe that doesn't require our reality. Every character Dostoevsky created was attempting to solve the problem of consciousness. Raskolnikov thought he could think his way out of it. Prince Mishkin tried to love his way out. Ivan Karamazov tried to argue his way out. Dmitri tried to feel his way out. The underground man tried to spite his way out. But none of them succeeded because the problem has no solution. The problem is there. Solution. The disease is the cure. The question is the answer. This is why reading Dostoevsky feels like looking in a mirror that shows not your face but your skull. Not who you pretend to be but what you actually are. And what you are is impossible. Your matter that knows it's matter, a temporary arrangement of atoms that can contemplate eternity. A biological machine that insists it has a soul despite having no evidence for souls. You shouldn't exist, but you do. Your existence is an error in the code of the universe. And that error is the most magnificent thing that has ever happened. The question Dostoevsky leaves us with isn't whether God exists, whether morality is real, whether life has meaning. These are all variations of the same fundamental error. The belief that there's an answer that would make consciousness bearable. The real question, the one he spent 30 years after his mock execution trying to articulate, is this: knowing what you now know about human nature, about your own nature, about the impossible contradiction of being a conscious being in an unconscious universe, how will you live? And notice not, how should you live? That would imply there's a correct answer. But how will you live? Because you will live, despite everything, despite knowing what you know. You'll wake up tomorrow and pretend you're not on the scaffold. You'll make plans as if you're not about to die. You'll love people who are also about to die and pretend together that you're not. You'll create meaning in a meaningless universe. Not because meaning exists, but because creating it is what conscious beings do. Dostoevsky already knew how you'll live because he knew how he lived after his mock execution. You'll live exactly as you always have, but now with a terrible addition: consciousness of what you're doing. You'll see yourself living, watch yourself choosing, observe yourself pretending. You'll be simultaneously the performer and the audience, the experiment and the experimenter, the prisoner and the guard, and in rare moments maybe at 3 in the morning when you can't sleep, maybe during a profound loss, maybe in inexplicable joy you'll feel what Dostoevsky felt on that scaffold. The membrane between you and reality will dissolve. You'll see existence without filters, without narratives, without the comfort of meaning, and it will be unbearable, and it will be the most real moment of your life. This is Dostoevsky's final gift to us, though gift seems like the wrong word. For something so terrible, he showed us that we're all standing at the threshold between animal and angel, between matter and spirit, between meaning and meaninglessness. We can't cross the threshold because there's nothing on the other side. We can't step back because consciousness only moves forward. So we stand there, forever at the threshold, forever about to become something we'll never become, forever almost arriving at a destination that doesn't exist. The screen fades not to black, but to grey, that uncertain color between all absolutes, where human life actually happens. Not in the pure white of perfect goodness, or the pure black of total evil, but in the grey zone where every choice is compromised. Every truth is partial. Every love is tainted with selfishness. Every sacrifice is mixed with pride. This is where we live, have always lived, will always live in Dostoevsky's underground, which isn't below the earth but inside consciousness itself. His message isn't hope or despair. It's something more difficult: acceptance without resignation, struggle without victory, question without answer. We are the impossible beings, and our impossibility is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be lived. The candle, he told us not to let go out. It's not faith or hope or love. It's the terrible, beautiful burden of knowing that we know that we know. It's consciousness itself, the disease that makes us human, the gift that feels like a curse, the curse that might be a gift. We're all standing where Dostoevsky stood in 1849, waiting for the rifles to fire, knowing they never will, knowing will. Stand here forever, noting the way the snow falls, the way the light hits the church dome, the way our heart beats its futile rhythm against the approaching silence that never quite arrives. This is what it means to be human in the shadow of Dostoevsky's vision. Not to have answers, but to be the question. Not to solve the mystery, but to embody it. Not to escape the scaffold, but to recognize that the scaffold is everywhere, always has been, always will be, and that standing on it with full awareness of what we're doing is the closest thing to meaning we'll ever find. Dear friends, thank you for being with me tonight. Please like and subscribe for the next episode. Until next time, good night. Good evening and welcome back. At this moment, take a deep breath. As you exhale, unwind your body and let go of all the air within and prepare. In today's journey, we'll delve into the paradoxes of ancient Buddhist philosophy. We'll transform how you understand rest, peace, and letting go. Welcome to this exploration of ancient wisdom, a journey into what the Buddha understood about suffering, and how this understanding holds the key to the deep, restorative rest you seek. Tonight, we shall travel together through teachings that have brought peace to countless minds across 25 centuries. These are not mere words to help you sleep. They are truths that transform how you relate to your own mind, your own experience, and ultimately, how you find rest. You see, the Buddha made a remarkable discovery. He found that our inability to rest, our racing thoughts at night, our anxious minds that refuse to settle, these are not random afflictions. They arise from a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of existence itself. Most sleep guiders tells you to quiet your mind, to push away thoughts, to force relaxation. But the Buddha taught something far more profound. He taught that true rest comes not from suppressing the mind, but from understanding it so deeply that it naturally settles, like mud gradually clearing. From disturbed water, the connection between suffering and sleeplessness is not metaphorical. It is direct, it is causal, and once you understand this connection, once you truly see it, the quality of your rest transforms forever in the hours ahead. We shall explore 3 profound insights from the Buddha's teachings. First, we will examine the first noble truth, the truth of suffering, or, as the Buddha called it in Pali, dukkha. But this is not merely about pain or sadness. It is about the fundamental unsatisfactoriness that pervades human existence when we do not see clearly. We will understand why the unexamined mind cannot rest, why it churns endlessly through the night, replaying the past and rehearsing the future. Second, we will explore the origin of this suffering, what the Buddha called tanha, craving or thirst. We will see how our constant reaching, our endless wanting, our desperate clinging to what we desire, and our fierce rejection of what we fear creates the very turbulence that prevents sleep. The mind that grasps cannot settle. The mind that pushes away cannot rest. And third, we will discover the cessation of suffering, the path of letting go. We will understand anicca, impermanence, and how truly seeing the flowing, changing nature of all things allows the mind to release its grip. This is not philosophical theory. This is the direct path to the peace you seek. Throughout this journey, we shall draw upon the Buddha's own words from the ancient Pali Canon, the earliest recorded teachings. We shall explore stories and parables that have guided seekers for millennia, and we shall see how these ancient insights speak directly to the modern mind, struggling to find rest in our turbulent world. So settle yourself comfortably now. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do. Simply listen and allow these teachings to work upon your understanding. The Buddha taught that right view, correct understanding, is the foundation of all transformation. Tonight, we cultivate that view together. Let us begin with the first great truth that the Buddha proclaimed upon his awakening, the truth that opens the door to all liberation, the recognition of suffering itself. The Buddha's first teaching after his enlightenment was delivered in the deer park at Sarnath to 5 ascetics who had been his former companions. This teaching, known as the Dhammacappapo-Sutta, the discourse on the turning of the wheel of Dharma, begins with a statement so simple yet so profound that it has echoed through the centuries. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, illness is suffering, death is suffering, union with what is displeasing is suffering, separation from what is pleasing is suffering. Not to get what one wants is suffering. This is the first noble truth, the truth of dukkha now. The word dukkha is often translated as suffering, but this translation, while convenient, does not capture the full depth of what the Buddha meant. Dukkha is not merely pain or obvious distress. It is something far more subtle, far more pervasive. Dukkha means unsatisfactoriness. It means the inherent instability and unreliability of all conditioned phenomena. It means the deep, often unnoticed stress that comes from living in a state of fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of reality. The Pali word dukkha is actually composed of two parts. Du means bad or difficult, and ka originally referred to the axle hole of a wheel. A wheel with a poor axle hole, one that is off-center or misaligned, creates a rough, uncomfortable ride. This is dukkha, the journey of life when we do not understand its nature correctly, when we are out of alignment with reality, becomes unnecessarily difficult and uncomfortable. Consider your own experience as you lie here tonight. Perhaps your body is comfortable, perhaps you are safe, perhaps there is no immediate crisis, yet the mind churns, it worries, it replays conversations from the day, it rehearses scenarios for tomorrow, it judges itself for not sleeping, it fears the consequences of tiredness. This churning, this inability to rest even when all external conditions are favorable. This is dukkha. The Buddha made a radical observation. He saw that even in moments of pleasure, even in experiences we call happiness, there is an undercurrent of dukkha. Why? Because all pleasant experiences are impermanent. They arise and they pass away. And in their passing, there is disappointment, there is loss, there is the subtle ache of wanting them to continue. We cannot hold on to pleasure. We cannot make happiness permanent. And this very fact, this inability to secure lasting satisfaction, creates a background tension in the mind. This tension prevents sleep. The mind that believes it can secure permanent happiness, that believes it can arrange all conditions perfectly, that believes it can control outcomes, this mind can never truly rest. It is always vigilant, always planning, always defending, always reaching. The Buddha identified three forms of dukkha, three layers of this unsatisfactoriness that we must understand if we are to find peace. The first is dukkha, the suffering of suffering. This is the obvious pain, physical discomfort, emotional distress, grief, fear, anger. This is what we commonly recognize as suffering. When the body aches, when loss strikes, when fear grips the heart, we know we are suffering. This form is unmistakable. The second is viparinamadukkha, the suffering of change. This is more subtle. This is the suffering inherent in the fact that all pleasant experiences must end. The wonderful meal finishes, the holiday concludes, the moment of joy fades. Even as we experience pleasure, if we are attentive, we can feel the shadow of its ending. We tighten around the experience, trying to hold it, trying to make it last. This tightening is itself a form of suffering. Think of a beautiful sunset you once witnessed. In the moment of watching, there was perhaps a sense of awe, of peace, of connection to something larger. But even as you experienced this beauty, was there not also a subtle sadness, a knowing that this moment would pass, a wish that it could last? Perhaps you took a photograph, trying to capture the moment, to make it permanent. But the photograph is not the sunset. It is a memory, a representation, already one step removed from the living experience. This is viparinamadukkha, the suffering that comes from the changing nature of all pleasant experiences. And the third, the most profound, is sankhara dukkha, the suffering of conditioned existence itself. This is the deepest teaching. The Buddha saw that the very nature of conditioned phenomena, the nature of all things that arise dependent on causes and conditions, is inherently unsatisfactory. Why? Because everything conditioned is impermanent, unreliable, and beyond our ultimate control. We build our sense of self, our sense of security, our sense of meaning upon things that are by nature unstable. This is like building a house upon sand. The structure may stand for a time, but its foundation is unreliable. Your sleeplessness tonight is rooted in this third form of dukkha. The mind is trying to secure itself, trying to establish control, trying to create permanence in a world where everything is flowing and changing. The mind lies awake, reviewing, planning, worrying, because it believes that through mental activity, it can secure what cannot be secured. It believes that through thinking, it can make the impermanent permanent, the unreliable reliable, the uncontrollable controllable. This is the fundamental delusion that the Buddha awakened from. And it is this delusion that keeps you awake. Now, let us be clear about what the Buddha was not saying. He was not saying that life is only suffering, that there is no joy, no beauty, no love, no wonder. This would be a nihilistic misunderstanding of his teaching. The Buddha himself experienced deep peace, profound joy, genuine happiness. What he was pointing to is that if we do not understand the nature of experience correctly, if we cling to pleasure and push away pain, if we try to make permanent what is by nature impermanent, then we create suffering for ourselves. The recognition of dukkha is not meant to make us pessimistic or depressed. Quite the opposite. It is meant to awaken us to reality as it actually is, so that we stop fighting against the nature of things. When we stop fighting, when we stop resisting, when we stop demanding that reality be other than it is, a profound peace becomes possible. In the Majjhima Nikaya, the middle-length discourses, the Buddha uses a powerful simile to illustrate this point. He compares our usual relationship to experience to being shot by two arrows. The first arrow is the actual experience, the pain, the loss, the difficulty. This arrow is unavoidable. It is part of the nature of conditioned existence. But the second arrow, the Buddha says, we shoot at ourselves. This second arrow is our reaction to the first, our resistance, our anger, our fear, our story about what. The pain means our judgment of ourselves for experiencing it. The first arrow is dukkha in the sense of the inevitable challenges of existence. The second arrow is dukkha in the sense of the suffering we create through our misunderstanding and reactivity. The Buddha's teaching is aimed at helping us avoid shooting that second arrow. We cannot always prevent the first arrow. Life brings pain, loss, change, uncertainty. But we can learn not to compound that pain with our reactivity. As you lie here tonight, unable to sleep, consider this teaching. Perhaps there is a genuine difficulty in your life right now. a challenge at work, a strain in a relationship, a concern about health or finances. This is the first arrow. It is real. It requires your attention and skillful response. But notice how the mind multiplies this difficulty. It worries not just about the actual situation, but about all the terrible things that might happen. It judges you for having the problem. It compares you to others who seem to have it easier. It tells stories about inadequacy or unfairness. This proliferation, this multiplication of the original difficulty, this is the second arrow. And this is where most of our suffering actually lies. Let us examine more deeply how this dukkha manifests in the specific context of sleep and rest. The Buddha taught about the 5 aggregates of clinging, the 5 bundles of grasping that constitute what we call the self. These are form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. It is through clinging to these aggregates as me and mine that dukkha arises. Consider the aggregate of form, the physical body. As you lie here, perhaps you notice discomfort, a tension in the shoulders, an ache in the back, the body's temperature, feeling not quite right. The mind immediately identifies with this discomfort. This is my pain. My body is not comfortable. I need it to be different. This identification, this claiming of the body's sensations as mine, as something I must fix or control, creates agitation. The body simply has sensations arising and passing. It is the mind's relationship to these sensations, the claiming of them, the resistance to them, that creates suffering. The Buddha taught a practice of observing the body with what he called kyanupassana, contemplation of the body. Not thinking about the body, but directly observing it. Feeling the sensations as they actually are, without the overlay of judgment or story. When you observe the body in this way, you begin to notice something remarkable. The sensations are constantly changing. That ache in the back is not a solid, unchanging thing. It is a flow of sensations, appearing and disappearing, intensifying and softening, moving and shifting. When you stop trying to make it go away, when you simply observe it with clear awareness, often it changes on its own, not because you controlled it, but because change is its nature. Or considered the aggregate of feeling, the pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral tone that accompanies every experience. A thought arises about tomorrow's responsibilities. An unpleasant feeling accompanies it. Immediately, the mind contracts around this unpleasantness. It tries to push the thought away. It judges itself for having the thought. It worries about the worry. Layer upon layer of reactivity builds upon a simple, unpleasant feeling tone. The original feeling may have lasted only a moment, but the mental proliferation around it continues for hours, preventing sleep. The Buddha taught Vedananupassana, contemplation of feelings. This means observing the feeling tone of experience directly, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. That is all. Not the story about the feeling, not the judgment of the feeling, not the reactivity to the feeling, simply the bare feeling tone itself. When you observe feelings in this way, you notice that they too are impermanent. A pleasant feeling arises and passes. An unpleasant feeling arises and passes. Even what seems like a continuous, unpleasant feeling, when observed closely, is actually a series of moments, each slightly different, appearing and disappearing in rapid succession. And here is the liberating insight. If you do not grasp at pleasant feelings, trying to make them last, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of clinging. If you do not push away unpleasant feelings, resisting their presence, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of aversion. The feelings themselves are not the problem. Your relationship to them, your grasping and pushing, this is where dukkha is created. The aggregate of perception labels and categorizes experience. This is good, this is bad. This thought means I am anxious. This sensation means something is wrong. These perceptions, these labels, are not reality itself. They are the mind's interpretation of reality, but we take them as absolute truth. We believe our perceptions completely, and this belief keeps us trapped in reactivity. The Buddha taught sana, the understanding that perceptions are constructed, not given. They arise based on past conditioning, past experience, learned patterns. A sound in the night is perceived as threatening or benign based on past association, not on the sound itself. A bodily sensation is perceived as dangerous or harmless, based on learned interpretation. These perceptions happen so quickly, so automatically, that we rarely recognize them as perceptions. We think we are perceiving reality directly, but we are always perceiving through the filter of past conditioning. When you recognize this, when you see that your perceptions are interpretations rather than direct reality, something loosens. You can question your perceptions. You can hold them more lightly. You can recognize that the story your mind is telling about a situation may not be accurate. This creates space between stimulus and response, space where wisdom can operate rather than automatic reactivity. Mental formations. The fourth aggregate include all our habits of mind, our conditioning, our patterns of response. Perhaps you have a habit of reviewing the day before sleep, analyzing what went wrong, planning how to do better. This habit feels productive, feels necessary, but it is simply a conditioned pattern, repeated so many times it has become automatic. The Buddha taught that we can observe these patterns without being controlled by them. We can see them as sankhara-conditioned formations, arising due to past causes, not as essential aspects of who we are. This aggregate is vast. It includes all our volitional activities, all our intentions, all our habitual responses. It includes our tendencies toward anger or fear, our patterns of self-judgment, our default ways of interpreting situations. All of this is conditioned. All of this has been learned. And crucially, all of this can be unlearned, or rather, seen through. When you recognize a mental formation as a mental formation, when you see a habitual pattern as just a pattern, not as truth, not as self, you are no longer completely controlled by it. And consciousness, the fifth aggregate, is awareness itself, the knowing of experience. Even this, the Buddha taught, is impermanent and conditioned. Consciousness arises dependent on contacts between sense organ and sense object. It is not a permanent self, not an unchanging witness. It too comes and goes, appears and disappears. Eye consciousness arises when the eye contacts a visible form. Ear consciousness arises when the ear contacts a sound. Mind consciousness arises when the mind contacts a mental object, a thought or memory. This teaching is subtle and can be difficult to grasp. We tend to think of consciousness as the stable background, the unchanging observer of changing experience. But the Buddha pointed to something more radical. Consciousness itself is part of the flow. It arises and ceases, moment by moment. There is no eternal witness standing apart from experience. There is simply the arising and passing of knowing. Different types of consciousness appearing and disappearing based on conditions. When we cling to any of these aggregates as me or mine, when we identify with them, when we try to control them, dukkha arises. The body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness, all are flowing, changing, unreliable. To grasp at them for security is to grasp at water. To demand that they be other than they are is to fight against the fundamental nature of conditioned existence. This is why ordinary approaches to sleep so often fail. They treat the symptoms without addressing the root cause. They try to manipulate the aggregates, to force the body to relax, to suppress thoughts, to create pleasant feelings, to control consciousness. But these aggregates cannot ultimately be controlled. They operate according to their own nature, arising and passing based on conditions, not on our will. The Buddha's approach is radically different. Rather than trying to control experience, he taught us to understand it. Rather than fighting against the aggregates, he taught us to see them clearly, to recognize their impermanent, unsatisfactory, and selfless nature. And in that recognition, clinging naturally releases. When clinging releases, dukkha ceases. When dukkha ceases, the mind settles into its natural state of peace. In the Anattalakkhana Sutta, the discourse on the not self-characteristic, the Buddha questions his 5 companions systematically about each aggregate. Is form permanent or impermanent? He asks. Impermanent, venerable sir, they reply. Is what is impermanent satisfactory or unsatisfactory? Unsatisfactory, venerable sir. Is it fitting to regard what is impermanent, unsatisfactory, and subject to change as, this is mine, this I am, this is myself? No, venerable sir. He asks the same questions about feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. Each time, the answer is the same. These aggregates are impermanent, unsatisfactory when clung to, and not fit to be regarded as self. This systematic questioning is not meant to be merely intellectual. It is meant to be investigated directly in one's own experience. The Buddha is inviting us to look closely at what we take to be ourselves and see if it holds up under examination. In the Satipatthana Sutta, the discourse on the foundations of mindfulness, the Buddha provides detailed instructions for observing these aggregates. He teaches us to observe the body in the body, feelings in feelings, mind in mind, mental phenomena in mental phenomena, not observing from outside, but observing directly, intimately, within experience itself. When observing the body, he says, know the in-breath as the in-breath, know the out-breath as the out-breath, know the body walking, standing, sitting, lying, down, know all positions and movements of the body, and in this knowing, understand, this is simply body, not my body, not I am the body, simply body, a collection of elements, temporarily configured, arising and passing according to conditions. He teaches contemplation of the body's elements. This body is composed of the earth element, the solidity and resistance in bones and flesh. It is composed of the water element, the fluidity in blood and lymph. It is composed of the fire element, the temperature and metabolism that maintain life. It is composed of the air element, the movement in breath and circulation. These four elements come together temporarily to form what we call a body. They will separate again at death, returning to the greater field of elements from which they came. This is not morbid contemplation. It is realistic understanding. It is seeing the body as it actually is, not as we wish it to be. When observing feelings, know a pleasant feeling as pleasant, an unpleasant feeling as unpleasant, a neutral feeling as neutral. And understand, these feelings are impermanent. They arise and pass. They are not to be grasped or rejected. They are simply the natural response of organism to conditions. In this understanding, the reactivity to feelings lessens. The mind does not chase after pleasant feelings or run from unpleasant ones. It simply observes the feeling tone, recognizes its impermanent nature, and remains equanimous. The Buddha further distinguishes between worldly and unworldly feelings. A worldly pleasant feeling is one based on sensual experience. An unworldly pleasant feeling is one based on renunciation or on meditative joy. A worldly unpleasant feeling is one based on attachment to sensual experience. An unworldly, unpleasant feeling is one based on the sincere wish for liberation, the healthy discontent with the unsatisfactory nature of conditioned existence. These distinctions help us understand our feelings more subtly, more accurately, when observing the mind. Know a mind with desire as a mind with desire, a mind with aversion as a mind with aversion, a mind with delusion as a mind with delusion. Know a concentrated mind as concentrated, a scattered mind as scattered. Know a great mind as great, a small mind as small. Know a surpassable mind as surpassable, an unsurpassable mind as unsurpassable. Know a concentrated mind as concentrated, an unconcentrated mind as unconcentrated. Know a liberated mind as liberated, an unliberated mind as unliberated. This is not judgment, it is recognition. The mind has many states, constantly changing. By knowing each state as it arises, by recognizing its characteristics, we stop identifying with the state. We see that these are visitors, temporary conditions of mind, not who we are. The mind that is scattered now may be concentrated later. The mind with desire now may be free of desire later. None of these states are permanent. None define us absolutely. And when observing mental phenomena, understand the hindrances when they arise. No sensory desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, doubt. Understand how they arise, how they are sustained, how they cease. These hindrances are what prevent meditation, what prevent concentration, what prevent clear seeing. And significantly for our purposes tonight, these hindrances are what prevent sleep. Restlessness and worry, uthaka kukuka, is particularly relevant. The mind that cannot settle, that jumps from thought to thought, that worries about past and future, this is the restless mind. The Buddha taught specific antidotes to this hindrance. One is concentration practice, gathering the mind to a single object. Another is calming the bodily formation, relaxing the body to help calm the mind. Another is reflecting on the teachings, bringing wise attention to bear on the worried thoughts to see they're impermanent. insubstantial nature. Observe also the factors of awakening when they arise. Know mindfulness, investigation, energy, joy, tranquility, concentration, equanimity. Understand their conditions, their development, their maturation. These 7 factors, when cultivated, lead to awakening, to the direct realization of the truth the Buddha taught. Mindfulness is the foundation. Investigation examines experience closely. Energy sustains the practice. Joy arises from skillful practice. Tranquility is the calming of body and mind. Concentration is the collected, unified mind. Equanimity is the balanced, non-reactive awareness that sees all phenomena with the same clear gaze. This is the Buddha's medicine for dukkha. Not positive thinking, not distraction, not suppression, but clear, direct, unflinching observation of experience as it actually is. And in this observation, wisdom arises, the wisdom that sees impermanence directly, the wisdom that recognizes the unsatisfactory nature of clinging, the wisdom that understands there is no permanent, unchanging self to be found in these flowing aggregates. This wisdom does not come from belief. It does not come from faith. It comes from direct observation. The Buddha famously said in the Kalama Sutta, "Do not believe something simply because it has been passed down through tradition, or because it has been said many times, or because it is written in scriptures, or because it accords with your beliefs, or because it seems logical, or because it accords with your philosophy, or because it appears true after consideration, or because the speaker appears trustworthy, or out of respect for a teacher. When you know for yourselves that these things are wholesome, blameless, praised by the wise, and when undertaken and observed led to benefit and happiness, then you should enter and dwell in them." This is an extraordinary statement for a religious teacher. The Buddha is telling us not to believe him on authority, but to test his teachings in our own direct experience. If you find them to be true, leading to benefit, to welfare, to happiness, then accept them and live by them. If not, abandon them. So even now, as you listen, you can test this teaching. Observe your own experience. Notice the thoughts that arise and pass. Are they permanent or impermanent? Notice the sensations in the body constantly changing. Are they permanent or impermanent? Notice feelings appearing and disappearing. Are they permanent or impermanent? Is there anything in your experience right now that is truly permanent? Is there anything that is completely satisfactory when grasped? Is there anything that is truly under your absolute control? If you observe carefully, honestly, you will see that the Buddha's teaching is not philosophy or theory. It is description. It is pointing to what is already true, what has always been true, but what we have not clearly seen. We have been so busy trying to control experience, trying to make it conform to our desires, that we have not stopped to observe what it actually is. There is a story from the Pali Canon that illustrates this teaching beautifully. It is the story of Pattakara, a woman who experienced devastating loss and, through that loss, came to profound awakening. Pattakara was born into a wealthy merchant family in Savatthi. As a young woman, she fell in love with a servant in her household. Her parents, disapproving of this relationship, planned to marry her to a man of suitable status. In desperation, she fled with her lover to a distant village where they lived. As simple farmers, years passed, and Patakra became pregnant. As the time of birth approached, she wished to return to her parents' home for the delivery, as was the custom. Her husband refused, fearing her parents' anger. But when he was away, Patakara set out on the journey alone, driven by her longing for her family. Her husband, discovering she had left, rushed after her. But on the road, far from any village, her labor began. She gave birth beside the path. That night, as they huddled with their newborn, a terrible storm arose. Her husband went to gather materials to build a shelter. In the darkness, he disturbed a nest of vipers and was bitten. He died there, alone, trying to protect his family. Patakara, not knowing what had happened, waited through the night with her infant and her toddler son. At dawn, she found her husband's body, grief-stricken, but, needing to survive, she continued toward her family home, carrying her infant and leading her toddler by the hand. They came to a river, swollen by the storm. She could not carry both children across at once. She left her toddler on the bank and waded across with her infant. She placed the baby on the far shore and returned for her older son. But as she reached the middle of the river, a hawk, seeing the infant alone, swooped down and seized it. Patakara screamed and waved her arms, but the hawk flew away. The toddler, hearing his mother's cry and thinking she was calling to him, stepped into the river. The current swept him away before her eyes. Mad with grief, she continued to her parents' home. On the outskirts of the city, she met a man coming from town. She asked about her family. The man, not recognizing her, told her that in the storm, a wealthy merchant's house had collapsed, killing the merchant, his wife, and their son. He pointed to the smoke rising from their funeral pyre. In one day, Patakara had lost her husband, both her children and her entire family. Her mind shattered. She tore off her clothes and wandered the streets, insane with grief, crying out her losses to anyone who would listen. She wandered thus until she came to the Jetavana monastery where the Buddha was teaching. The monks tried to prevent her from entering, but the Buddha, seeing her, said, "Let her come. Bring her to mindfulness." As Patakara approached, the Buddha spoke to her with great compassion. "Sister, recover your mindfulness." At his words, something shifted in her. A small portion of clarity returned. Someone gave her a robe to cover herself. She bowed before the Buddha and told him her story, weeping. The Buddha listened, and then he spoke. "Patakara, do not think you are alone in your grief. Throughout countless lifetimes, the tears you have shed for lost loved ones are greater than the waters of the 4 great oceans. In the long journey of birth and death, you have experienced this loss not once, but thousands upon thousands of times. You have lost children, parents, husbands, friends, beyond counting. This is the nature of conditioned existence. All that arises passeth away. All that meets must part. This is not punishment. This is not personal. This is simply the nature of all conditioned things." He continued, "Searching for your loved ones in birth and death is like seeking someone in a dream. Where have they gone? They have gone where all conditioned things go. They have dissolved back into the elements, the earth, water, fire, and air from which they were temporarily composed. To cling to them, to demand that they remain, is to cling to the impossible. It is this clinging, this resistance to the truth of impermanence that creates your suffering. Then the Buddha taught her about dukkha, about the unsatisfactory nature of all conditioned existence when we do not see it clearly. He taught her about the arising and passing of all phenomena. He taught her to observe her own mind, to see grief as a conditioned response arising due to causes, and capable of ceasing when those causes are understood. Bhattakara listened deeply, and as she listened, understanding arose in her. She saw that her resistance to what had happened, her desperate wish that things could be different, her clinging to what was already gone, this was the source of her torment. The events themselves were already past. They could not be changed. But her relationship to those events, her understanding of them, this could transform. The Buddha taught her in stages. First, he established her in moral conduct, in sila. She took the precepts, the ethical guidelines that create a stable foundation for practice. Then he taught her about generosity, about dana, the practice of giving that loosens the grip of selfishness. Then he taught her about the heavenly realms, about the fruits of good action. And then, seeing that her mind was ready, pliant, without hindrances, elevated and clear, he taught her the Four Noble Truths. Bhattakara became a nun and devoted herself to practice. Later, after she had developed concentration and insight, she was washing her feet one evening. She poured water from a vessel and watched it flow down the slope. Some water traveled only a short distance before being absorbed into the earth. Some water flowed farther before disappearing. Some water flowed all the way to the bottom of the hill. As she watched this simple phenomenon, sudden, complete understanding arose. She saw that lives are like this water. Some beings live only briefly. Some live longer. Some live to old age. But all, without exception, flow toward death. None escape. This is not tragedy. This is simply the nature of conditioned existence. All formations are impermanent. All formations are unsatisfactory when clung to. All phenomena are not self. In that moment, Bhattakara awakened fully. She became an arahant, one who has realized complete liberation. Her grief did not disappear entirely. The memory remained, but her suffering ended. She could remember her loved ones with tenderness, but without the tearing pain of resistance. She had stopped fighting against reality. She had stopped demanding that impermanent things be permanent. And in that stopping, she found unshakable peace. The Buddha later spoke a verse about her realization. Though one should live 100 years without seeing the arising and passing of things, yet better is a single day lived seeing their arising and passing. Bhattakara became a great teacher herself. Many women came to her to be ordained, drawn by her wisdom and compassion. She understood suffering intimately, and she understood liberation intimately. She could guide others with the authority of direct experience. The verses attributed to her in the Theragatha, the verses of the elder nuns, speak of her complete freedom, her utter release from all bondage. This story teaches us the essence of the First Noble Truth. Dukkha is not the pain itself. Bhattakara experienced genuine, devastating loss. The dukkha, the unnecessary suffering, was her resistance to the impermanent nature of all things. When she saw clearly that all conditioned phenomena arise and pass, when she stopped demanding that reality be different from what it is, her suffering ceased even though the memory of loss remained. This is the understanding that allows the mind to rest, the mind that accepts impermanence, that does not cling to the past or grasp at the future, that sees clearly the flowing nature of all experience. This mind can settle. It has nothing to defend. It has nothing to secure. It can simply be, moment by moment, with what is now. Patakara's realization was complete and sudden, the fruit of intense practice and the perfect ripening of conditions. For most of us, understanding develops more gradually, but even a partial glimpse of this truth, even a momentary recognition of impermanence, can bring relief. When we see, even for a moment, that our thoughts are just thoughts, that our feelings are just feelings, that this moment of discomfort or anxiety is simply a passing condition, not a permanent state, something loosens in the mind. The Buddha compared the untrained mind to a monkey, swinging from branch to branch, never still, always grasping the next thing. This monkey mind lies awake at night, swinging from thought to thought, worry to worry, memory to planning to judgment, never resting. Why? Because it believes that through this constant movement it can secure itself. It believes that if it just thinks enough, plans enough, reviews enough, it can make things safe, make things permanent, make things controllable. But the trained mind, the mind that understands dukkha, sees the futility of this endless grasping. It sees that safety cannot be found through control, because the nature of conditioned existence is beyond our ultimate control. It sees that permanence cannot be achieved, because the nature of all things is impermanence. And in seeing this clearly, deeply, repeatedly, the grasping begins to release. This releasing is not resignation. It is not giving up or becoming passive. It is something far more profound. It is the recognition of what is actually possible and what is not. We cannot make impermanent things permanent. We cannot control all conditions. We cannot prevent loss and change. These are simply not possible. To exhaust ourselves trying to achieve the impossible is suffering. But what is possible? It is possible to understand our experience clearly. It is possible to observe our reactions without being controlled by them. It is possible to meet each moment with awareness rather than with automatic reactivity. It is possible to recognize impermanence directly and to live in harmony with it rather than in opposition to it. And it is possible to find peace, deep and unshakable peace, not through controlling conditions, but through understanding their nature. This understanding is what the Buddha called right view, samadhi, the first factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. It is the foundation of all transformation. Without right view, we are lost in the forest of confusion, mistaking the impermanent for permanent, the unsatisfactory for satisfactory, the not self for self. With right view, the path becomes clear. We see where we are, where we need to go, and how to get there. Right view has two aspects. There is mundane right view and supramundane right view. Mundane right view is the understanding of karma, of cause and effect in the moral realm. It is the understanding that wholesome actions lead to happiness and unwholesome actions lead to suffering. This view motivates ethical conduct and creates the conditions for deeper practice. Supramundane right view is the direct penetration of the Four Noble Truths, the seeing of things as they actually are. This is the view that liberates, the view that cuts through delusion at its root. This is the view that Patakara realized as she watched the water flowing down the hill. This is the view that ends suffering completely and finally. But even before full liberation, even in the development of practice, right view transforms our experience. When we understand, even intellectually at first, that clinging causes suffering, we begin to notice our clinging. We catch ourselves grasping at pleasant experience, pushing away unpleasant experience. And in that noticing, in that awareness, the grip loosens slightly. We are no longer completely identified with the craving or aversion. We see it happening, and what can be seen can eventually be released. As you lie here tonight, perhaps you can begin to sense this truth in your own experience. Notice the thoughts that prevent sleep. Are they not thoughts of resistance? Resistance to how the day went. Resistance to how you feel. Resistance to the uncertainty of tomorrow. The mind churns because it is fighting against what is, or what might be. What if, just for this moment, you stopped fighting? Not giving up, not becoming passive, but simply ceasing the internal war against reality. What if you allowed this moment to be exactly as it is, with all its uncertainty, all its incompleteness, all its imperfection? What if you recognized that your sleeplessness itself is an impermanent condition, arising due to causes, and capable of ceasing when those causes are understood? This is the beginning of wisdom. This is the first noble truth. Not a pessimistic declaration that life is suffering, but a realistic recognition that when we misunderstand the nature of existence, when we cling to what cannot be held, when we resist what cannot be prevented, we create suffering for ourselves. The good news, the profoundly liberating news, is that this suffering is not necessary. It arises from ignorance, and therefore it can cease through understanding. This understanding is what we are cultivating together tonight. The Buddha did not merely diagnose the disease. He provided the complete cure. But to understand the cure, we must first understand more deeply the cause of the disease. The first noble truth shows us that dukkha exists. That unsatisfactoriness pervades conditioned existence when we relate to it incorrectly. But why? What is the root cause? What is the mechanism by which this suffering arises? This is what we must explore next. We must investigate what the Buddha called the second noble truth, the origin of suffering. We must examine tanha, the thirst, the craving, the endless wanting, that drives the mind's restless pursuit and prevents its peace. For it is not enough to recognize suffering. We must understand its source. A physician does not merely identify symptoms. He traces them to their cause, their origin. Only then can effective treatment be prescribed. The Buddha was often called the great physician, and his teaching follows this medical model precisely. First, the diagnosis. Dukkha exists. Second, the etiology. This is its cause. Third, the prognosis. It can be cured. Fourth, the treatment. This is the path to its ending. We have examined the diagnosis thoroughly. Now we turn to the cause. What is it that keeps the mind turning, churning, unable to rest? What is the engine that drives this endless becoming? This constant dissatisfaction, this perpetual seeking that finds no lasting fulfillment. The Buddha pointed to something both simple and profound. He pointed to craving, to tanha, to the mind's constant thirst for something other than what is. Let us turn now to this exploration, to the second noble truth, to understanding the very root of our restlessness. The second noble truth, samudaya, speaks to the origin of suffering. In the Dhammacappavan Sutta, the Buddha states it clearly and directly. This is the noble truth of the origin of suffering. It is this craving tanha which leads to repeated existence, accompanied by delight and lust, seeking delight here and there. That is, craving for sensual pleasures, craving for existence, craving for extermination. Tanha. This single word in Pali encompasses the entire mechanism by which suffering arises. It is usually translated as craving or thirst, and both translations point to something essential. Thirst implies an urgent need, a driving compulsion, a state of lack that demands to be filled. Craving suggests a reaching toward, a grasping at, an inability to rest content with what is. Consider actual physical thirst. When the body needs water, everything else becomes secondary. The mind focuses on the need, on finding water, on satisfying the thirst. There is a tension, an incompleteness, a state of non-rest. And even after drinking, after the immediate thirst is quenched, thirst will arise again. It is never permanently satisfied. This is the nature of tanha. It is an endless cycle of wanting, temporary satisfaction, and wanting again. But the Buddha was not speaking merely of physical thirst or even of obvious desires. He was pointing to something far more subtle and pervasive. He was pointing to the fundamental orientation of the unawakened mind, the mind that has not understood the nature of reality. This mind is always in a state of reaching, always seeking, always dissatisfied with what is, always believing that fulfillment lies just ahead. In the next experience, the next achievement, the next moment. This is why you cannot sleep. The mind is thirsty. It is reaching. It is wanting. It wants tomorrow to go well. It wants yesterday to have been different. It wants this moment of wakefulness to end. It wants sleep, and in wanting sleep, it creates the very agitation that prevents sleep. This is the paradox of tanha. The more we crave, the more we suffer. The more we grasp, the more we create the conditions for dissatisfaction. The Buddha identified 3 types of tanha, 3 forms of craving that keep us bound to suffering. The first is kama-tanha, craving for sensual pleasures. This is the most obvious form. The craving for pleasant sights, sounds, smells, tastes, touch, sensations. The desire for wealth, for status, for the pleasures of the senses. This craving drives much of human activity. We organize our lives around the pursuit of pleasant experiences and the avoidance of unpleasant ones. We work to earn money to buy things that will bring pleasure. We seek relationships that will provide emotional satisfaction. We consume entertainment to stimulate pleasant feelings. None of this is inherently wrong. The Buddha was not an ascetic who rejected all pleasure. He himself had experimented with extreme asceticism before his enlightenment and found it unhelpful. He taught the middle way, neither indulgence nor denial. But he saw clearly that when we are driven by craving for sensual pleasure, when we believe that happiness lies in acquiring and consuming pleasant experiences, we create suffering for ourselves. Why? Because sensual pleasures are impermanent. They arise and they cease. The delicious meal ends. The pleasant sensation fades. The exciting experience becomes ordinary through repetition. And in their ending, in their fading, there is disappointment. There is loss. There is the immediate arising of craving for the next pleasant experience. We are on a treadmill, constantly running, never arriving. The second type is bhavatanha, craving for existence or becoming. This is more subtle. This is the craving to be someone, to become something, to establish ourselves as a particular identity. It is the craving for recognition, for achievement, for the building up of self. We want to be seen as successful, as intelligent, as attractive, as spiritual, as good. We create a self-image, and then we crave experiences that confirm and enhance this image. This craving for becoming is intimately tied to our sense of self. We have an idea of who we are and who we want to be, and we organize our lives around becoming that person. We pursue goals, we develop skills, we cultivate relationships, all in service of this project of becoming. But this too is ultimately unsatisfactory. The self we are trying to establish is itself impermanent, unreliable, constantly changing. The achievements we grasp fade. The recognition we receive is temporary. The identity we build is always under threat, always needing defense, always requiring maintenance. As you lie here tonight, notice this craving for becoming. Perhaps your mind is planning how you will be tomorrow, what you will achieve, how you will handle challenges, how you will present yourself. This is bhavatanha, the mind trying to construct a self, trying to become someone, trying to secure itself through future becoming. And this very activity prevents rest. The mind that is always becoming cannot simply be. It cannot rest in the present moment as it is. The third type is vibhavatanha, craving for non-existence or annihilation. This may seem contradictory. How? Can craving for non-existence be a form of craving? But the Buddha saw this clearly. This is the craving to escape, to avoid, to make unpleasant experiences disappear. It is the wish for difficult emotions to end, for challenging situations to vanish, for aspects of ourselves we dislike to be eliminated. In its extreme form, it is the desire for complete annihilation, for the self to cease to exist. But this too is craving. It is still the mind reaching, still the mind in a state of resistance and dissatisfaction. Instead of grasping to what pleasant experience, it is pushing away unpleasant experience. But the mechanism is the same. It is tanha. It is the inability to rest with what is. It is the constant movement of attraction and repulsion, reaching and rejecting. Notice in your own experience tonight. The mind that cannot sleep is engaged in all three forms of craving. It craves pleasant experiences, perhaps remembering pleasant moments from the past or imagining pleasant scenarios in the future. It craves to become someone who handles things well, who is productive tomorrow, who overcomes current difficulties. And it craves for unpleasant experiences to end, for worries to disappear, for this state of wakefulness itself to be annihilated and replaced with sleep. All three forms of craving create agitation. They prevent the mind from settling. They keep it in constant motion, constantly seeking, constantly dissatisfied. The Buddha saw this pattern with perfect clarity, and he saw that this pattern is not personal, not unique to any individual. It is the default operation of the unawakened mind. It is what the mind does when it does not understand the nature of reality. Now, why does craving arise? What is its source? The Buddha traced it back to feeling, to Vedana. When a pleasant feeling arises, craving to prolong it arises. When an unpleasant feeling arises, craving to end it arises. When a neutral feeling arises, often ignorance about its nature arises, and then craving for something more interesting, more stimulating. This is the sequence. Contact between sense organ and sense object gives rise to consciousness. Consciousness and contact give rise to feeling. Feeling gives rise to craving. Craving gives rise to clinging. And from clinging arises all suffering. This is called paticca samuppada, dependent origination. It is the Buddha's most profound teaching on causality, on how suffering arises through a chain of conditions. Each link in the chain depends on the previous link. Break any link, and the chain is broken. Suffering ceases. This is not fatalism. This is empowerment. Because if suffering arises through causes, then by removing the causes, suffering can be ended. The crucial link, the one where intervention is most effective, is the link between feeling and craving. Feeling arises automatically. It is part of the nature of consciousness. When the eye sees a pleasant form, a pleasant feeling arises. We cannot prevent this. It happens naturally. But what happens next is not automatic. Between feeling and craving, there is a space, a moment where wisdom can operate, a moment where we can observe the feeling without immediately reacting to it with craving. This is the practice. This is where freedom lies. Not in preventing feelings from arising, which is impossible, but in observing feelings clearly, understanding their impermanent nature, and not reacting to them with craving. When we can do this, when we can feel a pleasant feeling without grasping at it, feel an unpleasant feeling without pushing it away, then craving does not arise. And when craving does not arise, clinging does not arise. And when clinging does not arise, suffering does not arise. This is the promise of the Buddha's teaching. Complete freedom from suffering is possible, not by arranging external conditions perfectly, not by achieving all our goals, not by acquiring everything we desire, but by understanding the mechanism of suffering and ceasing to perpetuate it. Let us examine more closely how craving operates in the mind. The Pali texts describe it with the term perupa saturupa, that which is agreeable and pleasing. The mind surveys experience looking for what is agreeable, what is pleasing. When it finds it, it grasps. When it finds what is disagreeable, it rejects. This is happening constantly, mostly below the threshold of conscious awareness. The mind is evaluating, judging, categorizing, reaching, rejecting, all in a continuous stream. This evaluating mind, this judging mind, this craving mind prevents rest. To rest, to truly rest, the mind must stop this constant activity. It must cease. The endless project of seeking pleasure and avoiding pain. It must come to a state of non-craving, of non-reaching, of acceptance of what is. But how? Simply telling the mind to stop craving does not work. Craving is deeply conditioned. It has operated for so long, through so many lifetimes according to the Buddhist view that it feels like our nature. It feels like who we are. We identify with our desires. We think we are what we want, what we fear, what we hope for. To stop craving feels like ceasing to exist. And here we encounter a profound teaching. The Buddha said that craving arises from ignorance, avijja. We crave because we do not see clearly. We do not understand the nature of what we are craving. We think that acquiring the object of craving will bring lasting satisfaction, We think that avoiding what we fear will bring lasting security. We think that becoming what we want to be will bring lasting happiness. These are all mistakes. They are misunderstandings about the nature of reality. Every object of craving is impermanent. It will change and pass away. Every state we hope to avoid will arise again under the right conditions. Every identity we try to establish is unreliable and constantly shifting. We are craving after things that cannot deliver what we hope they will deliver. This is the fundamental ignorance that drives craving. When we see this clearly, when we understand directly through our own experience that no conditioned thing can provide lasting satisfaction, then craving naturally weakens. Not through suppression, not through force, but through understanding. The mind that sees clearly loses interest in chasing after what it now knows to be unsatisfying. There is a famous simile in the texts. The Buddha compares craving to the taste of honey on the blade of a knife. A child, seeing the honey, licks the blade, attracted by the sweetness. But in licking the blade, the tongue is cut. There is both pleasure and pain mixed together. The pleasure is temporary, superficial. The pain is real and lasting. This is the nature of all experience driven by craving. There may be temporary satisfaction, but it is always mixed with suffering, always leading to more craving, always cutting even as it sweetens. The wise person sees this and no longer licks the blade. Not because they suppress desire, not because they grit their teeth and resist, but because they see clearly that this leads to harm. The seeing itself is the freedom. When you truly see that something leads to suffering, you naturally stop doing it. You do not need to force yourself. The clarity itself protects you. This is why the Buddha emphasized wisdom, panna, over willpower. Willpower can suppress craving temporarily, but it creates tension, creates struggle, creates a sense of deprivation. Wisdom sees through craving, understands its nature, and in that understanding, craving releases naturally. There is no struggle, no sense of giving something up. There is simply clarity and the natural response to clarity. Consider how this works in your own experience. When you were a child, perhaps you believed in certain myths or stories that you later outgrew. When did you stop believing? Not through forcing yourself, not through willpower, simply through growing in understanding, through seeing more clearly. The belief fell away naturally when it was no longer supported by your level of understanding. This is how craving falls away through wisdom, not through struggle, but through seeing. As you lie here tonight, you can begin to observe craving directly. Notice when a thought arises and there is a reaching toward it or a pushing away from it. That movement, that lean of the mind, that is tanha. Notice how the mind wants things to be different. It wants sleep when there is wakefulness. It wants tomorrow to come so today can be over. It wants certain thoughts to stop and other thoughts to continue. All of this is craving. All of this is the movement that prevents rest. And notice something else. Notice the suffering that accompanies craving, the tension, the dissatisfaction, the sense of incompleteness. Craving and suffering arise together. They are two sides of the same coin. Where there is craving, there is suffering. Where craving ceases, suffering ceases. This is not theory. This is something you can observe directly in your own mind right now. The Buddha taught about the proximate cause of craving, what conditions give rise to it. He said that craving arises dependent on feeling, but also dependent on ignorance. It is the combination. Feeling plus ignorance equals craving. Feeling plus wisdom equals equanimity. Same feeling, different response, depending on the presence or absence of understanding. So the practice becomes clear. We must develop wisdom. We must understand reality as it actually is. And specifically, we must understand three characteristics of all conditioned phenomena. These are called the tilakkhana, the three marks of existence. All conditioned things are impermanent anicca. All conditioned things are unsatisfactory when clung to dukkha. All conditioned things are not self-onatta. When these three characteristics are directly seen, deeply understood, thoroughly penetrated, craving loses its grip. The mind sees there is nothing to grasp, nothing that will provide the permanent satisfaction it seeks, nothing that can be claimed as me or mine. Let us explore a traditional story that illustrates the nature of craving and its consequences. This is the story of King Pasenadi and the lesson of the 4 horses. Found in the Samyutta Nikaya, King Pasenadi of Kosala was a devoted lay follower of the Buddha and often visited him for teachings. One day, the king came to the Buddha and asked about the different types of practitioners on the spiritual path. The Buddha responded with a simile about 4 types of excellent thoroughbred horses. The first horse, the Buddha explained, moves at the mere shadow of the whip before any physical contact. This horse is so sensitive, so responsive, that the slightest indication is enough. It understands immediately what is required and responds with perfect compliance. The second horse moves when the hairs of its body are touched by the whip. The third horse moves when its flesh is touched, and the fourth horse moves only when the whip strikes to the bone. The Buddha then explained the meaning. The first type of practitioner hears about the suffering in someone else's experience, perhaps in another village, perhaps even in another land. Someone has fallen ill, someone has died, someone has lost everything. And hearing this practitioner reflects deeply. They understand that this same suffering could come to them. Impermanence is universal. No one is exempt. This understanding penetrates so deeply that they are moved to practice with urgency, to develop wisdom, to prepare for the inevitable changes of life. This is like the horse that moves at the shadow of the whip. The second type of practitioner needs to see suffering more directly. Someone in their own village becomes ill. Someone they know experiences loss. Now the reality of impermanence becomes more vivid, more personal, and this moves them to practice. This is like the horse that moves when its hairs are touched. The third type needs suffering to come even closer. Someone in their own family falls ill. Someone they love dies. Now suffering is at their door, and they cannot ignore it. This, finally, moves them to earnest practice. This is like the horse that moves when its flesh is touched. And the fourth type, the Buddha said with compassion, does not practice until they themselves are experiencing acute suffering, until they themselves are sick, grieving, facing death. Only then do they turn to the teachings, seeking relief. This is like the horse that moves only when struck to the bone. The Buddha did not criticize any of these types. He simply observed that people awaken at different rates, with different degrees of sensitivity to the truth of suffering. But he encouraged his listeners to be like the first horse, to learn from the universal truth of impermanence, without needing to wait for her personal disaster to motivate practice. This story teaches us about craving in a subtle way. What keeps the second, third, and fourth horses from responding earlier? What keeps them from seeing the truth that is already evident? It is craving. Craving for existence to continue as it is. Craving for the pleasant illusion that we are somehow exempt from universal laws. Craving to avoid the uncomfortable truth of impermanence and suffering. We want to believe that things will stay the same, that the people we love will always be here, that our health will last, that our circumstances will not change dramatically. This wanting, this craving for stability in an unstable world blinds us to reality. It keeps us from responding to the truth that is already apparent if we would only look. King Pasenadi himself provides another teaching about craving. The texts record that he struggled with overeating. He loved food and ate to excess, which caused him discomfort and made him drowsy during the Buddha's teachings. The Buddha taught him a verse to recite while eating. When a person is constantly mindful, knowing moderation in the food they eat, their ailments decrease, they age slowly, and they preserve their life force. This simple teaching about food contains the entire teaching about craving. Craving leads to excess. Excess leads to suffering. Mindfulness and understanding of moderation lead to well-being. This applies not just to food, but to all experience. Craving leads us to excess in all things, to always wanting more, to never being satisfied with what is. And this constant wanting is exhausting. It is what keeps the mind churning, unable to rest. The king took this teaching to heart and practiced moderation. The texts say that he became healthier and more alert. He experienced directly how reducing craving reduced suffering. This is not asceticism. This is not denial. This is simply understanding what is enough, what is appropriate, what leads to well-being rather than to excess and suffering. As you lie here, consider your own relationship to craving. What are you craving right now? Perhaps sleep itself has become an object of craving. You want it so badly that the wanting creates tension, and the tension prevents the very sleep you crave. This is the paradox of craving. It creates the obstacle to its own fulfillment. Or perhaps you are craving for tomorrow to go a certain way, for a problem to resolve, for a relationship to improve, for circumstances to change. All of this craving creates tension in the mind. The mind that craves cannot rest because it is always reaching toward something that is not yet present, always dissatisfied with what is. The Buddha taught a practice specifically for working with craving. It is called the contemplation of the unattractive, asubha bhava. This does not mean making things ugly or cultivating aversion. It means seeing clearly the nature of what we crave, seeing through the superficial attractiveness to the reality beneath. When we crave sensual pleasure, we see only the pleasure, not the impermanence, not the ultimate unsatisfactoriness, not the suffering of change. We are enchanted, captivated by the surface appearance. The contemplation of the unattractive breaks this enchantment, not by making things ugly, but by seeing them completely, by seeing all aspects, including the aspects we normally ignore. The beautiful flower is also dying from the moment it blooms. The delicious food will become waste matter in hours. The praised achievement will be forgotten. The comfortable circumstance will inevitably change. This is not pessimism. This is realism. This is seeing the whole truth rather than only the pleasing part. When we see the whole truth, craving naturally lessens. We are no longer chasing after illusions. We see things as they are, and this seeing brings a natural equanimity. We can enjoy beauty without clinging to it. We can experience pleasure without craving for it to last. We can accept comfort without demanding that it remain. This is the freedom that comes from understanding. Another teaching the Buddha gave about craving is found in the discourse on the simile of the snake. He taught that there are two ways of grasping things. One is like grasping a snake incorrectly, by the tail or the middle of the body. The snake, feeling threatened, will bite. The bite brings suffering. The other way is like grasping a snake correctly, with a forked stick behind its head. The snake cannot bite. It can be held safely. The same is true of the teachings and of experience itself. If we grasp the teachings or experiences incorrectly, through the lens of craving and clinging, we will suffer. If we hold them correctly, with wisdom and non-attachment, they will not cause suffering. The problem is not the teaching or the experience. The problem is how we hold it, how we relate to it. This is crucial for understanding craving. Craving is a way of relating to experience. It is not the experience itself. You can have the same experience with craving or without craving, and the result will be completely different. With craving, there is tension, dissatisfaction, suffering. Without craving, there can be peace, contentment, ease. The Buddha also taught about the gratification, danger, and escape regarding sense pleasures. The gratification is the pleasure we experience, the satisfaction, the temporary happiness. This is real. The Buddha did not deny it, but he said we must also see the danger. The danger is the impermanence, the bondage, the way pleasure binds us to the cycle of craving. And the escape is the renunciation, not of pleasure itself, but of craving for pleasure, of dependence on pleasure for our well-being. When we see all three clearly, gratification, danger, and escape, then we are no longer enslaved by sense pleasures. We can experience them without being controlled by them. We can enjoy them without needing them. This is mature renunciation, not the forced denial of the beginner, but the natural no-note attachment of one who sees clearly. Consider the relationship between craving and identity. Much of our craving is tied to our sense of self. We crave things that confirm our identity, that make us feel real, that establish us as someone. If we identify as successful, we crave recognition and achievement. If we identify as attractive, we crave admiration. If we identify as spiritual, we crave peaceful experiences and progress on the path. All of this is craving in service of self-construction. But the Buddha taught anatta, not self. He taught that there is no permanent, unchanging self to be found. In the five aggregates, this teaching directly undermines the basis of craving. If there is no self, who is doing the craving? What is being protected? What needs to be established? When this teaching is deeply understood, when it is directly seen, craving loses much of its power. There is no one to crave, no one to satisfy, no identity to establish or defend. This is not nihilism. It is not saying that nothing exists or that we don't exist. It is saying that what we take to be a solid, permanent self is actually a process, a flow, a series of conditions arising and passing. And when we see this clearly, we stop trying to solidify what is by nature fluid. We stop trying to make permanent. what is by nature impermanent. And this stopping is the cessation of craving. The mind that does not crave has no need to remain awake, vigilantly seeking, constantly evaluating. It can rest. It has nowhere to go, nothing to protect, nothing to acquire, nothing to become. This is the peace the Buddha pointed to. This is the peace that makes deep rest possible. Now, the Buddha was very practical in his teachings. He did not just present lofty philosophy. He gave specific practices for working with craving in daily life. One of these is sense restraint, guarding the sense doors. This means being mindful at the moment of sense contact. When the eye sees a form, when the ear hears a sound, when the mind encounters a thought, we are present with awareness. We observe the feeling tone that arises. We observe the movement toward craving or aversion. And in that observation, we have a choice. We can follow the habitual reaction, or we can simply observe without reacting. This is not suppression. We are not trying to stop feeling from arising. We are not trying to prevent perception. We are simply bringing awareness to the process, observing how craving arises, how it operates, how it leads to further mental proliferation. And in this observation, gradually, craving loses its compulsive quality. We see it happening, and what can be seen has already lost some of its power over us. Another practice is contentment, santuthi. The Buddha praised contentment as great wealth. The contented person is rich, regardless of external circumstances. The discontented person is poor, even with abundance. Contentment is not complacency. It is not giving up on skillful effort or improvement. It is the absence of the constant craving for things to be other than they are. It is the ability to be at peace with what is, even while working skillfully to improve conditions. This contentment is especially relevant to sleep. The mind that is content can rest. The mind that constantly wants things to be different churns endlessly. Contentment does not mean you must like everything about your circumstances. It means you recognize and accept what is, even as you work to address what can be addressed. This acceptance, this lack of internal resistance, creates the conditions for rest. The Buddha also taught about the nutriment of craving, what feeds it, what sustains it. He said that inappropriate attention, ayoniso manasikara, is the nutriment of craving. Inappropriate attention means attending to things in a way that increases craving. For example, focusing on the attractive aspects of something while ignoring the unattractive aspects, focusing on what you lack rather than what you have, comparing yourself unfavorably to others. All of this is inappropriate attention. It feeds craving. It makes it stronger. Appropriate attention, yoniso manasikara, is attending to things in a way that decreases craving. Seeing things as they actually are, with all their aspects. Seeing impermanence, seeing unsatisfactoriness, seeing not-self. Reflecting on the danger in what you crave and the benefit in what you resist. This appropriate attention starves craving. It withdraws the nutriment that keeps it alive. You can practice this right now. Notice the thoughts that arise about tomorrow, about your current situation, about yourself. How are you attending to these thoughts? Are you feeding craving or starving it? Are you ruminating in ways that increase dissatisfaction? Or are you observing with clear comprehension that reduces reactivity? The ultimate teaching on craving. Is it cessation nirada? The Buddha taught that craving can cease completely, utterly, without remainder. This is not temporary suppression. This is the complete ending of craving. And with the ending of craving comes the ending of suffering. This is nibbana, nirvana, the unconditioned, the deathless, the supreme peace. The cessation of craving is possible because craving is conditioned. It arises due to causes. It is sustained by conditions. When those causes and conditions are removed, it ceases. This is the great hope of the Buddha's teaching. Suffering is not inherent to existence. It is not punishment. It is not fate. It is the result of causes, and those causes can be addressed. As you lie here tonight, you are practicing. Perhaps you did not realize it, but listening to these teachings, reflecting on them, observing your own mind, this is practice. You are developing understanding. You are seeing more clearly the nature of craving, how it operates, how it creates suffering. And in this seeing, already, craving begins to loosen its grip. The path to the cessation of craving is gradual for most people. There are sudden breakthroughs, moments of profound insight, but these are built on a foundation of accumulated understanding. Each moment of seeing craving clearly, each moment of not following it, each moment of resting in awareness. Rather than reaching with desire, these moments accumulate. They change the mind. They develop new patterns, wholesome patterns that lead toward peace rather than toward suffering. You need not try to stop craving through will. Simply observe it, see it clearly, understand its nature. And as understanding grows, craving naturally weakens. This is the gentle way, the middle way, the way the Buddha taught. Not violent suppression, not forced denial, but wise understanding leading to natural release. And now, having explored the origin of suffering, having examined how craving arises and operates, we are ready to turn to the most liberating teaching of all. We are ready to explore the third noble truth, the cessation of suffering. We are ready to understand how craving can be released, how the mind can find complete peace, how liberation is possible. Let us continue this journey into the heart of the Buddha's wisdom. We come now to the third noble truth, nirada, the cessation of suffering. In the Dhammacappavan Sutta, the Buddha proclaimed, "This is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering. It is the remainderless fading away and cessation of that same craving, the giving up and relinquishing of it, freedom from it, non-reliance on it. This is the most liberating teaching in all of Buddhism. Suffering can end, not temporarily, not partially, but completely, utterly, finally. The craving that drives suffering can cease. The grasping can release. The mind can find peace so profound that no circumstance can disturb it. This is not wishful thinking. This is not religious faith. This is the direct testimony of one who achieved it, and the confirmation of countless practitioners across 25 centuries, who have followed the same path and reached the same destination. The third noble truth is the declaration that nibbana exists. Nibbana, nirvana in Sanskrit, literally means extinguishing or blowing out. Like a flame that is extinguished when its fuel is exhausted, suffering is extinguished when its fuel, craving, is removed. This is not annihilation of existence. It is the extinguishing of greed, hatred, and delusion. It is the end of suffering, not the end of being. But what does this cessation feel like? How can we understand it? The Buddha used many terms to describe it because it is beyond ordinary language. He called it the unconditioned, the deathless, the supreme peace, the secure, the refuge, the island amidst the flood, the further shore, the end of suffering, the unbinding, the letting go, the freedom, the liberation in the Udana A collection. Of inspired utterances, the Buddha speaks of Nibbana directly. There is, monks, an unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned. If there were not that unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned, there would be no escape from the born, become, made, conditioned. But since there is an unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned, therefore an escape from the born, become, made, conditioned is discerned. This is a profound statement. The Buddha is pointing to something that is not part of the conditioned realm, not subject to arising and passing, not subject to birth and death. This is what makes escape possible. If everything were conditioned, if everything was subject to arising and passing, then suffering would be inevitable and inescapable. But there is the unconditioned, there is Nibbana, and therefore liberation is possible. Now the experience of Nibbana is said to be ineffable, beyond words. But the Buddha did describe its characteristics to give practitioners direction. He said it is permanent, unlike all conditioned phenomena. It is happiness, but not the happiness dependent on conditions. It is peace beyond understanding. It is the complete absence of greed, hatred, and delusion. It is the cessation of craving. It is the ending of dukkha. But how is this cessation achieved? This is what we must understand carefully. The cessation of craving is not achieved through more craving. We cannot crave our way to non-craving. We cannot force cessation through willpower alone. We cannot make it happen through effort. In the ordinary sense, this is a subtle point that many practitioners misunderstand. The Buddha taught that cessation comes through understanding. When the nature of craving is fully understood, when its origin is fully understood, when its danger is fully seen, when the benefit of its cessation is fully appreciated, then craving naturally releases, not through force, but through wisdom, not through suppression, but through seeing clearly. This is why the Buddha emphasized right view as the first factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. Right view is the understanding of the Four Noble Truths. It is seeing suffering, seeing its origin in craving, seeing that cessation is possible, and seeing the path to that cessation. This right view is what makes all other progress possible. Without it, we are lost. With it, we have direction. Let us understand more deeply what cessation means in practical terms. It means the ending of the constant reaching, the constant dissatisfaction, the constant sense of incompleteness. It means the mind no longer leans into experience with grasping or away from experience with aversion. It means perfect equanimity, perfect balance, perfect peace with whatever arises. This does not mean the mind becomes blank or unresponsive. Quite the opposite. The liberated mind is fully alive, fully aware, fully responsive, but it responds with wisdom rather than with reactivity. It meets experience with clarity rather than with confusion. It acts skillfully without being driven by compulsion. Imagine a mind that has no fear because it is not clinging to anything that can be lost. Imagine a mind that has no anxiety because it is not trying to control what cannot be controlled. Imagine a mind that has no disappointment because it is not expecting impermanent things to be permanent. This is not imagination. This is description of the liberated mind. This is what becomes possible when craving ceases. As you lie here tonight, you might wonder, how can I experience even a taste of this cessation? How can I move toward this liberation? The Buddha's answer is clear, through the Noble Eightfold Path. But even before systematic practice of the full path, there are moments when cessation can be glimpsed. Moments when craving temporarily releases and the mind touches peace. These moments often come unexpectedly. Perhaps you are in nature, standing before a vast landscape, and suddenly the constant mental chatter stops. There is simply the experience, pure and immediate, without the overlay of wanting or fearing. This is a moment of cessation, or perhaps, in deep meditation, the mind settles and all reaching ceases. There is simply awareness, resting in itself, content. This is a taste of cessation, or perhaps in a moment of profound loss. After the initial storm of grief has passed, there comes a moment of complete acceptance. Not resignation, not defeat, but a deep letting go. An understanding that this is how things are. This is the nature of existence. In that moment, while pain may remain, suffering ceases. This cessation arising through wisdom born of experience. The Buddha taught that there are two kinds of nibbana. There is nibbana with residue esaropadisa, nibbana and nibbana without. Residue and upadisasa, nibbana. The first is the experience of the living errant, the fully liberated one who still has a physical body and continues to experience the world through the senses. The body may experience pain, may experience pleasant and unpleasant sensations, but there is no craving, no suffering. The mind is completely free even while the body continues. The second is the final nibbana at the death of the Arahant, when even the five aggregates dissolve completely. This is beyond all description because there is no reference point left in the conditioned world. But the Buddha assured his disciples that this is not annihilation. It is not nothingness. It is the unconditioned, which cannot be understood through conditioned concepts. For our purposes tonight, what matters is the first kind, the cessation that is possible here and now, in this very life, with this very mind. This is what the Buddha taught is achievable through dedicated practice. This is what makes the teaching practical and relevant. We need not wait for death to experience liberation. We can taste it now, develop it now, realize it now. The key to this cessation is letting go, relinquishment, vasaga in Pali. This is perhaps the most important word in the Buddha's practical teachings. Letting go. Not suppressing, not denying, not running away, but releasing, relinquishing, allowing to be. But what does it mean to let go? This is often misunderstood. Letting go does not mean not caring. It does not mean becoming passive or indifferent. It does not mean abandoning responsibility or wisdom or compassion. Letting go means releasing, clinging, releasing the grasping, releasing the identification with experience as me and mine. You can care deeply about someone without clinging to them. You can work diligently toward goals without craving results. You can enjoy pleasant experiences without grasping at them. You can learn from unpleasant experiences without pushing them away. This is the art of letting go. This is the middle way between attachment and aversion. The Buddha used the simile of a man carrying a heavy burden. Every step is effortful, exhausting. Then he sets the burden down. There is immediate relief, immediate ease. This is what letting go feels like. The burden of craving, of constant grasping and pushing, is heavy. When it is released, even momentarily, there is palpable relief. The mind becomes light. The body relaxes. Peace arises naturally. You can experience this right now. Notice where you are holding tension, either in body or mind. Notice where you are resisting what is, where you are wanting things to be different. And just for this moment, experiment with letting go. Not changing anything externally, but internally releasing the clinging, releasing the resistance. Notice what happens. Notice if there is even a small sense of ease, of relief, of peace. This is not magical. This is the natural result of ceasing to create suffering. When we stop the internal war against reality, when we stop demanding that impermanent things be permanent, when we stop trying to control what cannot be controlled, suffering naturally decreases. This is cause and effect. This is the law of dependent origination operating in reverse. When craving ceases, suffering ceases. The Buddha taught specific practices for cultivating this letting go. One is the practice of impermanence contemplation, anakonapassana. This means observing directly, repeatedly, persistently, that all conditioned phenomena are impermanent. Every thought arises and passes. Every sensation appears and disappears. Every emotion comes and goes. Every experience is in constant flux. When impermanence is seen clearly, deeply, repeatedly, clinging naturally weakens. Why grasp at what is already slipping away? Why try to hold on to what is by nature flowing? The mind that truly understands impermanence learns to move with the flow rather than against it. It learns to appreciate each moment as it is, knowing it will not last, and therefore not demanding that it last. Another practice is the contemplation of not-self, anattanupassana. This means observing that nowhere in experience can a permanent, unchanging self be found. The body is not self, it is changing. Feelings are not self, they come and go. Perceptions are not self, they are constructed. Mental formations are not self, they are conditioned. Consciousness is not self, it arises and ceases. When not self is understood, the question arises, who is doing the clinging? If there is no permanent self, what is being protected? What is being established? This understanding undermines the very basis of craving. Craving operates on the assumption of a self that needs protecting, satisfying, establishing. When that assumption is seen through, craving loses its foundation. A third practice is the contemplation of suffering, dukkha nupassana. This means observing clearly how suffering arises through clinging and ceases through letting go. Not just believing this intellectually, but seeing it directly in your own experience. Watch how grasping at a pleasant experience creates tension. Watch how resisting an unpleasant experience creates struggle. Watch how letting go brings ease. This direct observation is more powerful than any teaching. When you see for yourself, repeatedly, that clinging causes suffering and letting go brings peace, the mind naturally inclines toward letting go. It is not forced. It is not effortful. It is simply the natural response to clear seeing. There is a story in the Majjhima Nikaya that beautifully illustrates letting go. It is the story of the lute string told by the Buddha to the monk Sona. Sona was a young monk who was practicing with great intensity. He would walk in meditation until his feet bled. He pushed himself relentlessly, thinking that only through extreme effort could he achieve awakening. But despite his heroic efforts, he made no progress. Instead, he became exhausted and discouraged. He began to think perhaps he was not suited for the monastic life. Perhaps he should return to his family, to the wealth he had left behind, and practice as a layperson. The Buddha, through his telepathic powers, knew what Sona was thinking. He appeared to him and asked Sona, "When you were a householder, were you skilled at playing the lute?" Sona confirmed that he was. The Buddha then asked, "When the strings of your lute were too tight, was it in tune and playable?" Sona replied, "No, venerable Sir." "And when the strings were too loose, was it in tune and playable?" "No, venerable Sir." "But when the strings were neither too tight nor too loose, but adjusted to an even pitch, was your lute then in tune and playable?" "Yes, venerable sir." The Buddha then taught, in the same way, Sona, excessive energy leads to restlessness, and insufficient energy leads to laziness. Therefore, Sona, resolve on an even level of energy, find the right pitch for your faculties, and take up your task there. Sona followed this advice. He adjusted his practice, finding the middle way between extreme effort and laxity. Soon after, he achieved full liberation. He became an arahant. This story teaches us about letting go in a profound way. Letting go is not a matter of more effort, more striving, more forcing. It is a matter of balance, of finding the right adjustment, of allowing rather than demanding. When the mind is too tight with effort, there is strain. When the mind is too loose with laxity, there is no progress. But when the mind finds the middle way, when there is alert relaxation, engaged ease, then progress becomes natural. This is directly relevant to sleep. The mind that tries too hard to sleep cannot sleep. The trying creates the obstacle, but the mind that gives up all effort may simply continue churning. The middle way is alert relaxation, aware but not striving, present but not grasping. This is the quality that allows sleep to come naturally. The Buddha also taught about gradual cessation, how the mind progressively lets go of grosser attachments before it can let go of subtler ones. He compared it to the ocean, which deepens gradually, slopes away gradually, not plunging suddenly to great depths. In the same way, the practice leads gradually to deeper and deeper letting go. First, we let go of gross unwholesome behaviors. We stop harming others. We stop taking what is not given. We stop harmful speech. This is moral conduct sila, the foundation of practice. Without this foundation, the mind is too disturbed, too burdened with remorse and consequence, to progress further. Then we let go of gross hindrances. We observe the mind's tendency towards sensual desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, doubt. We see these arising and we practice not feeding them, not following them. This allows concentration to develop. As concentration develops, we let go of identification with thoughts. We see thoughts arising and passing like clouds in the sky. We do not take them so personally, so seriously. This is a significant letting go. Most people are completely identified with their thoughts, believing that their thoughts are truth, a reality, are who they are. When this identification releases, there is great freedom. Then we let go of identification with emotions. We see emotions as energy moving through the body-mind, arising due to conditions, passing when conditions change. We do not need to suppress them or act them out. We can simply observe them with equanimity. This letting go brings stability. Progressively, we let go of identification with all five aggregates: form, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness. All are seen as impermanent processes, not as self. This is the deepest letting go, the letting go that leads to complete liberation. But we need not achieve complete liberation to benefit from the teaching of letting go. Every small release, every moment of non-clinging, brings a measure of peace. The practice is not all or nothing. It is gradual, progressive, cumulative. Each step taken is valuable in itself and prepares the ground for the next step. The Buddha taught that there are 4 stages of awakening, for progressively deeper realizations of truth. The stream enterer has glimpsed nibbana directly and can never again completely fall back into ignorance. The one's returner has weakened sensual desire and ill-willed significantly. The non-returner has eliminated them completely. The arahant has eliminated all fetters, all chains that bind consciousness to suffering. But even before stream entry, even in the very beginning of practice, there are benefits. The person who practices moral conduct experiences the peace of blamelessness. The person who develops concentration experiences the peace of a settled mind. The person who cultivates wisdom experiences the peace of understanding. All of these are valuable. All of these are worth pursuing. And here is a liberating truth. You are already practicing. Right now, as you lie here listening to these teachings, contemplating them, observing your own mind, you are engaging in wise reflection. You are developing understanding. You are planting seeds of wisdom that will bear fruit. The Buddha said that there are 3 ways of making merit, of creating positive karma: dana, giving sila, moral conduct, and bhavana, mental development through meditation and study. You are engaging in bhavana. Right now, you are developing your mind. This is powerful. This has consequences. This is changing you in subtle but real ways. Let us explore more deeply the relationship between letting go and impermanence. The Buddha taught that truly understanding impermanence is the direct path to cessation. Why? Because when impermanence is deeply seen, directly experienced, thoroughly penetrated, clinging becomes impossible. You cannot cling to what you truly know is flowing away. You cannot grasp what you see is by nature ungrasping-able. Most of us know, intellectually, that things are impermanent. We know people die. We know circumstances change. We know our bodies age. But this knowing is superficial. It has not penetrated deeply. We live as if things are permanent. We make plans assuming continuity. We cling to relationships as if they will last forever. We identify with our body as if it is stable. This is the ignorance the Buddha pointed to. True understanding of impermanence comes through direct observation. Watch the breath. Each inhalation is unique, never to be repeated. Each exhalation dissolves into space. The breath of this moment is not the breath of the last moment. It is constantly new, constantly dying, constantly being born. This is impermanence. Not as concept, but as lived reality. Watch sensations in the body, that ache in the back, is it constant? Look closely. Is it not a flow of sensations, sometimes sharp, sometimes dull, sometimes spreading, sometimes concentrated, appearing, disappearing, changing moment by moment? Where is the solid, unchanging ache? It cannot be found. There is only flow. Watch. Emotions. Anger arises, seems overwhelming, appears as if it will last forever. But watch it carefully without feeding it with thoughts. See how it changes. See how it has a peak and then begins to subside. See how it is made of components, body sensations, mental images, evaluative thoughts. See how these components themselves are changing. The anger that seems so solid reveals itself as a process, a flow, empty of permanent essence. This seeing, this direct observation, is what the Buddha called vipassana, insight. It is not thinking about impermanence. It is seeing it directly, and in seeing it, understanding arises. Not intellectual understanding, but experiential understanding. Understanding that transforms because it changes how we relate to experience. When impermanence is truly seen, three insights naturally follow. First, if all things are impermanent, they cannot provide lasting satisfaction. This is the insight into dukkha, unsatisfactoriness. Second, if all things are impermanent and unsatisfactory when clung to, they are not suitable to be regarded as me or mine. This is the insight into anatta, not self. These three characteristics, impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and not self, are called the three marks of existence. To see them clearly is to see reality as it is. The Buddha taught a specific meditation for deep insight into impermanence. It is called the contemplation of death, Marananusati. This is not morbid. It is realistic. Death is certain. The time of death is uncertain. This is true for everyone, without exception. Contemplating this focuses the mind wonderfully. What becomes important when death is clearly understood? What attachments seem worth maintaining? What conflicts seem worth perpetuating? Ajahn Chah, a great Thai forest master of the 20th century, used to encourage his students to contemplate death regularly. He would say, if you are not sure whether you are practicing correctly, ask yourself, am I prepared to die right now? If the answer is no, your practice needs adjustment. This is not meant to create fear, but to create urgency, to help us use our time wisely, to encourage letting go of what is not essential. Another practice for cultivating letting go is the practice of generosity, dana. Generosity is literally the practice of letting go. You have something, and you give it away. You release your hold on it. You practice non-clinging in a very concrete way. The Buddha taught that generosity is the foundation of the path. Before people are ready for deeper teachings, they should first practice giving. Why is generosity so important? Because it directly counters greed, one of the three roots of suffering. When you give, you experience that letting go brings happiness. You see that your security does not depend on accumulating and hoarding. You see that there is joy in releasing rather than in grasping. This experiential understanding then carries over into other areas of practice. You can practice generosity of material things, of time, of attention, of presence, of forgiveness. All of these are forms of giving, forms of letting go. All of them. create happiness for yourself and others. All of them weaken the grip of craving. The Buddha also taught metta, loving kindness, as a practice that leads toward letting go. When the heart is filled with love, with genuine care for the welfare of others, there is no room for hatred, for ill will, for resentment. Metta is a way of releasing the heart from negative states, allowing it to rest in a positive, wholesome quality. That traditional metta practice involves mentally reciting phrases of well-wishing. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I be safe. May I live with ease. Then extending these wishes to others, to loved ones, to neutral people, to difficult people, to all beings. This practice softens the heart. It reduces the sense of separation between self and other. It cultivates a quality of openness and care that naturally reduces clinging. As you lie here, you might practice metta for yourself. You might recognize that you deserve kindness, you deserve care, you deserve peace. The mind that is harsh with itself, that judges and criticizes, cannot rest. But the mind that meets itself with friendliness, with compassion, can settle. May you be at peace. May you be free from suffering. May you rest easily. These are not just nice words. They are powerful intentions that shape the quality of mind. Let us return to the central question. How does cessation actually occur? The Buddha described it as the fading away of passion, viraga. Viraga means dispassion, but not in the sense of becoming cold or unfeeling. It means the ending of feverish craving, the cooling of the burning of desire. When passion fades, when craving lessens, when grasping releases, cessation naturally occurs. This fading happens through seeing clearly. When you see the danger in what you crave, when you see the benefit in letting go, when you see the impermanent nature of all objects of craving, passion naturally fades, not through force, but through understanding. The mind that sees clearly loses interest in what it previously craved, not because it suppresses desire, but because it sees the futility of pursuing what cannot satisfy. Think of how you might have craved certain things as a child that you no longer crave as an adult. Perhaps toys, perhaps games, perhaps foods. These cravings do not end through willpower. They ended through growing in understanding, through seeing that these things no longer satisfy in the way you need. This is natural maturation. The spiritual path is the same process, but applied to all cravings, even the subtlest ones. The Buddha compared this process to the ocean gradually evaporating under the heat of the sun. Drop by drop, the ocean decreases. In the same way, moment by moment, through clear seeing, through understanding, through non-engagement with craving, the ocean of suffering gradually evaporates. There may not be a dramatic moment where everything suddenly changes, though such moments do occur for some. More commonly, there is gradual transformation, gradual lightening, gradual peace. This gradual path should encourage us. We need not achieve complete enlightenment in one night. We need only take one step, understand one thing, let go of one clinging. This is enough. This is valuable. This is progress. And each step makes the next step easier. There is a beautiful teaching in the Itavataka, a collection of short discourses. The Buddha says, there are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness of household life and the happiness of renunciation. Of these two, the happiness of renunciation is supreme. There are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness connected to attachment and the happiness not connected to attachment. Of these two, The happiness not connected to attachment is supreme. There are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness of the senses and the happiness not of the senses. Of these two, the happiness not of the senses is supreme. This teaching points to progressive, letting go leading to progressively deeper happiness. We might think that letting go means losing happiness, but the Buddha teaches the opposite. The happiness that comes from letting go is superior to the happiness that comes from grasping. Why? Because it is not dependent on conditions. It does not fade. It does not disappoint. It is the happiness of freedom itself. You might taste this even now. Notice if there is any moment where craving has temporarily ceased, perhaps in a moment of full attention to the present, perhaps in a moment of acceptance of what is. In that moment, how does the mind feel? Is there not a quality of ease, of peace, of okayness? This is the happiness of non-clinging. This is what becomes available when we stop fighting reality. The final teaching we must understand about cessation is that it is not a distant goal, not something that exists only at the end of the path. Every moment of letting go is a moment of cessation. Every moment of non-craving is a moment of peace. The practice is not about achieving some future state. It is about this moment, this breath, this experience, met with wisdom and non-clinging. The Buddha taught about two kinds of release. Release through wisdom and release through concentration. Release through wisdom is seeing clearly the three characteristics and thereby letting go of clinging. Release through concentration is the temporary suspension of hindrances through deep meditative absorption. Both are valuable. Both bring peace. Ultimately, complete liberation requires wisdom, but concentration supports and enables the development of wisdom. As you lie here, you might experience moments of deep concentration naturally arising. The mind settles, becomes absorbed in the teachings, becomes quiet. These are valuable moments. They give the mind rest. They show what is possible. They create faith that peace is achievable. Do not grasp at them. Do not try to force them to continue. Simply appreciate them when they occur and let them go when they pass. This itself is practice of letting go. We must also understand that letting go does not mean we become passive or indifferent. The Buddha was enormously active. He taught for 45 years after his enlightenment, traveling constantly, establishing the Sangha, guiding thousands of students. He was not passive, but he was free from craving. His actions came from wisdom and compassion, not from craving and aversion. This is the key difference. You can engage fully with life while letting go of clinging. You can work diligently without craving results. You can love deeply without grasping at the beloved. You can care about outcomes without being attached to. Then, this is the middle way, the balanced way, the wise way. It is not cold detachment. It is warm engagement combined with wisdom. As we come to the end of this exploration of cessation, let us reflect on what we have understood. Cessation is possible. It is the ending of craving through understanding. It comes through seeing clearly the impermanent, unsatisfactory, and not self-nature of all conditioned phenomena. It develops gradually through practice, and it brings happiness that surpasses all conditioned happiness. This is the third noble truth, the truth that gives hope, the truth that motivates practice. Because of this truth, we know that our efforts are not in vain. We know that peace is possible. We know that the suffering we experience is not necessary, not permanent, not inevitable. This knowledge gives us strength to practice, patience, to persist, faith to continue. And now, having understood that cessation is possible, having glimpsed what it might mean to let go, we turn to the practical question: how? What is the actual path? What are the specific practices that lead to this? Cessation. This is the fourth noble truth, the truth of the path, the most practical and detailed teaching the Buddha gave. Let us explore this path together, the path that leads from suffering to peace, from bondage to liberation, from ignorance to wisdom. And so we come to the end of this journey through the Buddha's wisdom. We have traveled together through the landscape of suffering and its cessation, through the territory of craving and letting go, through the understanding that transforms. How we meet each moment. Let us rest now in what we have explored. There is no need to hold tightly to any of it. These teachings are not possessions to be grasped. They are signposts pointing to truth, invitations to look more deeply at your own experience. The words will fade, but the understanding they point to can continue to unfold. Remember the essence. Suffering arises from misunderstanding, from relating to experience through the lens of craving and clinging. When we see clearly the impermanent, flowing nature of all things, when we understand that grasping at what cannot be held creates pain, when we learn to meet life with wisdom rather than with compulsive reactivity, suffering naturally decreases. Peace naturally arises. This is not distant philosophy. This is immediate, practical truth. Right now, in this moment, as you lie here, you can practice what we have explored. Simply notice experience as it is. The breath moving in and out. Sensations in the body appearing and disappearing. Thoughts arising and passing like clouds. All of it flowing, changing, empty of permanent essence. And notice your relationship to this flow. Are you fighting against it? Are you wanting it to be different? Or can you, just for this moment, allow it to be exactly as it is? Can you rest in the flow rather than struggling against it? This is the practice. This is the path. This is what leads from agitation to peace. The Buddha taught that we should be like the earth, like water, like fire, like wind. The earth receives all things, pleasant and unpleasant, clean and dirty, without preference, without rejection. Water flows around obstacles, adapting to conditions without resistance. Fire burns all things equally, transforming without attachment. Wind moves through space freely, unobstructed. This is the quality of the awakened mind. Receptive, flowing, transforming, free. You need not achieve this perfectly. You need only incline toward it. The mind that inclines toward wisdom, toward letting go, toward understanding, this mind is already on the path, already changing, already moving toward peace. As you settle deeper into rest, know that this is not wasted time. This listening, this contemplation, this gentle observation of your own experience, all of this is practice. You are cultivating the seeds of wisdom. These seeds will grow in their own time, according to their own nature. Your task is simply to plant them, to water them with attention, to provide the conditions for growth. The growing itself happens naturally. Let go now of any effort to understand completely, to remember everything, to achieve anything. Let these teachings settle into the deeper levels of mind where they can work silently, transforming from within. Trust the process. Trust the wisdom of the Buddha who walked this path before you. Trust your own capacity for understanding, for letting go, for finding peace. The Buddha's final words to his disciples were these: all conditioned things are subject to decay. Strive with diligence. This is not a harsh command. It is a gentle encouragement. Everything changes. This moment will pass. This night will end. This life will conclude. Knowing this, use your time wisely. Practice with sincerity. Develop understanding. Cultivate peace. But strive with the right kind of effort. Remember Sona and the lute string. Not too tight, not too loose. Find the middle way. The effort that is relaxed yet alert, engaged yet peaceful, directed yet flowing. This is the effort that bears fruit, and even as you practice, remember to be gentle with yourself. The path is gradual. Progress is not always obvious. There will be difficulties, doubts, setbacks. This is natural. This is part of the journey. The Buddha himself, before his awakening, experienced 6 years of intense struggle. But he persevered, he adjusted his approach, and he found the way. You too will find the way in your own time, according to your own conditions. For now, simply rest. Let the body be at ease. Let the breath flow naturally. Let thoughts come and go without engagement. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do, nothing you need to become. Just this moment, just this breath, just this awareness. Simple, natural, complete. That wisdom you have touched tonight will continue to work within you. In dreams, in the space between sleeping and waking, in the quiet moments of tomorrow, insights will arise. Understandings will deepen. Peace will grow. Trust this process. It is the nature of wisdom to unfold, to reveal itself progressively, to transform the mind gradually but surely. May you rest in peace. May you awaken with clarity. May you move through your days with the wisdom of impermanence, lighting your path. May you find the freedom that comes from letting go. May you know the happiness that does not depend on conditions. May you be well. May you be at ease. May you be free from suffering. These teachings have been offered by countless awakened beings across the centuries, transmitted from teacher to student in an unbroken lineage of wisdom. You are part of this lineage now. You have received the teachings. You have contemplated them. You have begun to understand. This connects you to all who have walked this path before, and to all who will walk it after. Rest now in this connection. Rest in the timeless truth that the Buddha discovered. Rest in your own capacity for awakening. Rest in the peace that is always available when we stop fighting against reality and learn to flow with it. The Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." This is the final teaching. What you are seeking is not far away. It is not in some future achievement or attainment. It is here, now, in the simple act of letting go, of accepting what is, of resting in awareness itself. So let go now. Release the day that has passed. Release concern for the day to come. Release even these teachings. Let everything settle. Let everything be. And in this letting go, discover what remains when all grasping ceases. Discover the peace that has always been here, waiting beneath the turbulence, waiting beneath the striving, waiting to be recognized. Sleep well, rest deeply, and may the wisdom of the Buddha's teachings bring you lasting peace, now and always. The world opens in silence. A street after rain. A child's shoe left on the steps. A candle flickers beside a hospital bed. Everywhere, the same question whispers through the noise of living. If there is a good and powerful God, why does the world suffer? This question is older than philosophy itself. It hides in every prayer, in every cry for meaning. It waits behind our smiles, watching as we pretend not to hear it. People have given it many names. Philosophers call it the problem of evil. Poets call it heartbreak. But it is one thing, the shock, that goodness and pain share the same sky. Long before us, a man named Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz faced that question. He lived in a Europe torn by war and disease. He saw kings rise, cities burn, and faith fracture into doubt. Yet through all of it, he believed something extraordinary. He said, "This world, with all its sorrow, is still the best of all possible worlds." At first it sounds absurd. How could a world filled with hunger, betrayal, and grief be the best? How could a wise God choose this when so many gentler worlds seem possible? But Leibniz was not blind. He saw pain clearly. He just refused to believe it was meaningless. He imagined God not as a careless ruler, but as a divine architect. Every law of nature, every heartbeat, every lost bar of a structure too vast for any single mind to see. He believed reason itself was holy, that creation, even in its chaos, followed a pattern deeper than tragedy. Still, the heart resists. The mind protests. If this is the best world, what does the worst look like? Look at war. Look at children lost before they grow. Look at the innocent crushed by the greed of the strong. Surely, no amount of hidden harmony can justify that. And yet, Leibniz asked us to look again, not to deny evil, but to ask what kind of world could even make goodness possible. He said the question itself hides the clue. If we can name evil, it means we know good. If we know good, it means reality contains standards that do not come from chaos. So the question, painful as it is, already points toward order. Leibniz believed creation had limits, not limits on God's power, but limits of logic itself. Even God cannot make a circle with corners. Even God cannot make freedom exist without the risk of misuse. He compared creation to a composer writing under rules. The composer cannot play every note at once. Harmony requires contrast. So does life. Some goods exist only if certain dangers are real. Courage needs fear. Forgiveness needs wrongdoing. Growth needs loss. Take away the risk, and those goods disappear. Perhaps. Leibniz said, the best world is not the one without pain, but the one where pain makes goodness possible. He called his explanation theodicy, the defense of divine goodness in the face of evil. He never said this world was perfect. He said it was complete, a world balanced between freedom and law, reason and love. The ideas spread, and so did misunderstanding. Many heard only the optimism, not the reasoning. They thought Leibniz believed everything was fine as it was, but he never said that. He believed progress mattered, compassion mattered, justice mattered, because they are the ways goodness unfolds inside imperfection. To him, creation was like a vast tapestry seen from behind. From our side, we see only knots and dark threads. From the front, seen by God, every twist joins a greater picture. When we suffer, we live on the backside of that tapestry. We see chaos. We forget the pattern could be real. There is a quiet strength in his view. He does not ask us to enjoy pain. He asks us to trust that pain is not the final word. That the story of existence includes chapters we have not yet read. Many have mocked that faith. Voltaire would later turn it into satire. He wrote Candide, a tale where every tragedy is excused by foolish optimism. People laughed at Leibniz's idea for centuries after that. But laughter does not erase a question. What if Leibniz was not naive? What if he was trying to protect meaning itself from despair? He believed the universe follows the principle of sufficient reason, that nothing happens without a reason, even when the reason is beyond us. Not everything is good in itself, but every event connects to a greater good that reason would reveal if we could see far enough. Imagine a vast equation. Every term, every variable, balances in a harmony we cannot solve. We see fragments. We see our small corner of the sum. The full pattern belongs to a mind greater than ours. To live with that awareness is not blind faith. It is humility before mystery. It is the courage to say, I do not understand, but I believe there is understanding. Still, the question returns. Why must goodness depend on such a painful process? Why could God not choose a world where we learn without loss? Leibniz's answer was quiet. Maybe such a world is impossible not because God lacks power, but because some truths can exist only through contrast. Light can be defined only when darkness is possible. Freedom means choice. Choice means the chance to wound. A world without that would not be a moral world at all. He did not mean every act of cruelty was planned. He meant that freedom itself is part of the design, and with it comes the burden of consequence. So he trusted that even what we ruin can still be woven into a greater harmony. The universe, he thought, bends toward balance slowly, painfully, but inevitably, when we see evil, we see a note out of tune. But to the composer, the discord belongs to a larger movement that ends in resolution. Leibniz looked at the sky and saw law. He looked at the human heart and saw longing. He believed both were evidence of purpose. He wrote, reality is the expression of a perfect mind through imperfect means. And he believed that mind, what we call God, chose this world not by accident, but by love. It is tempting to dismiss that faith, to point to the ruins of history and say, there is no plan. But even in that defiance, we reveal the same hunger for meaning that haunted Leibniz. If the world were truly meaningless, we would not call it unjust, we would call it empty. Our protest against suffering is proof that we believe, somewhere, goodness should exist. Leibniz saw that protest as a clue, not a contradiction. Perhaps the best world is not comfortable, but fertile, capable of growing souls that can love, reason, forgive, and rebuild. He once wrote that every human mind is a mirror of the universe. If that is true, then our grief and our wonder both reflect the same divine logic. Every tear, every act of kindness, every discovery all threads in one living design. We do not have to understand it to belong to it. We only have to keep asking. The question, because asking is part of what makes us human. The world will keep suffering, but so long as we keep searching for meaning, the light remains. And maybe that is what it means when we say, this is the best possible world. Not that it is painless, but that within it goodness refuses to die. Even in darkness, it learns to shine. He was born where borders shifted like weather. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz grew up in a Europe that could not rest. Religious battles scarred cities. Plague thinned the brave and the afraid alike. Kings argued with scholars. Scholars argued with nature. Every map looked temporary. He walked into that world with a book under each arm. His father died when he was young. A library became his shelter. Shelves did not shout. They offered questions in orderly rows. He learned Latin before most. Boys learned work. He took comfort in patterns. Patterns promised that chaos could be read. He studied law. He studied theology. He studied mathematics because numbers did not take sides. He studied history because people always did. He wrote quickly, yet he listened longer. He believed that truth formed a single river, even when our minds drank from different streams. Europe shook. States hardened their borders. Churches hardened their words. Leibniz did something unusual. He tried to build bridges. He traveled as a diplomat. He served princes and electors, but he spoke to them as a patient teacher speaks to an eager child. He asked Protestants and Catholics to consider peace. He wrote letters to scientists across the continent. He believed correspondence could tame distance. He believed gentleness could tame pride. He searched for a universal language of thought. He called it a character of reason, not symbols for show, but signs that carried logic inside them. If we could compute truth, he said, we would argue less and understand more. Let us calculate, he dreamed, and let humility follow the result. He found the same hunger in mathematics. He created a new way to capture change. He wrote with small signs that could hold vast motion, dx, dy, integral. He believed the world, moved by tiny steps that reason could follow. To him, calculus was not just technique. It was a window into the grammar of nature. Others saw a tool. He saw a music of infinites. Across the channel, Isaac Newton worked toward the same heights. History later argued over who arrived first. Debates stormed like weather once again. Leibniz did not love the storm. He loved the discovery. He loved that two distant minds could touch the same truth. He trusted that truth was generous like that. He served as a librarian in Hanover. Do not let the word fool you. The post gave him a kingdom of paper. He ordered knowledge like a gardener orders a wild field. He wrote histories for his patrons. He built mechanical calculators with gears that mimicked thought. He imagined mines, canals, and academies. He drafted plans for academies in Berlin and St. Petersburg. Everywhere he went, he asked the same question. How can order grow from conflict? Nights were for metaphysics. He stared into silence until ideas found shape. He asked why there is something rather than nothing. He answered with a calm that feels like prayer, because a perfect mind prefers being to emptiness and chooses the richest possible version of it. Not rich in gold, rich in kinds of goodness. Rich in minds that can love and learn. He held to a principle that anchored him. Nothing happens without a reason why it is so and not otherwise. The principle did not make life easy. It made life intelligible. If the world exists, there is a reason. If God is wise, the reason is worthy. If the reason is worthy, the whole must exceed the pain of its parts. He lived among jeers and treaties and quarrels. He saw how pride fractures the best plans. He watched rulers chase short victories and lose long goods. So he looked deeper than power. He searched for first truths. He believed logic and love were not rivals. He believed they were two names for the same light. He imagined reality as layered order. Nature followed lawful paths. Souls followed inward laws of perception and desire. Societies followed laws of justice, often broken, never erased. He thought harmony could span these levels without confusion. Not a forced harmony, but a prearranged. Fitness. Like different instruments playing one score they never see, yet each part completes the others. He did not build this view to escape history. He built it because history crushed people he loved. He wrote to comfort without lying. He wrote to steady without dulling pain. His letters show a careful warmth. He was a mind, yes, but also a man who knew what grief does to a room. He trusted that freedom mattered. He spent years asking how freedom could live inside divine wisdom. If God knows, are we puppets? He refused that picture. He pictured God as choosing a world story where our choices are truly ours, yet foreseen within a wisdom that wastes nothing. A difficult view, but he preferred difficulty to despair. Friends teased him for optimism. Enemies mocked him for it. They heard, all is well, when he meant something harder. All is woven. The weaving hurts, but the design holds. He made mistakes. He reached too far in some schemes. He trusted patrons who forgot him. He died with projects unfinished, papers piled in rooms, and a reputation clouded by the calculus quarrel. For a time, he seemed to vanish into footnotes, but his ideas did not vanish. They kept walking. They visited mathematicians, logicians, engineers, theologians, and poets who needed reason that could carry hope. They found new homes in the study of language and machines. They whispered to those who dreamed of computers, where logic becomes. Action and symbols build worlds. He once walked the heart's mountains to inspect mines. He studied pumps and slopes, learning how water could drown a promise. He sketched new machines to save the miners. Some plans failed. He learned from the failure. He believed that ideas must touch the ground or they are only decoration. He designed a stepped calculator, the stepped reckoner, to turn thought into motion by brass and wheel. In those stubborn teeth of metal, he saw a prophecy. One day, machines would help us think. He explored binary numbers, speaking in ones and zeros, long before electricity learned their song. He smiled to see that emptiness and stroke could build any number, that simplicity could carry endless complexity. He dreamed of an encyclopedia that never slept, a network of facts and proofs that anyone could search. He wrote proposals for rulers who did not always understand. Still he tried. He believed knowledge should not hoard itself. It should serve the common good. He met princesses who loved learning, especially Sophia and Sophia Charlotte, and he spoke to them with the same respect he gave to scholars. He walked gardens and discussed metaphysics beside fountains. He found in their questions a rare courage. They gave him patience when politics did not. In the end, honor failed him. When he died, few mourned in public. Some patrons had turned away. Court ceremony passed without his name. He left behind trunks of papers, a treasury waiting for hands that cared. History took time to open them. Later readers found there a map of possible futures. They found hints of logic that would become computer science. They found a style of thinking that refuses to choose between precision and mercy. So when we speak of a world ordered by love and reason, we are not reciting a hey slogan. We are remembering a life spent building proofs and bridges, a life that believed understanding is a kind of care, a life that asked leaders to be gardeners of human flourishing. Hold that image as the candle finally goes dark. Not a man who escaped the troubles of his age, but a man who answered them with patient craft. He left us away to work, clear eyes, open hands, and hope that does the labor. He was born where borders changed with the wind. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz grew up in uneasy years. Europe argued with itself and with the sky. Faith broke into factions that guarded bitter memories. Plague moved through towns like a rumor with teeth. Kings traded letters and threats. Scholars hunted patterns inside the noise. He entered that world with wide eyes and a quiet hunger. His father died early. A library became a shelter and a guide. Shelves held their peace and offered a path. He learned Latin before most boys learned trade. He read history for the long view of suffering. He studied law to see how minds bind conflict. He studied mathematics to feel the calm of order. He studied theology to ask whether order loved us back. He learned to think in layers. He sensed that events had roots and secret joints. He felt that reason could turn chaos into structure, not by force, by patient care. He walked into universities like a pilgrim enters a cathedral, not to posture, to listen. He copied the cadence of old Latin prose. He gathered small claims and made them speak. He trained a habit that would anchor his life. Nothing without a reason. No claim without warrant. The continent shook itself awake after war. Princes needed counselors who could argue without rage. Leibniz learnt the art. He became a diplomat with a scholar's heart. He wrote letters that crossed empires. He promised calm when tempers tore. He asked Protestants and Catholics to breathe. He searched for grounds they held in common. He believed understanding could outrun pride. He wanted a language that could tame confusion. He dreamed of a character of reason, a calculus of thought that would settle disputes. Not with swords, with symbols anyone could follow. Let us calculate, he said. Let the answer teach us to bow. He built machines that could lend a hand to the mind. He shaped brass and wheel into a stepped reckoner. He loved the stubborn truth of metal. He loved that a gear holds its argument. His fingers black with oil made ideas move. He smiled at the promise behind the craft. Someday thoughts would travel by mechanism. He found music and change itself rates. Slopes, sums that grow by tiny steps. He wrote a new way to speak those. Motions, he named small differences with neat signs. dx, dy. He curved space into sense with the long stroke of integral. He felt he had touched the grammar of nature, not just a trick for engineers, a key to the world's inner rhythm. Across the channel, Newton climbed the same mountain. History still argues about who reached the ridge first. Leibniz disliked that quarrel. Truth did not need a crown. Two minds could touch the same light from different paths. The light would not mind. Called life pulled him into Hanover. The word librarian hides the scale of the task. He took custody of a kingdom of paper. He tamed chaos with catalogues and summaries. He drafted histories that made patrons feel ancient and secure. He designed waterways and mines. He drew plans for academies that would train a gentler power. Berlin listened. So did St. Petersburg. Sometimes rulers kept their promises. Often they did not. He met Sophia and Sophia Schala. They loved ideas and asked hard questions with a steady gaze. He answered with patience and warmth. He did not flatter. He invited them into the work. Gardens became classrooms. Walks became seminars on being and justice. He found courage in their curiosity. His letters crossed mountains. He corresponded with scientists and ministers and monks. He asked for reports on tides and minerals and words. He sent designs for pumps and tax codes and libraries. He tried to bind Europe with paper bridges. He thought courtesies could rescue truth from vanity. Night made room for first principles. He faced the oldest question with steady breath. Why is there something rather than nothing? Because a perfect mind prefers being to emptiness, he wrote, and chooses a world rich in possibilities of good, not a world of soft comforts, a world fertile in meaning. He held to a rule that became his compass. For every fact, a reason why it is so. If the world exists, it exists for a reason. If God is wise, the reason is worthy. If the reason is worthy, the whole must exceed the pain of its parts. He did not claim to see the whole. He claimed the whole was there. He felt the pull of freedom. He knew we'd choose and also belonged to patterns. He would not trade freedom for neat equations. He imagined God choosing a story in which our choices are real, foreknown but not forced, seen but not scripted, a hard thought, yet kinder than a world of puppets. He spoke often of harmony, not a soft word, a strict art. Different lines can meet without collision. Different goods can coexist without theft. He imagined creation as lines of melody written to fit, no instrument. Here's the whole score, yet the music holds. He drew comfort from the lawfulness of nature. He saw law as a gift, not a prison. Law gives promise. Promise gives science its courage. What happens here and now can teach us there and then. Repeatable order is grace for finite minds. His mind moved toward synthesis. He hated false fights where both sides were partly right. He believed dispute. Hide a third view that honors what is best in both. So he looked for bridges between atom and soul, between number and mercy, between church and church, between chord and conscience. He also failed. He chased grand projects beyond the patience of patrons. He sent proposals to wide for narrow budgets. He trusted promises from men who counted only today. He watched doors close without ceremony. He kept writing anyway. He thought time nurses good seeds. He suffered neglect at the end. His name dimmed in halls, he once advised. He died without honors fit for his labor. Trunks of papers waited like sealed gardens. Readers came late and found the gates. What they saw changed their own plans. They found notes on a number system, built of yes and no. 1 and 0 could build any count. Simplicity could host infinity. He had seen the bones of future machines. They found a plan for a living encyclopedia. A book that never ended. A place where knowledge could answer to search. Many dismissed it as dreamful. Then centuries worked to make it ordinary. They found a spirit behind the papers. A man who believed thought is a form of care. He wrote as, if clarity could bless. He wanted rulers to govern like gardeners. He wanted scholars to heal. He wanted citizens to reason without scorn. He knew that optimism is easy when you are blind. He was not blind. He saw cities die and children buried. He still believed the universe kept faith with order. He still believed the mind could be trained to hope with discipline. He did not confuse order with quiet. He knew reform makes noise. He praised argument when it sought the common good. He rejected cruelty dressed as zeal. He asked opponents to imagine they might be wrong. He asked allies to imagine they might be harsh. He loved thought experiments,